Hold on. Let's see if it works this time.
Yeah,
if you can see it on stream.
It'll be a real funny if it works. Yes.
Oh.
Are we here? Yes.
Yep.
I
Welcome
did it.
everybody to Upon Further Review, where we examine media / content. Today,
We've already,
we're examining the most
last.
media and content ever.
Last.
Did you guys know that I'm incredibly good at running the show? What happened was I planned on streaming TF2 2 days ago, and I scheduled the stream, but I didn't know how to delete the live stream because I changed my mind. So I just set it to private, and it's been running for the past 2 days.
Oh dear.
So it's just been there's been a
Nice.
YouTube live stream running in private mode for the past 2 days on my channel,
2 days.
and that's why it didn't work.
Check it out on Lucid
Oh.
Plus.
Yeah. Man, that's great. We actually recorded the first 5 minutes of this show.
We actually watched through a react to the
we
entire
watched,
video.
we react.
You didn't see that?
You
That's
watched it
just
at 10
fun.
times speed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm halfway through this cider bottle, and welcome to the stream. So, we're off to a good start here.
Chat, no, the chair is not talking, and no, people have not been watching me for the past 2 days. It wasn't running on OBS, it was running on YouTube by itself. But yeah, hello.
Oh my god.
Hello everyone. Glad you guys could all
pretend,
make it. Is all the stream information correct? Let me double check. Hold on.
Should I have
There's
chat
stuff
pulled up?
here.
No, you don't have to have chat pulled up. They don't say anything important. That's not true. But yeah, no, we're live. We're back at it.
We're here today to stomp and crush somebody's creative and ingenuity spark because they did a no-no. They did a bad. And Grouch, we're gonna throw the book at you, and that book is The Art of War, because you're going to war through time.
Not again.
Throw the Bible at me instead. Just every book you can
I
find.
don't got the Bible with me. I only got the Art of War with me.
Someone needs to make a
Why?
compilation of every time Space Guy mentions the Art of War on this show.
I
Yeah.
could throw the entire works of William Shakespeare at you. That's like a fucking.
That would hurt.
That is
Why is antvenom in the tags? Are we having a surprise guest?
No. No, I need to turn. Never.
Yeah, antvenom was a secret developer on this. He actually made all the
Yes.
changes. I just made the video.
Wasn't Antvenom a game designer before he was a YouTuber?
And you're.
He advertised Soylent. I know that.
Why do?
True. That's true.
Why?
Every single time like the Soylent comes up, it's always fucking antvenom. Where he's like, when my wife's boyfriend heads out for the night.
That's
and
not-
I wanna go touch the grass. That is what he says. That is the commercial.
Antvenom!
That
Woo!
is the thing. He's just buying into the bit, which I like, but still.
Man, I wish Antvenom was on this episode of Upon Further Review to talk about TF2 balance changes. Since we have so
That'd be
many
awesome.
informed people on the panel today,
Yeah, might as well add one more.
yeah, we might as well add one more through and through TF2 player to the panel.
Yeah.
But speaking of our video today, hello Grouch, welcome to your public execution. Today
It's good to be here. Always wanted to see my own execution.
Today we're going to be going over. This is the first time we've done this on UFR. This is a UFR first for us watching someone's video with them.
Oh, I'm your first.
Yes, you are the
Oh,
first.
yes!
Um,
Hearing the other side! Yes! Okay, sorry.
Boo! I just want to say my opinion of no backlash or drama. Boo.
no,
I don't want to converse.
I would like to make it publicly known that Zesty desperately, with everything in his being, wanted to be here today, but he could
Yeah, he
not.
wanted to like miss his sister's wedding or something.
Yeah, he would have had to miss like his his sister's wedding. So yeah, he couldn't be here to yell
I
about
missed my,
TF2.
missed my daughter's recital just to be here. I'm sorry.
Yeah. It's I appreciate all of you guys though for showing up. This is gonna be fun. We actually started when we started this show. We started it by doing. We covered a video by Zesty, but he joined later. So he didn't actually watch his video with him. We watched a different video with him later on in the same episode. So by a hair, Grouch is the first person we've watched their video with, which is nice. I'm excited. I've been wanting to do this for a while, and this is
Yeah, this should be fun.
yeah. This video has been in fact dubbed the worst TF2 video to ever be made.
It has.
Um,
It's an honor.
chat. Dr. Derp Gamer will be here eventually, probably, hopefully. So don't worry. Don't you worry. We've got a massive panel today. You guys aren't short of people to look at. I guess before we really get into it, we can all go around and talk about our experiences with the video for those who have seen it. Like in sort of a therapy circle.
It was like Alcoholics Anonymous.
I have like a little bit of like my live reaction to the video and video suggestions because I like didn't watch it, but everybody was talking about it. So like you can see it linked, and then like a day later, I watched 3 minutes of it. I heard the Natasha change. I thought it was a solid idea that gives a lacking weapon some newfound uses and identity. I waited for the and. There was no and. It just becomes straight up overpowered and better.
There is an and now.
There is an and
If you've
now.
seen the most recent video.
For the Natasha?
Yeah, I nerfed it. I gave it a
It's like-
health drain.
Yeah, that's controversial leader.
That one was also controversial.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the health drain? Like, how does that
It's
work?
like the gloves of
Probably
running
health drain.
urgently.
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah, it is gonna be very controversial too. So
Yeah.
yeah.
People already don't like Health Train in TF2 as is.
Who would? Who would?
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah. My
You have a-
experience.
Yeah, DeWill, you can go next.
My experience is, yeah, at start it felt like a some innocent video, you know, the Natasha instead of a slowdown having a speed bump was pretty fairly known idea, right, in the community. So well, I just stayed with the video, but at the point when you talked about the diamond back to bag, I felt this felt very wrong. I mean, I can understand you're just tinkering with your ideas, but still it felt really wrong, and I think I just gotta stop watching since then, but I've now realized that I missed the most controversial point, the bleeding thing.
Well, I'm sorry I ruined your innocence.
And one more thing I want to talk about is, how come you haven't thought about rebalancing the gas passer?
So the
That-
gas passer, the plugin I'm using, we can only use attributes that already exist within TF2, and the gas passer is pretty much hard coded to just be the gas passer. So there's not a ton I can do right now with the mod that I'm
Okay.
using.
I can understand. Yeah, I have some ideas about it. So yeah, we can talk about it later. Anyway,
Yeah, I would love to change it eventually.
Anyway, yeah, that the thing, the general feel I felt was like it was innocent at the beginning, but it got progressively questionable and worse. I didn't want to shit talk about it, but
No, go for it.
To be honest, it felt like shit. I'm sorry.
Damn.
I don't know.
Next up, I guess we'll go from left to right on my screen. Alan, you're up. What did you think of the video?
I haven't watched it. You guys are talking about it like you're having flashbacks, so I'm interested. But
Come on, Alan, you're fumbling.
Alan,
I haven't seen it yet.
No,
I'm
that's
gonna
good.
be
We
the
have a
straight
fresh
man here.
perspective.
Yeah.
Feels
Some
like
virgin
Grouch-
eyes.
Alan,
Grouch is on trial, and like all the fucking like witnesses are like biased as hell. Like everybody on the jury,
they're like
The jury's been paid.
yeah, he's not being like a jury of his like fellow peers. It's like the most biased, like corrupt jury you can find, bro.
and then there's Alan, who's like the one unbiased member of the jury. He's just like, yeah, no, is he really guilty though?
I'm very good at playing devil's advocate, so we'll see.
Good is in massive quotations. Alan enjoys
I
playing.
enjoy playing.
Alan enjoys playing. He's not necessarily good at it.
Yeah, devil's advocate in this scenario would be defending me, so good luck.
We'll see.
Oh,
Alan's gonna be like, my client did nothing wrong.
You'll be my Saul Goodman, dude.
Alan's gonna say, my client was just being silly. I don't know why everyone's. Yeah. But no, next we'll skip Grouch. Grouch, you can go last. Indy,
good.
Indy, what do you think of the video going in?
I have watched both I've been familiar with what kind of channel Grouch is, and I thoroughly enjoyed the video. And everything I disagree with was, well, I'm not going to use that weapon in his server. And I'm just gonna say, I don't know if anyone else on this call did, but I played the plugin and I used most of the weapons. Maybe not any of the newest changes that we're gonna see, but a lot of the changes, a lot of the changed weapons I have used, and I have opinions on them. So hopefully that adds a little more credence to my perspective when I say that something is good because I've actually fucking used it.
Nice. And then Tony.
Okay. I mean, to sum up my thoughts on it, I just think people would have been a lot more charitable to Grouch if, instead of like having a bunch of taking a bunch of custom weapon ideas, basically, and instead of saving them for a separate video where you say, hey guys, check out all these cool custom weapon ideas I have, you just like injected them into already existing weapons and even gave some of them completely different names. And whether or not they're actually balanced doesn't matter to the audience because you're just chucking away the identity of a weapon that's already so deep-seated into everyone's minds when it's not really necessary to do so. But like after watching the one you did yesterday about Spy, where you sort of just said, well, it's all just supposed to be silly changes, that's sort of like a moot point, I guess.
Yeah, I think you're right though. That is definitely part of why the reception was bad. But at the end of the day, I thought it would be enjoyable to sort of spice things up by adding those, throughout. Because if it was all just stuff like, oh, the cleaner's carbine is like a little bit more accurate now, I figured it'd kind of make for a boring video. So having those like alternative weapons, like, however many I had throughout the video, I felt like made it a better video. But also, I guess you're right, it did also make it a more polarizing video.
Yeah.
I like the silly, like, goofy shit, but it was kind of like justifying that when it was like doubling down on the problem that you described for the most part.
I was going to I wanted to go last because I'm when it comes to the video, because I know you and we've had DMs for a while, I knew like the direction you were coming at it from. So I didn't have the same emotional reaction that a lot of hardcore TF2 YouTubers, community figures, and players had. Because, I grew up on things like Smash 4 mods that would change, like, Peach's the golf club to hit the entire screen and insta-kill everyone. And I grew up playing like that with things like that with my friends. And I understood that that's kind of what you were going for, but in like a lighter sense, like not obviously to that extent, but you were trying to make things like more silly and not as grounded as TF2 kind of is naturally in a lot of the ways that its weapons are balanced. But I'm gonna more criticize the video's construction from a perspective of how. Because I do think that you say things and you talk about things in the video in a way that that kind of hints at the idea or tries to clue the viewer in that you're being serious, unintentionally or intentionally. And we can get into that when we get into specific parts of the video. But that's my.
Well,
main
I do
critique.
agree with that point. I think the tone was generally wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I came at it from the perspective of like, okay, these are obviously like some pretty like silly things, like the Darwin's Danger Shield having snipers jump 50 feet in the air. Like obviously that's ridiculous, but I'm still going to try and like justify it using like reason and like a sane tone of voice. But I guess that didn't really come across as like, oh, here's a ridiculous thing and here's like why it might actually still be fun. It just came across as like, oh, here's this thing that I think is totally serious and like totally should be added into TF2 this second.
Yeah. It's also, admittedly, tensions are a little bit higher in that regard, just because of all the safe TF2 stuff. People are more, when things are being suggested, and people might interpret that as, like a suggestion for Valve to change something, right? A lot of TF2 players, especially older ones, have, like, borderline PTSD from people saying, like,
I love high GPS. I love balance mod. I love
Well,
balance mod so much.
Not even that. A lot of
Academy represent. Sorry.
a lot of people have PTSD from things like Meet Your Match or Tough Break, where
Oh, yeah.
a lot of controversial, we'll say, changes were made to various weapons that were geared towards people making very specific recommendations from a specific part of the community.
Let's massively nerf 60% of the weapons in the game, and then 2 months later revert the changes because nobody fucking liked them. What a great idea!
Yeah.
A disclaimer, yeah, they haven't even reverted those correctly.
Yeah.
Well, some were reverted like correctly, but like the Dead Ringer is still one that's suffering. Same with the Ambi.
Yeah. So I think your video probably reminded people or triggered that like borderline PTSD. So I think it probably punched a nerve for that. Like, I think if you had done the same thing for something like, you know, a Smash Brothers or a game that people haven't had that experience with, I don't think it would have been seen as a, you know, as big of a deal. But yeah. Before we get into the video, actually two things. I have something after this. Grouch, what are your main like takeaways so far from how people have, you know, received everything?
Huh, that's a good question. I don't even know if I really have any. It's just like you post a video and then it goes kind of gets a little controversial, and then I don't know, like what kind of takeaway would you expect me to have? Because I feel very neutral towards like the whole thing.
Okay. That is a perfectly fine response. I was curious if you thought like, oh, I should do this differently, or I should keep this the same, or like if you had any specific thoughts on different things that have been said to you.
A lot of the thoughts I did address in the more recent video that I posted yesterday, which unfortunately got age restricted, so probably not as many people will see that one. But yeah, there were definitely a lot of good critiques, like the Enforcer and the Diamondback. I know D. Will mentioned, and I have changed those since then to be like very different, and
Yeah,
I think
I
a
saw
lot
that
more fun.
recent video.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, like the actual criticism of like, oh, this, and there were a lot of Eureka effect stands like in the comments, which I was not expecting.
Yeah.
So I did revert that one eventually.
Yeah, people love that weapon.
But as for like the hate, I guess, like I don't know, I don't really care.
Oh, nice.
I'm gonna make you care,
Michael.
little man.
Make you weep.
right now.
And the last thing I wanted to say was just briefly, because this isn't what the stream is about necessarily, but I did want everyone's thoughts about a TF2's been saved ? Like, what do you guys think of all the recent stuff with the ban waves and Valve seemingly moderating the game or getting someone to moderate it and ban cheaters and stuff?
Not real. It's propaganda from the bots. Listen to a false sense of security.
We just gotta keep the movement going, and I know people are saying, "Oh, the movement is a sham," but how can it be a sham if, you know, this is something?
Oh, you
I know a
don't
lot of people are
understand. They were working on it for 2 years prior. It's just coincidental that it's coming out right now with this information as they're doing it amidst a public backlash.
It looks pretty bad for Valve that it's like, oh yeah, you know, this problem has been here for 5 years, and you know, it took you a fucking like month to just address it. So like, what's been happening? I think that is better. I think that's something. Yeah, we shouldn't commend Valve just yet. You know, we should keep the movement going. But I think anyone saying that this isn't a big deal is kind of deluding themselves. I think this is a big deal.
Absolutely, it is. I posted a tweet yesterday, or no, not yet, earlier today, where I said everyone who told me that nothing would happen owes me $5, because it turns out protests that result in bad PR make companies do things, especially companies who are about to release a new fucking game and need all the good PR that they can get. I think that if this alone, I think that I agree the movement and stuff should continue because things aren't fixed, quote unquote, just yet. But this is an incredibly good sign for the future.
Yeah, but also like if you look at it from Valve's perspective, like let's say we're living in a perfect world and they vowed from this day forward to preserve TF2 and actually fix it and like keep up with banning cheaters, and then we like go through with this boycott on the summer update and they're just sitting there like, but we did what you wanted, like what? But you know, I mean, obviously I don't think that's reason to call off the boycott.
I agree. I think that getting an official word as well as continued action would be. Yeah, I think that there's more that needs to be done before the boycott becomes unnecessary. But this is a very good first step.
Yeah. Last thing I'll say on it is, oh, sorry, that cut someone off.
Nah.
So last thing I'll say on it is that I'm very glad that the conspiracy theory of Save TF2 is orchestrated by big TF2 tubers to harness clicks is dying down, because that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard, and I'm tired of pretending it's not. All right, that's fucking dumb.
Dude, I hate
Indy, how many hours do you have on the game?
2,000.
I hate how it's a stupid coin flip, because people complain like, oh, they're doing it for attention, and then if you go ahead and you do it like from like a site where it's like not doing attention, they'll say, oh, what the fuck are they doing? Like, nobody's gonna see it this way.
Why do you
What's
care?
the point of doing a protest and nobody's gonna see it on a small channel? But if you do it,
why are you protesting for attention?
You're doing it for attention. Stupid.
Protesting for attention.
They just want to just undermine people trying. That's all. They just want to have some high ground, the feeling of high ground against them.
Fuck doomerism. Embrace cautious realism and optimism.
No, it's
Mistake.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of optimism.
Anyway, yeah, we shouldn't keep our guards down, but it is indeed a great first step.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Agreed.
But yeah, the step alone won't finish the race. So yeah, again, like I said, yeah, we shouldn't put our guards down. Valve still require a fucking huge ass punch in their fucking jaws.
Can I put balls in your jaws, yo girl?
Can I say, I think that people kind of overreact to how much hate Valve gets. I think it's kind of undeserved a lot of the time. Like, they made the game, like, what, 16 years ago now?
Yeah, but they still make money.
I know
off
it's
of
our
it.
favorite game, and it's, like, awesome, and we would love for them to continue support for it.
Yeah.
However, I don't think they're under any necessarily, like, obligation to continue supporting it.
They are if they make money off of the game.
No.
Exactly, yeah.
That's a bad take.
Why are they obligated?
Because they make money off of it.
Yep.
If they didn't make
But
money
we
off of
choose
it, I'd
to give them
entirely
money
agree.
over it.
Crouch, we haven't even started playing video yet. You gotta, come on, man.
Come on, Crouch, dude.
But the players are choosing to give them money.
Yeah, but Valve is choosing to sell things to the players. Like,
But they don't have to buy it if they hate the game.
No, it's not that they hate the. It's not that they hate the game. Yeah, well, yes, that's also true. But it's not that they hate the game. It's that they love the game. It's being treated badly, and Valve is profiting off of the game being treated badly. But
I don't think they're profiting off the game being treated badly. I think they would make more money if they treated the game better.
That is the problem.
But they're making
tons of money.
Sorry, but no, I'll let you go, Dewell. Sorry.
Yeah, that they're making tons of money through the game, but they just drop their responsibility of keep the game in playable state. You know, that's it. We were just the fixed TF2 began just because of that. We are lacking a bare minimum, a playable game. I mean, dropping that responsibility and saying like Valve is getting too much hate I think that's a kind of bullshit.
Yeah. I think that
Well, I signed the Save TF2 movement. Like, I agree with it, but I don't agree with like the hate that comes from it. I think there's a constructive way to do it, and there's a hateful way to do it.
I don't hate Valve as a company. I just don't like the way that they are treating their consumers. And I think it's unethical from a business perspective to sell things to people for a product that doesn't work. Before the recent cheaters getting banned thing happened, I could not play the game because I live in Asia where there are basically no community servers. Same goes for DeWill, and we just can't play the game. If we may have spent money on the game, or there might be people spending money on a game that some people can't play. I don't think that's ethical from a business perspective.
Well, I agree that it definitely sucks. Just like everyone else, I wish the game was more playable, and I wish it was back to, when it was in like 2014. But to call it unethical, I think is a bit of a leap. They're profiting off the work that they did for the first 13 years of development. They're not profiting off the fact that bots are currently in the game.
But now they're profiting off of the work other people are doing and taking a 70% budget cut from that while they continue to neglect that. That's the other issue.
How are they profiting off the work other people are doing?
Because
Workshop content.
The workshop content that's been going on for the past.
But they're not
9 years.
hiring people and then refusing to pay them. People are consensually making
What?
workshop content.
Yes, but they take that money. They take the workshop stuff they take, and they go ahead and they add it to the game, and then they get a massive cut to that as well. Then adding it, there's no work done on their part. They're just putting a 30%. Like,
There is work. They made the entire game. They're the company that owns the game that they've been
but they're not
developing for the
doing
last
anything-
16
but they're
years.
not yeah, but they stopped developing it, like you just said. But they're continuing to take other people's ideas and effort and cosmetics and maps and such into it and claiming that as their own. I'll say they're not quote unquote obligated to do anything, but then they also have to completely shut it down. You can't just take other people's works and then continue to profit off of that and say, well, it's on our like bridge, so we can go ahead and profit off of that. That's not how that
No,
works.
you definitely can do that. That is what the workshop is. Like, that's what it's set up to
But
be.
then
The
you got-
workshop is
okay,
on
but you
Steam, and
just said-
Steam is Valve's platform.
You just said it's not an ethic or moral issue. But if I take your work and say, well, you wrote it with my pencil, so I can claim all of it to be mine.
If I
that's
wrote
not
it with your
fair.
pencil and published it in your library, and you wanted to take a cut of it, yeah, I think that would be reasonable. I mean, every business takes a cut of the producer's product if it's sold on their platform.
Yeah, but it'd be,
Amazon takes a cut
then-
of whatever is
but then-
sold on Amazon.
yeah, but
Yes,
it'd be like if you
Microsoft takes a cut of what's sold on the Microsoft store.
it'd be like if you
and
went
Valve
into
takes a cut of what's sold on the workshop.
it'd be like if you walked into the store, but the store was on fire and you couldn't enter it, but there were other people who were still making money in there. Like that.
Well, then don't go to the store. No one's forcing you
That's
to walk
why-
into a store that's on
That's
fire.
exactly why people are
That's
trying
why.
to boycott.
That's why we are. That it is difficult to tell people not to go to a store that they've been going to for 16 years. You would rather start a movement to try and get the store not on fire than just not go to the store anymore when the store means a lot to you.
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree with that.
Then why are
But
you
saying
arguing
Valve
with
is
it?
unethical for setting the store on fire, I can't get
but
behind that.
But they're unethical for leaving the flames to be stoked and not taking action against that. If you go back to your library example, the library's on fire, your book's still getting published. I'm raking in the work that you did. The library's burning down. Your book is burning in the book fire.
Yeah, no one is reading your book, but I'm making money from your book.
And I'm just watching it happen. I'm not doing anything to preventing it, but I'm still saying, here, give me $20. There's your book.
I
People,
can see where you guys are coming from, but I don't think it's a necessary like obligation for the market to protect itself.
I'm not saying it's an obligation in this. It is an obligation in the sense of like in like an artistic and or I don't know.
It is a moral obligation. It's not like anybody like you should be doing it. I don't. When people say the word I think when you hear the word obligation, you're thinking that you have to do it, like you're required by law to do it.
Yeah,
You're
that's
obviously.
not what we're
But
saying.
it is,
Yeah, I'm aware.
It is genuinely the correct thing to do. I don't think, and you're arguing that somehow it's against that as well. That
Mhm.
I
Valve
think it would be
shouldn't
the
take care of
rational
that.
thing to do. I think Valve is being very irrational right now. But I don't think they're being
But then-
amoral or evil.
No, time out. So if you think they're being irrational and allowing this to happen, why are you arguing that people shouldn't be offended and be upset about this then?
Well, because they're calling
did
Valve
not say
evil and they're
that
saying
one.
Valve is amoral
Because
for.
that is an amoral action, though. You literally have agreed that they're just standing by and letting negative things happen to people who care about it.
I think
And
knowingly
you're
selling.
saying that people
sorry.
shouldn't complain about it, but you're saying that people like I don't understand. What
I'm not
you're
saying they shouldn't
trying to say.
complain. I'm saying they shouldn't actively be hating Valve. I don't think that gets us
But
anywhere.
why shouldn't they?
What?
Because
Well, I mean,
why
like,
should-
obviously, don't
people
send like
shouldn't
death threats to
complain
Gabe Newell or
about it.
anything.
You
Yes.
can't hate it. What are you on? What people can't complain about it. People can complain about it, but they can't hate it. You do realize that complaining is like a core component of hating something, right?
Yeah.
Holy shit!
I don't understand what you're talking about
What are
even.
you talking about?
Yeah, you don't necessarily need to like complain about things that you dislike in order to change them.
I think
I-
you do.
What?
I think that's a core
I
part
think-
of raising concerns.
You
Because it's
have
just
to.
silent
If you-
acceptance.
If you're trying to convince someone to do something and the community is trying to convince Valve to do something about their game, calling them evil for not doing anything isn't going to.
No, because the
convince them.
exclusion that you're saying, because
Are
what you're saying as a result of that is just silent acceptance and promoting no change at all. 'Cause
That's
you're
not
saying
silent acceptance. You can
That
be
is
loud
silent
and still be
acceptance.
constructive.
That's
You can
what
be like,
this
hey, here are the
entire
things I
movement
think
is.
should be done. What do
So,
you guys
Yeah,
think?
So
that's
you're
what this
thinking that
entire movement has been.
Let's lower our tone, fellas.
The tomato
complaining
emojis are
isn't
coming in chat.
constructive, you
I
say?
haven't even actually started the video yet.
I think criticism is fine, but saying that the developers are evil
Well, yeah,
no one's going to listen to you if you're calling them evil.
Obviously, I agree if you mean like the people who made the game are evil. I don't.
Oh yeah, individual developer side.
Yeah,
Yeah,
of course. Yeah. I don't think people getting.
That's what a corporation is. It's a group of individual developers, and if you call the corporation evil, you're calling the developers evil.
No. Those are very because I'm not saying that Eric Smith, the one guy who we know for certain is helping work on TF2 by putting community fixes in the game. I'm not saying he's evil when I say Valve is doing a bad job and I wish that they do better. I'm not saying that's Eric Smith. I'm saying that's Valve as a company who is able to hire people and designate jobs to go into different sections of their company.
It's still a group of people you're calling evil.
No, I'm saying the company, the monolith
company is a group of people by definition.
I agree, but it's not. I'm not saying that the individuals who make. I'm not saying. I'm not making. Wait, space guy. I'm not saying that like the people are. I cannot make character judgments on the people. I'm saying that the actions that the company is doing or not doing, those are not good. I think they should change. That is what I'm saying.
I agree that they're not good, but I don't think they're evil.
I'm not arguing that they're. I have never.
People are saying they're immoral.
Immorality
is
immoral.
Let
me ask you a thing. So you are saying, Grouch, that people shouldn't hate on individual developers or employees of Valve just because the TF2 isn't getting not enough treatment, right? So I think you're talking about that. You shouldn't hate individual or employee, but you are expanding your logic to this, right? So Valve is a group of individuals. So by logic, you shouldn't hate Valve too. But yeah, I think that's what you're trying to say, right?
Essentially.
Yeah.
Oh my. So you're thinking that the responsibility as an individual and its responsibility as a company is not is the same thing or not? No. Those two are different things, right?
Yeah, I when people say that Valve,
it is a human being making these decisions.
Well, yeah, when people,
so whenever you say, "Oh, Valve, you suck,"
that is
a human being that is going to be reading that.
There's tomatoes. There's comparisons to Hitler. I think the video should play now.
No,
I think we should move away from this.
Indeed, no. I think this is important. Because I'm not. For the record, I don't have any. I'm not mad at Grouch for having this perspective because I get it.
Yeah, and I'm not upset either.
Yeah, no. This is an important conversation because I know the Grouch is not the only person who has this perspective. So I think this discussion's important for other people who may or may not have this perspective. If people are taking if someone says, I think Valve is doing a bad job, or Valve is acting immorally, I do not think that is the same as Valve is evil. I think that I don't think you can make character judgments on people because of how the company that they exist within acts on a video game. What I think people are saying is that the action, I think a more charitable interpretation would be that it is unethical to sell a product and not maintain and the product be bad or not just bad, unusable for some people. And I think that is unethical from a business perspective.
And I can understand that perspective. However, I think when it comes to Team Fortress 2, I think the lines do get a little blurry because it is a free game. And a lot of the content is produced consensually. It's not like they're hiring people and then not paying them. People are willingly creating content for the game.
Yes.
And then
they're not
there are repercussions for that because Valve is making poor business decisions, but it's not necessarily something they are morally obligated to do. I think using the word immoral is like...
I would say unethical.
I feel like you have to use that word very carefully.
I would say unethical. I think that it is... everyone has different standards, right? Everyone has a different standards for what is and isn't ethical. But most of the people who I know support this, who I've seen support this, they are operating on the baseline that it is unethical to make money off of a product that is dysfunctional in any way. And if you disagree with that, then you disagree fundamentally, which is fine, and that happens. But I'm trying. That is what I'm trying to convey. Is that is what people are saying. People are operating on the standard that it is unethical to make money to profit off of a dysfunctional product that some people just can't use.
I would agree if you added the clause that it is immoral to make money off of a dysfunctional product if the person buying the product if the customer didn't know it was dysfunctional, because that would be scamming, right? But we all know TF2 is dysfunctional. Everyone who plays this game is aware of that fact. And so if you know that it's dysfunctional and you continue to spend money on it anyways, that's just a choice that you're making.
Oh,
that doesn't mean anyone's acting
I
wrong.
think that's a really, really bad
agree with
take.
Counterpoint.
No,
counterpoint.
I agree with the Grouch, because if you see TF2 bots, right, you see the game's dysfunctional and shit, and you still buy a crate, you're like, no, you're honestly not that much better than Valve.
No,
Counterpoint, because obviously there's a buy-in there, obviously, with going ahead and paying for cosmetics. But if I want to just enjoy the service and product itself, which is free, by the way, there's still a somewhat obligation to go ahead and uphold that. All right? TF2, I'm gonna use the word quote unquote monopoly here, quote unquote, right? Which that is just a unique bastion and beacon in the gaming genre where there's nothing else quite like it, and it's obviously built a dedicated fan base and community around it for the past 17 years, right? So to go ahead and say that because it is just on its own as this unique thing, right? What was your analogy again, Crouch? I've already forgotten it. Christ, where's
A library catching on fire, I think.
No, much more recent with that, with the
Oh, like if you're scamming someone, you're not telling them what the actual
scamming.
downsides of the product are.
Yes. Because it is like one of a kind and is the only quote unquote product that is like it, right? There is no other alternative that is exactly like it. Okay. So I want you to imagine if cars, for example, right? There's only one type of car. If you drove this car, you have like a 30% chance of blowing up and dying everywhere you go, right? Because of the car being very poorly made. It's a car. It's like a literal, you have to use it to get anywhere nowadays, right? Obviously, it's a bit of a blown out explanation, but it should be.
Well, the extremes are good. It helps.
Yeah, the extremes are there, but it should be the manufacturer's responsibility and priority to make sure that the car won't just randomly fucking combust and kill you if you go to use it, because it is. You have to use it. You want to use it.
I feel like that's a false equivalence, because a car is like in a lot of.
That's what I said at the start.
Places,
it is a blown out exaggeration. But
yeah,
that's
I mean,
what I
it's
said.
a necessity. You can just not play TF2.
Well,
but in some places you can't just not use a car.
That's what I said.
I understand your analogy. I think the only thing I would change about your example would be like maybe instead of the car blowing up, it's just like breaking down and not being able to work.
Yeah.
And that would suck if there was only one car manufacturer and like all of the cars just broke down and you weren't able to use them. It would definitely suck. But I don't think it would be the manufacturer's moral obligation to fix that problem.
No.
If they are making money off of the car, do you not think it would be at least ethical to make sure the car works?
Why don't we just use Apple as an example? Because Apple does that literally, where they sell you products that are designed to break down after years of work, just so you have to buy replacements.
Yeah, but that's a myth. That's not real.
I'm just using that myth because.
Is it a myth? I've heard it. It's
been disproven by a number of people.
Is it?
Yeah, paid Apple employees, no, but if it is a myth, it's just like a large common thing.
Yeah.
At least get a better understanding of it.
Yeah, like I was gonna say because my issue with the car analogy space is that like it's more if TF2 is the car, cosmetics are like an optional side thing. It would be like if the car had a cosmetic store and every time you like started the car, it would prompt you to buy things from the cosmetic store, but the car itself didn't work. I would still argue that that unless the car was, assuming this car is free, it's like a public transportation like a bus, if even then I still think it should work. If it exists and you can use it, it should probably work, especially if they're making money off of the in-car cosmetic store. I don't like the idea that a company can sell a broken or can give out a broken product but that has microtransactions within it and the product just doesn't work, because then it's just a store. And I agree, by the way, Grouch, that if people spend money on it, it's a bad.
I agree.
I agree that if people spend money on it, that's also bad. Like individually, like the customer should have the responsibility to know this game is broken. But there's an added issue with that, which is that the game did work for a really long time, and people bought the cosmetics when the game did work, when it was fine. And now they have those cosmetics, and they can't do anything with them because the game doesn't work. And that is something, and that's like a large amount. That's probably 90% of people who have bought cosmetics in the game, like total Steam accounts or whatever.
You should also clarify that the car you did originally have to pay for as well, and there are people who paid for said car.
That's also true.
Gone free, and now that car is also now in a state of like complete disrepair.
Yeah, that's also true. I just think I think that even if it isn't unethical, it should not be the way it is.
I think that is the best point, saying that, well, people bought the game or bought these items whenever the game was working, and now it's not working, and now they're losing money because of that. Or
they just can't play the game.
I don't recall Valve. Yeah, I don't recall Valve ever making any kind of public statement saying like, "Oh, we are, promising that we are going to continue this game for 20 years to make sure it's completely playable for that whole time."
I mean,
I don't think they ever. And I could be wrong, but I don't think they ever made any kind of promise like that.
But the issue is that they are still silently doing that with community updates and like workshop items is the issue.
Yeah.
I am of the opinion if Valve just said we're done, like no more, what you get is what you get is perfectly fine. But they have the community on this silent thread right now where they're like hanging on, where you're expecting just like another workshop item to come through the gates. That just keeps people like hanging on that like an actual change is going to come when there's really nothing going on that we know about. Obviously, externally, internally there might be. Who knows, right?
Yep. I was also gonna say, like, if I would be personally. I know that like there are other creators who don't have the same. They don't agree, but if Valve just straight up said, "Oh no, we're not doing anything," then I don't think the Save TF2 movement would be necessary.
Yeah.
But
the ambiguity is bad.
Like it's the we will roll out content for this game 3 times a year so that people spend money on it. But we're not going to actually make sure the game's playable. It's just that. Like that's the fundamental. I think that.
Well, do you think the workshop creators are being screwed over?
Yes.
They're making bank.
The workshop creators do like make money off of that. I only know a couple. But I know one that got an item in last year, and he was super happy about it. And I mean, that was during like the peak of the bots, but I mean, it helped him out financially.
But it's kind of like, imagine if Jeff Bezos walked up to you and said, "Here, have a nickel." That's kind of the equivalent. Like, it's such, they get like wow, cool, a free nickel. But then you look at like where it's coming from, right? And you're like, wow, just a nickel, right? So obviously people get pride about their item getting accepted into a game that they care for. They obviously do profit a little bit off of that. But what Valve takes is 70% of income regarding that item. And that's per item, right? If you have multiple people working on that item, you have to split that 30% between like teams of people, right?
Yeah.
So and I think 30% is extremely fair. That is what most markets take.
Yeah. But
like you guys brought up Apple. The App Store takes 70%. Like, if you publish something on Google Play Store, they will take the majority of the revenue.
Yeah,
same with Steam games themselves.
Hold on. But the App Store and the Steam Store are continuously updated and maintenance
products. Yeah, they function.
Steam Fortress 2 is not.
Yeah.
Right, which is why it might be a bad idea to make workshop items for a game that is failing.
Yeah, so you agree on that, but yet still you think people saying Valve Evil is bad?
Well, because Grouch's perspective, I think, is that the workshop creators shouldn't make the cosmetics if the game is in a bad state. And while I probably agree with the sentiment, it's kind of like the just don't care about it anymore argument, which is like, it's hard to tell people, hey, stop caring about this thing that's like a passion of theirs. And this is not like really an ethical argument or even in any way an argument. It's more just like a statement of truth. People have a hard time getting over the fact that the game is being kept alive in this zombified state, and that there's nothing they can do about it because it's like a passion for a lot of people. And they would rather.
Yeah, it is very disappointing. It's very sad.
Well, they would rather have the game be finalized in some way, just have closure, than have it be kept in this limbo state where the company is kind of sort of updating it, but not really fixing any of the problems with it, and no one can play it.
I will agree when people use the word evil, they're like being very hyperbolic about it, obviously. But there is like still an obligation. I think everybody's in agreement there. There's an obligation to do something and they're not. So they're just kind of saying that's kind of evil when it's just like, it's not like they're killing kids. You know what I mean? But it's just, it is bad. It is negative and they should do something about it and they're not, which is where the word evil comes from, I think.
I think it's bad in the same way that like, I don't think it's bad because an individual is acting immorally. I think it's bad because they're making like bad business decisions, and it's like causing this game
it's
that doesn't
causing
need
harm
to
the
be.
consumers is the issue. That's kind of why they're saying it's quote
Uh,
unquote evil.
Yeah, I can definitely understand that perspective. I think saying causing harm is a little bit of a, even that I think is a bit of an exaggeration.
Mm.
Well, discomfort, I guess, or displeasure in consumers, which is
Sure, they are making their product worse, right? And it sucks for everyone who consumes that product. That is definitely true.
Yeah.
All right, fellow consumers, I think for the sake of the viewers' time, all these like 200 people that have come out to watch us talk about one thing, I think we should talk about that thing now, if everyone's in agreement.
Yeah, I think it's about time.
Yeah, now that we're about
Okay,
an
fair
hour
enough.
in, sure.
But what does Alan think?
Oh.
Yeah,
What
yeah,
was Alan
we could get to it.
All right.
Who is Alan?
Exclamation point. Who
Real.
is Alan? Yeah, I do appreciate the discussion. I understand where you're coming from, Grouch, for the record.
I understand where
Yeah.
you guys are coming from.
Yeah,
Totally.
I completely get it. I also don't really like it when people call companies evil or even like billionaires evil for any reason.
Well, I kind of disagree with you there. I think there definitely are a lot of evil
No,
companies.
no.
Oh,
Wait. I should have clarified. I don't like it when they call them evil arbitrarily because they are companies and/or billionaires.
Oh yeah, like all companies are
Yes,
evil or
yeah,
something like that.
yeah.
Yeah, that's wild.
I think that people are really flippant with that sort of language, and I think that's unfair. Because like you don't think about like when people boycott Valve, you don't think about the potential employees that are getting screwed over as a result of said boycott, right? But in this particular case, I think it is when the product is dysfunctional. I think it is more than fair to. You don't have to call the company evil, but I think boycotting is more than fair.
Oh yeah, I'm totally in favor of boycotts. I think that's a great idea.
Yeah. Anyways,
I find the controversy regarding the boycott, what people say, is like stupid because like everybody's in favor of a boycott, but some people are just like more hesitant about it because of how big Steam and Valve is, right? So people hear like, oh, people are like hesitant about that, so they must be against it completely, and they think it's not gonna work. They shouldn't be that.
Those black and whites.
Yeah. I've heard nobody say that they're not in favor of a boycott. Like,
Yeah, that's what just
fucking
happened.
all.
that's what just happened
Yeah, with the
I mean,
monkey
yeah.
stream.
with the
Yeah, I
who,
mean,
with the what?
Greg
Anyways,
said one thing, and then we wasted everyone's time. Can we watch the video now?
No, that was a good discussion. I'm glad
That
we
was a
talked.
good
It
discussion.
wasn't a waste of time.
I think that discussion is probably more interesting than my video.
It wasn't like Grouch said like, yeah, I'm kind of in favor of this, and you say, oh, you're fucking against us, huh? You're a dead man walking, buddy.
Yeah, yeah, no.
It was very
which is what
respectful. It was a good conversation.
Yeah, the boycott thing is entirely that. We're just like, yeah, I don't think it's gonna work, but like, I support it. And like, wow, you're against us. I see. All right.
Yeah, I like I said,
This is war.
I'm more than happy to tangent, and I think that qualifies.
That qualified for sure.
Yeah.
I was like an alley.
Yeah, we can watch this video. I think if you guys are all
finally, at last.
Ready?
down. Is everyone in the watch together?
Yeah.
Let's get
Yeah.
started.
I fixed 30 of
This video sucks. I'm leaving.
I fixed
Agreed.
30 of Team Fortress 2's most broken weapons and set them up on my public server for you to play with. But I have to start by apologizing in advance to any Natasha, Vaccinator, or Kunai fans out there. You're gonna fucking hate this video. Now,
So I would like to say I did warn everybody. I did say within the first 14 seconds you're going to hate this video.
Yeah,
that
but
was
I'll
you
just
haven't
point that out.
specified that.
those
yeah.
three weapons though.
Yeah, only 3 weapons. You haven't talked about Diamondback and the Enforcer Enthusiast.
Yeah,
I do address that in the next video though.
Yeah,
That's the problem, not in this video.
yeah.
I can only do so much in one video. It's 37 minutes long.
I also think that disclaimers like this kind of actually do the inverse of what it might intend to. Like I think that people who like these 3 weapons might go into the video and already be hating it because of this disclaimer.
Yeah.
I
don't quite understand it because in the case of like the Natasha, right? Like that's like what you did is like a massive buff. I don't see why you would say like you're gonna fucking hate what.
That's also true.
Oh,
and then
yeah.
you massively buffed it.
I
mostly included the Natasha just because that's the first weapon I talked about, so I figured that'd be good to sort of hook people in from like a writing perspective, not necessarily from an actual like
you
balance.
wrote it like to the
maybe.
users of the weapon, but most of them are just like if you're fighting the weapon, you're gonna hate it more.
Yeah.
I don't even remember what the vaccinator change was. Was it like a big nerf?
It was like Uber flashes for 2 seconds, I think.
Yeah, it's like 1 second Uber flashes, but the Uber build's like 500% faster, and you get a permanent 10% overheal rather than the standard overheal.
We'll get to that.
Yeah, we'll get there.
Yeah, we'll get. I guess so.
Some people might think that TF2 is perfect and doesn't really need fixing, and who am I kidding? None of you are thinking that. My thinking is that since I can't really do anything to fix the bot problem, I might as well try my hand at fixing some of TF2's other problems. You see, most weapons in TF2...
See, that sentence probably fucked you. Like, that sentence alone probably did it.
Yeah, like you are trying to say that I'm actually trying to rebalance this whole thing and try to make TF2 better once again before Meteor Match or some kind of thing like that.
Yeah. Like,
I will say, I do have more fun on my server than I have in, like, Valve lobbies.
That's fair.
I think a lot of these weapons are made... Like, they're not necessarily more balanced, but they are more fun. Like,
yeah, just wait.
If you look at something like the Caber or the Candy Cane, or like the Family Business, or the new Enforcer, not the one in this video, but the new one.
Well, I kind of disagree with that because wait until that gets stale.
Yeah.
Wait until that gets stale for 8 years.
I think that could be said.
But that's the point. This server, I'm not just gonna put this video out and then not update it for the next 8 years. Like the idea is that these are fresh changes. It's like sort of a pseudo TF2 update.
Come on,
it's
guys.
like, oh, what would it be like if we changed these weapons? And that's the biggest thing I think people enjoyed about it was it was just like fresh. It was just like new.
I mean, it may be just because people haven't had enough time to sink in how the changes affect the game. I think that's a feeling of freshness isn't necessarily be a good thing. Isn't necessarily to be a proof of a good balanced thing. People the recent Fortnite season. I mean, yeah, having a Fortnite as an explanation is probably a bad idea, but still, it went very casual-ish. And when people started putting their time zone to it, and people started to hate it, they loved it at the beginning week, but they started to gradually hate it. I think that may happen in these kind of balance changes too. So preemptively saying that people enjoyed this is kind of a bad idea in my perspective.
Well, it only took me 2 weeks to release another update fixing a lot of the problems that were in the initial one. So, you could say that if I never changed any of these, then it would get stale and the problems would start to reveal themselves.
Yeah.
But the idea is it's a series, like it's going to be actively changed with time.
But
like I don't think the first wave of changes is ever going to be perfect.
I do think there's, like you said, you try to make it more fun, and I do agree with that. Like the Darwin's Danger Shield change, I think that's fun as fuck. But the issue is, during this entire video, you come off of it as balanced rather than being fun. And I do think there is a thing. Like I main sniper. I think having that, like that's like a god tier weapon for me. But I know for a fucking fact it's not balanced in any regard, and I will exploit the shit out of extra jump height and movement speed.
I do think I literally say the word fun more often than I say the word balanced, like in the script.
But not in the beginning.
But what if we had a counter?
Just went over, you said balance as well. And the other issue is it's called fixing TF2's terrible weapons, which kind of implies balance rather than complete overhauls, if that makes sense.
You basically misguided everyone with the title of the video and the start of the video. So people saying that people are misguided when you actively misguided people is probably not a very good idea, I think.
Well, yeah, I'm not saying it's their... Yeah, like I definitely accidentally misguided people by the tone of the video and by using the word like fixing. I mostly use the word fixing because of the fixed TF2 movement, because it was like...
Oh no, that's you shouldn't have said that. I think.
Yeah. I think that I paused it here because I think this sentence, since I can't fix the boss problems, I thought I'd fix some of TF2's other problems. That sentence alone immediately primes the viewer to think that you're talking about serious balance changes. Because
I guess
because if you were going to, like, you could have framed it hypothetically, right? If you were to remake the video, you could have framed it as, since TF2 hasn't gotten updates in a really long time, I thought I would do something wacky and silly to make the game feel fresh again. And I think people would have responded better to it because it wouldn't have been like this frames it as like I'm trying to fix the game. This game is wrong. It needs to be changed.
I guess when you use the word fix, like probably most people, or at least half of people, seem to imply that fix meant like to make more competitively viable or to make like intrinsically more balanced. And I do say the word balanced a lot, but it's like in the context of trying to balance something that has been primarily changed in order to try and make it more fun and to make it more fresh. I think within that context, I won't say that it's obvious because it's like based on just the tone of like how I talk, it definitely isn't obvious. But I do think there are certain weapons here where people sort of got the impression that I was suggesting that it would make sense to put this in like base TF2. Whereas I feel like if you really think about it, like I guess if you haven't seen my other videos where I'm like doing crazy shit to like other TF2 maps and stuff, it makes sense. Like if this is the first video you see, it's like, okay, this guy is like trying to fix the game, but it's like these don't really make sense. But I think within the context of those other videos, it's like pretty clear that this is like kind of just what I do.
So yeah, you expected people to get your joke, quote unquote joke, right?
Well, I'm not saying it's a joke. I'm just saying like it was a serious tone.
You saying rebalance as a joke. You expected people to accept that as like
it's not a joke.
So you legitimately thought these changes were for rebalancing TF2?
So there were sort of two steps. The first step was to change something to make it like really fun or really unique, and then try to make that balanced. It wasn't going at it with balance at the forefront of my mind, because if balance was the only thing I cared about, there are really only a few weapons in TF2 that are actually unbalanced. Like maybe the Wrangler, right? Like that would be a pretty obvious example of an unbalanced weapon.
Oh yeah.
But most of the weapons on here aren't unbalanced. Like they're mostly just not fun. They're not unique. They're not interesting.
I agree on that, but the problem is that, that's the thing you said on the latest video, right? Why you made these kind of changes, and answering that, like, this was for fun, to shake up the things and try to make those balanced afterwards. But the problem is, this first video, the very first video we are talking right now, haven't had any of those kind of analogy at the beginning. And on top of that, the title of the video was fixing TF2's worst weapon, so it just made people misguided entirely.
And you're right. You are 100% right. But in that next video, I do actually like apologize for that. I literally say sorry for clickbaiting.
But the problem is we're talking about this first video.
Yeah. I do know that I did watch the second video for the record, so I'm trying to criticize it with that in mind.
I have not seen the second. I've only seen this one.
Yeah, no,
have any of you played on the server?
Just indie.
No.
I have.
So I think that sort of changes the context that we're talking about these things in, because you guys are all coming at it from just the paper side of things, like how they look on paper, or how they look within the footage that I showcased.
Well, Mr. Grouch, you haven't played this, so you shouldn't say those kind of ideas. It's a bad idea, you know.
I'm just saying we're coming at it from different perspectives.
DeVille, I think you need to like calm down a little bit. I think you're jumping to conclusions here.
Yeah, DeWill,
I never said that. I'm just saying we're coming at it from different perspectives. Like it's okay to think about it in theoretical senses, you know. But it also does kind of change your perspective if you play with the weapons.
Okay,
yeah, you're not wrong.
Typically, when most people make a balanced video, they don't have like the means or access to actually test out their changes like you have, right? Because you made a server with these changes and then you made the video, right? So when you're going ahead and like on paper, people can do a lot of theoretical things where like the numerical values might not be up enough, or they'll do like a very massive rework that's so hypothetical that there's no way to know how powerful it is. But in this case and scenario, you've made like that happen. You play tested with all of these a little bit, right? And I know you did against bots, right? But,
you can't really play test anything against bots. You can just see if it works or if it glitches or not.
Yeah, well, like with the buffed weapons, right? You'll never get like a true understanding of how strong or powerful a weapon is against bots, right? Because
yes.
But then there's like the Enforcer, which you heavily nerfed, And even in the footage shown during that, I was like questioning what's the point? Like this just seems like a direct downgrade, but like you're keeping with the stick of that being an improvement. Like that's one prime example. The squirt shot is a prime example of a weapon that's been fundamentally kind of nerfed or lost like viability or usage against bots of all things that feels weaker and worse now.
Yeah, I will say the Enforcer was definitely the biggest mistake of this video. But that's the problem with playing against bots. I had no real playtest. It was impossible to see how weak the weak weapons are, because you're playing against bots. They're all going to do good. You're going to be able to get kills with anything against bots.
But that's the issue, because if you're using a weak weapon against bots, it should be made stronger, but it's made equally as weak, if not worse. It would be worse against real players. With stronger weapons, like the brass piece from Natasha, you're never going to know how strong that truly is because you're playing against bots. New players are going to like react properly to that, bots or not. But with a weaker weapon, right, it should be stronger against bots. Because it's like, obviously there's not as much strategy or playstyle going into that. Bots can't react to them.
Your rationale makes sense, and you are correct. However, there are like 33 different weapons that got changed, and there's only so much time I can spend on each one. So that was the point of making the video about it, was to put it in the hands of the players and let them try it. And yeah, you're right, they very quickly came to the conclusion that the Enforcer sucked. And then I changed it, right? But I can't take that time on every single weapon to play test it for, an hour each. That would be like 40 hours of just play testing.
But if I'm watching a 3-minute section of a video and I can tell this is a bad thing and you played with it, you should have also been able to clue in that it's probably not good, especially against bots of all things.
You would think that, right? Have you ever done game design before?
Not like in practicality, but sure.
Right. So I used to think stuff a lot like that until I actually started designing games. And I've published 5 different games. One is on Steam right now. And you would think that the first playtest, right, the developer would be able to see things that are so obvious. But every time I've had an initial playtest of a game, there have been things that were obvious to the players, right? Like you were able to see how bad the Enforcer was. And there were other things in those games that were terrible. And like looking back on it, it's like, I don't know what I was thinking. But at the time, when you're developing these things, there's a lot going through your head. You have to make sure that it doesn't bug out, right? You're hosting the servers. You have to make sure that works.
Oh, dear.
There's a lot that goes into it. So it's really not surprising when a couple of things like slip through the cracks, you know what I mean? That's the point of an initial playtest, is to get those perspectives from people who are able to see it with a fresh pair of eyes, rather than like you, who's been developing the thing for 3 months. Have sort of lost sight of the bigger picture.
So you released this video thinking this is just a first iteration of your version of the rebalancing.
Yeah, and I do think I do make that clear. There were like 5 different instances where I was saying like, oh, this is weird, but I might have to change this later in the next video. And I was responding to comments saying I'll probably change this thing or that thing in the next video. So.
But doesn't it compensate the misguiding you'd made with the title and the opening we've seen only 30 seconds in? I don't think that
we're
really
repeating
made that
this
clear.
so many times now. We repeated this thing. Yes, Grouch should have named it something else. Yes, Grouch.
And I say that in the next video.
We're like repeating this like 100 times, and Grouch has like done it, like clarified in his own like next video. We're wasting so much time here repeating the exact same thing. Yes, it should not have been named that. Can we like please move on to
all right, well,
something else?
I have a question for Grouch.
Yeah, what's up?
Do you think any of the balance changes in this video would be like actually suitable for base TF2?
Oh, that's a good question. I think the candy cane is honestly like super fun, and I don't know, it might be weird having that in TF2, but I think that was one that was sort of more mundane and pretty enjoyable. And I'm just looking at these weapons right now. I do think the sniper, like having less ammo and having tracer rounds, I think that probably should be in base TF2.
I partially agree with that one. Ammo for sure, and the tracer for sure, but we'll get into the tracer talk.
I like the cleaner's carbine change.
That is
I like as
well.
That was the most minor change. Yeah, I guess no one can really be mad at that one. Although people were, but...
No, that one, I think that one's good.
That one's a
Another one I think in base TF2, something like buffing the syringe guns I think is a good idea because the crossbow is really good, and everyone says you should nerf the crossbow, but I'm really against that idea. I don't think medic needs his weapon
never seen
nerfed.
people saying about nerfing the crossbow. To be honest, in my experience. But anyway,
well,
yeah,
make
I
a
can
balanced
understand.
discussion video, and you'll see it in the comments a bunch. I promise.
Well, as I said, it's my personal experience. Still,
Yeah. No, if you go to my video and hit Control F and then just type crossbow, and you'll see a bunch of people saying the crossbow needs to be nerfed. So that's my personal experience.
I don't think you could do anything to the Crusader's crossbow to like warrant a nerf without completely like butchering the weapon. The best thing that I can think of was like an ammo reduction, because it keeps like the same thing. It just makes it less spammable. You know what I mean?
But then it makes like medic take ammo from other classes, and like I agree
that's minor.
If you're gonna talk about the individual weapon fixes, and then we might just start the video again.
So that is one thing that I would.
Let's not talk about weapons that are in the video. Yeah.
So like the syringe guns, I do think probably need to be buffed just to make the Crusader's crossbow not the only primary option for medic.
Anyway, I think it's time to proceed with the video, I guess.
Can I have you guys answer a very simple question first?
Mm-hmm.
Someone in chat has very intellectually asserted that I have that I've made Grouch say certain things to drum up controversy artificially. Would anyone like to disprove that or approve that theory?
Yeah,
well, I guess I should be the one to respond to that, right?
Lucid went ahead and before the stream started, he's like, "Yeah, Grouch, I need to say every slur in the book," and the only reason why nobody saw it on stream is because he fucked up the stream.
So yeah, Lucid did DM me beforehand and said like, make sure you say this or say that, and say the no everything I said is coming from like my mind and my brain. I don't think. I mean, how susceptible do you think I am that like Lucid can like puppet master me and get me to say things I don't actually mean?
I just wanted to. I didn't think that was actually like a valid thing that the person said, but I did want to address it because I thought it was funny.
Well, if this gets backlash, then I'll agree with him.
Yeah, no. Then I made you say everything you said.
Yeah, it's all your fault.
Yeah, that's why I argued against you for it. It's because drama views or something.
It's a genius maneuver.
Yeah. I'm arguing with myself, really. All right, let's keep going.
Are extremely well balanced. There are, however, still a handful of useless weapons that nobody uses and need to be buffed, as well as a few legitimately overpowered weapons that desperately need a good nerf. And there's also a couple of oddball, annoying weapons that aren't even technically good, but just suck to play against and need to be completely
anyone putting the scorch shot in that category.
In annoying?
Annoying. Yeah.
Well, definitely annoying, but saying that it's like I agree that the Natasha is like annoying but technically not good, like it is underpowered but annoying. But I think the scorch shot is annoying and it is very good. I think it is overpowered.
Oh, yeah, I agree. Yeah, it's annoying and
pretty
strong.
Much the go-to flare gun when you're depending payload, I think.
Yeah, this was just like a generalization, but
okay.
Yeah, I'd say it's more annoying than it is strong because the base flare gun is also really strong and isn't annoying.
I normally don't do this, Grouch, but I'll do this for this stream just because it's a little special. Grouch, Little Goober super chatted $2 and said, "Medic should never be able to defend himself." What do you think?
That's cap, bro.
Well, thank you for the super chat. I'm glad you're supporting TF2 content creators. That is awesome. Medic never being able to defend himself. So I guess you're probably also not in favor of random crits then, because that is the primary way Medic defends himself is by pulling out his melee and getting a random crit.
I actually really like
fundamentally disagree with that. I think random crits are epic and should always be in the game.
I like him.
But do you think Medic should not have a melee? Do you think Medic should not have a gun? Do you think he should only have... Like, what is even the point of the needle gun if you think he shouldn't be able to defend himself?
Nothing else.
It's fair to say that he shouldn't be as good at defending himself as any other class, which he isn't.
I think he should be the
to
worst.
Say that he shouldn't be able to defend himself at all is kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, I think he should be the worst at defend himself.
Yeah, he should. Him and Spy should be the worst at like self-defense if they're caught out in the open.
Medic, I think anytime Medic gets injured, like his mom and dad should show up and like the child.
Yeah, kiss his boo-boos.
Yeah, kiss his boo-boos better.
I will say, I think the way I think about balance a lot of the times is like thinking about the skill levels of players. So like if it's just one medic and just one soldier, right? And they're the same skill level, there should be like a 98% chance that that soldier wins, right? Or something like that. Very likely that the soldier wins. But if it's like a really good medic and like a noob soldier, what should be the likelihood that that soldier wins the encounter, you know?
Yeah, no, I agree.
I think it should always be like 60-40 against medic, you know what I mean? Like at full HP 1v1 situation.
Wait, seriously? With like equal skill levels?
No, unequal skill.
Unequal, like the medic is good and then the
medic
soldier
is
is a
good,
noob.
the soldier is bad.
Oh, yeah.
And the soldier still has an advantage.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're probably right.
Yeah. Hooray.
Thought. For example, the Natasha is not even a very good weapon, but people still use it for the sheer psychological damage it deals when you have to fight against this thing. It slows down anybody you hit with it, which is really frustrating to play against, so I changed it so that instead of slowing down your enemies, it speeds you up.
I like this change. I was like waiting for the and.
Yeah, I also I also like
and now it has health drain.
Yeah, this one I also like this change at base. I think this is good.
It's really fun to play with. You guys should hop on the server sometime and try it out, because especially with the health drain, you have to be a lot more tactical now.
I wish I didn't live in Asia.
Like while
just while it's equipped, but I mean, why would you equip it and not have it revved when you don't have any, negative side effect from revving it up?
Oh dear.
Does that mean you have to have a pocket?
Because you can't jump is the issue.
Heavy does have a secondary and melee slot. Fun fact for the chat here.
Mm-hmm.
So you can just use
He
those.
does, yeah.
Yeah.
That is true. There is one problem where, like, if you have the Natasha, a lunchbox, and the gloves of running urgently, and then you eat the lunchbox, you then are stuck in a situation where you have to drain health. But I think that's kind of cute.
Yeah, I agree.
Heavy's walk speed while revved up with the Natasha is now the same as his normal walk speed. However, he still can't jump or switch weapons quickly, so there is still some incentive to not be revved up all the time. And Heavy is still the slowest class in the game, so he's not going to be chasing you down with this thing, don't worry. But he will be a monster with good positioning. And good positioning is what Heavy is all-
The issue is you said Heavy will not be chasing you down, kind of forgetting that the Natasha still has the slow on hit effect, so he will be chasing you down if no movement impels.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, no, he took it out.
Oh, it doesn't.
Unlikely. Yeah, he's not likely to chase you down.
I don't
Which
think
that is one problem. I should have put the stats on screen.
Yeah,
so
that
you
was
guys
not
can see.
said anywhere. Because like I said, the big thing was like I was waiting for the and nerfs, like the removal of, and it was just no, there is none. It just moves faster. If it's just moves faster and health drain, fucking perfect. I didn't know.
It's
that
fun to
much,
use. You should try it.
Yeah, it sounds like a much more balanced weapon than just the Natasha, but you don't slow down all rev now.
Oh, I will say one funny thing with the Natasha. When I first implemented it, I had that, the 20% damage resistance when below 50% health or whatever it is, which isn't in the weapon now. But I programmed it wrong, and instead of a 20% resistance, it was an 80% resistance.
Oh my god.
There were like 4 Natasha heavies on each team, and they were like indestructible. It was crazy.
So a fully charged headshot dealt only 90 damage,
Something like that. Yeah, it was
My
wild.
fucking god.
Yeah, because I put 0.2 into the program, but apparently it did the inverse of that and did 80% instead of 20%. So it was really weird for the first hour that this thing was active.
Are really fun.
It was hilarious.
Sorry. Zanoob super chatted €5 and said, "As a heavy main, the only change to heavy I'd like is a knockback resistance. Dude's heavy, but just as easy to push around as scout."
He has a 20% innate knockback resistance.
Yeah, I thought he did.
I did not know either way, but I agree he should probably be more hard to push around.
Yeah.
I think that might be a really good idea for the broad space change, Broad space cannot be knocked back by the air blast or force of nature or something.
Gosh, that would be a good change for the brass boost.
Yeah,
That's interesting.
That sounds really interesting.
I think that's a neutral change than like a pro, because like occasionally if you get knocked out while using the brass beast, you could like surf off the explosion with the knockback you have.
But still, think about it. Think about it like this: when you just jump wrap into the sentry nest with a pyro guarding it, when you have this new version of brass beast, you can just shred it without any deterrent.
Yeah. No, I agree.
It's a good change. I just don't think it's like as big of a buff as you're making it. I do like it.
I don't think it should. I don't think it should be default for heavy, but I think having him attach it to the brass beast, the weapon that gives you a damage buff when you're like basically standing still, I think that's a good change. That'd be or at least very least interesting.
Or maybe Fist of Steel.
Now, Fist of Steel already has a stupid amount of damage resistances. What? Yeah!
Woo! What Heavy is all about. Buffed. Continuing with the Heavy, we've got the Brass Beast, which I think is pretty underrated. Yeah, it sucks being super slow to rev up and move, but that extra 20% damage is really nothing to sneeze at. This weapon is great when you're already revved up, but since it takes so long to rev up, it makes repositioning pretty dangerous. If you need some ammo or a health pack, you better have a shotgun handy because the Brass Beast is just too slow to protect you while you're walking from point A to point B. To help with this, I simply doubled the minigun's ammo capacity.
Can we skip through parts? Because I do only have about like an hour and 10 minutes. So if you guys want to get to the most controversial parts,
I would like to get to the sniper part, and I would like to get
to
what we can do, Grouch, is for like we will watch through the least controversial ones. I think I do still want to cover the whole thing, but we can like go through. We can not comment on the ones that aren't very controversial.
Sure, then.
Normally I wouldn't do that just because I don't like doing a Hassan reaction where we just kind of stare at the screen. But since you're here and you seem to be okay with that, we will just watch the video.
Yeah, sure, that's fine.
The weapon that makes it hard to reposition safely now gives you some extra time before you need to reposition. Buffed. And for the final minigun change, the Huo Long Heater. I personally love the concept of this weapon, but let's face it, it's flat out useless. The Rings of Fire are a great gimmick, but losing 4 ammo a second to produce them is a mighty price to pay, and it doesn't end up being worth it 95% of the time. It only does 12.5% more damage to burning players, and they're usually only burning if they're already up in your face, which means that any minigun would really tear them apart anyways. At mid-range, the damage bonus is nice, but it's not worth coordinating with your team's pyro just for that 12.5% more damage. I think this weapon should really encourage the Heavy to link up with a friendly pyro for a crazy 2-man team, but in its current state, it just doesn't do that.
I think that mentioning it's supposed to be good against spies, but it doesn't do that either.
Exactly. Yeah, it's not even good against spies.
Yeah, I think that would have been also important to mention.
It's too normal. It feels like a normal minigun with less ammo. It's a little less damage most of the time and a little more damage sometimes.
Yeah, the Rings of Fire
but
are more epic than they are like actually useful.
Yeah, no, they're just kind of cool. I think most people would agree it's the coolest minigun design was.
Oh, by far.
Yeah.
Out about this weapon other than the Rings of Fire, which, granted, are epic as hell. I decided to increase the damage penalty to minus 25% so it's harder to fight non-burning players, and instead of doing 25% more damage to burning players, it does 33% more damage in the form of mini crits, which end up turning into the normal minigun damage when combined with that minus 25% damage penalty because of math. So, what's the point? Well, mini crits are unaffected by damage falloff, so fighting a burning target close up won't really be any different. But fighting a burning target at mid-range or long range will be absolute hell for them. I'm hoping this will give the Huo Long Heater a more specialized role in the game, but since
this would be
Did I pronounce it wrong? People were saying I pronounced it wrong.
Like slurred it there a bit. The Huo Long Heater. The Huo Long.
I like this.
How do you say it? Huo Long Heater. That's how I say it.
Huo Long Heater. I don't know. It's whatever.
Indy, what were you saying? Sorry.
I use this change in the server, and it's pretty fun. I remember I had a friend set people on fire, and then I unleashed hell, and it was pretty fun. That's my take.
I was actually... I paused... Oh, sorry, I'll let you go.
I just said sweet.
Oh, I think you said wait.
No.
No, I was going to say, I paused here because I wanted to ask, does this coordinate, like, too well with the Scorch Shot change?
That was my plan, was for it to coordinate very well with the Scorch Shot change. And I do have some clips of it's on like Borneo, like on Blue Team.
Yeah.
There'd be like 3 Scorch Shot pyros on the cart, just spamming the ever-living shit out of the enemy team. And there was like a Huo Long Heater Heavy. And the Huo Long Heater Heavy, I don't know if he was bad at the game or like what, but he really was not racking up very many kills.
That's interesting, because that was the first thing I thought of with like the video in hindsight. If you were to put all of these changes in at once.
Yeah.
I haven't actually used these weapons in an actual match before, I'd love for you guys to play on the server yourself.
Oh, I need to
and tell-
pause it here, because this is like... So, when I said that statement, like, I haven't used these weapons in an actual match before, I was shocked by how uncharitably people took that sentence. A lot of people took that to mean that I have never used the actual weapon before in TF2, and are still changing it. Like, Zesty reacted that way, and I was like, oh my god.
Yeah,
I guess I
I
should
saw
have
that
been more
too.
clear. I couldn't imagine someone having that perspective.
Yeah, I think a better way to phrase, I haven't, there is no way for me to test these weapons in an actual match.
Yeah, lesson learned, I guess.
Yeah, because I agree that it was probably a badly worded. That is also what I took.
Ambiguous.
That's also what I took from it when I watched it like before this stream. So
Yeah, well, my bad.
I've also,
makes more sense now.
I've seen people like take this really uncharitably as well. I've seen it in this stream chat as well, saying like, "Oh, he's shilling his server." But it's like, isn't that like the whole point of the
That's
video
kind of
that
the
you actually?
point.
Yeah,
Mhm.
like,
Playing the actual things to get your own
Yeah,
opinion
like, if you-
about it, rather than us parroting
to
it.
talk hypotheticals, Great Blue uploads monthly, stupid shit. Like, what if TF2 had 4 item slots? So why don't you go like watch that? Like, I don't know what to tell you. If I made a server where I implemented my potential changes, I would be quote unquote shilling it too. So I don't really understand that.
Yeah,
I will say
I don't
think I got any comments. Sorry, Lucid, but I don't think I got any comments like accusing me of shilling. They were all just mad about the enforcer and stuff.
I think that's in this stream because you mentioned it earlier. Okay. I have also seen people in the stream try and peg you as a grifter, because you have an amount of hours in the game that isn't enough, and that's bad. So
that is kind of on me because I was trolling people in the comments because there was this one guy that commented like, "Oh my god, I can't believe this. How many hours do you have in the game?" And I just responded 50, and people believe that. And now I think the top comment on the video is a guy saying I have 50 hours in the game.
Mhm.
So I don't know. That's just funny to me though, because I think the changes should be taken at face value, like what they actually are. It should, like, my hours in the game shouldn't matter.
Well,
but I have like 2,700.
Let me tell you, I have a wonderful video to recommend to you.
Yeah, I watched that one. Yeah, because I was like, oh, this guy gets it.
Yeah, I also enjoy. I was ready because I saw that comment and I didn't know the context, so I was getting ready to defend you on that because I know that you're a game designer. And TF2 is like a goldmine for interesting and cool game design that you can talk about if you studied game design, regardless of if you like, if it doesn't matter if you've played the game really, to talk about the game design aspect of it if you do your research and you understand how balancing works. And since I know that you're a developer, I was ready to. I had the cavalry in my head ready.
Well, I do appreciate. I will say 50 hours is a little low to be making changes. Like, you probably should have at least like 500.
You should probably like it. I think that like I don't think your playtime matters. But you should probably make arguments that are good. And if the arguments are bad, then maybe you could point to your playtime as a reason for why the arguments are bad. That's my.
But yeah, if I'm making bad arguments, then I want to be attacked on the argument itself and not on some extraneous factor like that I'm shilling or that I don't have enough hours in the game or something.
Yeah. No, I think you talking about your server is fine, especially since like most other creators in your position would not be able to be like, well, if you want to see how these changes work, you can go check them out.
Well, it's actually not that hard to do.
Well, yeah, but like for the average person,
hard,
it might be. For the average person,
impossible.
Like, are you doing it by yourself, or do you have like a team of people?
It's just me.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think Fish does the same thing, but he has like a balanced team.
You guys know R, right? AAR. He made like a tutorial, and it's like a 25-minute tutorial on like how to host the TF2 server. But it's like a perfect tutorial. Like, I just followed that and was able to do it.
Yeah.
Are you hosting it locally?
No, I'm hosting it remotely on a Linux machine.
Gotcha.
I used to host servers locally, just to play on it with my friends, like with Hamachi and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that blows.
Hamachi represent.
Hamachi is such a fucking pull. Me and Alan used that to play Minecraft one time.
Yeah, Hamachi was the best. I didn't know how to port forward back then, so.
Yeah, I just can't.
Yeah, I still don't know, actually. I don't know why I said back then. I never learned.
Tell me what you think. Buffed. Now for some sandwiches. The buffalo steak sandwich is now eaten twice as fast and deploys and holsters a good bit faster too, allowing for high damage melee heavy to be less of a premeditated gimmick and more of a spur of the moment plot twist during a team fight. Buffed. And the Locust buff.
Yeah, a lot of people were saying that. However, I don't have the power to do that because like with the gas passer, that's hard coded into the game. So I'd have to make my own plugin in order to do that. And there are people out there who can definitely do that, like, but that just wasn't within my wheelhouse, like, at the time of making this video. Since I made this video, people who make plugins have reached out to me to offer to, like, help, but at the time, like, that was not possible.
Alright.
Is now eaten 4 times faster and deploys and holsters significantly faster, making it more of a mid-battle snack rather than a full-course meal. I've always thought it was the weakest sandwich since it only heals a small fraction of your health, and that 50 bonus health might seem nice, but it doesn't actually increase your overheal capacity, so if you're using a medic on your team, which you should be, it kind of becomes useless. This new design will allow Heavy to take multiple bites pretty much back to back and will allow him to cut his snack time short anytime he likes to jump back into battle. It still increases your max health and it still doesn't heal much, but now it's way harder to be caught with your pants down like with the other sandwiches. Buffed. And for our last Heavy change, I tried to do something us Heavy fans have been wanting for a long time, a Heavy subclass. If you don't know, a subclass is basically any weapon or combination of weapons that radically changes how a class is played, while still allowing them to fill their niche role. Think Huntsman Snipers, Demo Knights, and Battle Engineers. Heavy has never had a true subclass, so here's my attempt. The Big Business, previously known as the Family Business. What once was a slightly different shotgun side grade is now a complete and total death machine on par with Heavy's miniguns. It still has 7 shots in the clip, but instead of boringly just firing a little faster and doing a little less damage, it gives Heavy a speed boost anytime he hits an enemy with the thing. And if he eliminates the enemy entirely, they'll drop a small health pack that Heavy can swoop in and grab with.
I wanted to say I think this is actually cool as fuck, and it was my favorite.
It's really fun to use.
It was my favorite change you made in the video. I think I don't think you could put it in base TF2, but I think it's really fucking cool.
Yeah, you should hop on the server and play with it. It's really fun, especially with the Brass Beast, because the ammo penalty isn't as big.
If I didn't live in Asia, I'd be glad to hop on the server.
Yeah.
It's the saddest.
Well, I actually got a big influx of patrons since the last video, so I might be making an Asian server soon.
Yes!
So
then yes, I'd be glad to.
I don't recommend it, but still, yeah, if it's on your favor, yeah.
Yeah.
You don't recommend building an Asian server?
It'll probably gonna be 0.24 for about 99% of the time because I know it because I made a server of mine before too.
It's.
I think that could be a marketing issue.
No, it's.
Oh God, you threw a punch like that.
It's not. It's not all. I also have done that, and I can attest that it probably is partially a marketing issue, but it's also like marketing to the Asian TF2 market's not particularly easy because it's not exactly as like there's like
they're not native English speakers.
Well, there's a mix of native English speakers who happen to live here, like myself, and people who play TF2 but don't speak speak English, and that's a really hard thing to market at because you don't know. And then there's a wide variety of different languages that are spoken in Asia, so it's just kind of hard.
Yeah, I would imagine it's really difficult. I didn't mean that as a slight to you, D-Will. It's just marketing in America is easier than marketing in Asia for all the reasons Lucid pointed out.
Yeah,
that's correct.
Yeah, I would do a London server before an Asian server.
Mm.
Right with that, yep.
Oh, sorry, DeWill.
We can just keep move on with the video. I was about to say that.
Well, Little Goober super chatted $5 and said, "I'm tired of hating. Can we give Grouch some love? I'm happy that he admits he screwed up and should have rephrased things. Not many people try rebalances." Thank you, Little Goober.
Thanks, Little Goober.
Yeah.
I agree. I don't think he's a horrible human. Because he made
Thanks, it means a lot.
Because he made a poorly a video with bad optics. It happens to the best of us. I agree. I think the structuring of the video and the way that things are phrased is just my main critique with it as a whole. Obviously, like because you don't know the viewer doesn't know which ground to battle on. But I don't
I
think
could have added a 1-sentence disclaimer in the intro and fixed all the problems, but hindsight is 2020.
Yeah. So no, I appreciate that you having the balls to come on here and have us like tear it apart.
Yeah, I mean it's just a video game. It's not really.
Well,
that's so real.
You're right, but a lot of people don't see it that way.
The speed boost.
It's just a
Fat
game,
Scout
such a weak
has
mindset.
arrived. Tell your friends. Now,
Who said that?
Ninja did. It's a ninja quote.
Yeah, that is a ninja quote.
Obviously,
not.
Also, Space Guy's just having arguments with people about medic in the chat. I appreciate it, Space Guy.
I hear him typing.
Fighting the good fight.
Yeah, thanks.
this is a direct upgrade from the normal
Our
shotgun
Crusader.
so far. And it is a direct upgrade to the normal shotgun. Until you switch to your minigun and realize that 75% of your ammo is gone. Permanently.
So I assume that people would try to circumvent this by equipping the brass beast. Has that happened?
Yeah.
And is that like an issue?
Yeah, it was intentional, and it's very fun because I wouldn't necessarily call it a circumvention because the brass beast revs up so slow.
Well,
So it's
I would
like-
say it's two extremes on both sides: high mobile and like essentially like super mobile. I don't think it's that too big of an issue.
Yeah, it's proven to be a fun combo, but it's not broken.
Good to know.
At least not broken as far as I can tell. Which you guys might argue is not very far.
I don't know. I couldn't hazard a guess.
You should try it on the server if you are an American and can get a decent ping.
I think
'cause
I've
it's pretty
heard
fun.
that about 1,000 times at
Yeah.
this point.
I feel
Yeah, well,
I'm
it's true.
I'm sad.
Which means no spam fire, no busting up sentries, and 75% less ammo from all ammo packs and dispensers. You've really got to use your minigun sparingly, if at all, if you're gonna run the big business. Buffed. Alright, well that was fun talking about Heavy and all the
Grouch,
goodies
can
he
I
got
ask
for
if you
Christmas.
made if you made like the transition animations on your own, or
Yeah, I'm so glad you asked about that. That was the
Blender?
first part of the video that I made. I made that months ago.
right?
Yeah, I
thought
did
that's
that in
and I
Blender.
noticed your
Oh,
Patreon
yeah.
stuff is also like a Blender animation, probably.
Yep, probably.
Yeah.
'Cause I was
Yeah, I've been
wondering
getting really
every
into, like,
time you
graphic
have
design.
to update that, you have to
Oh, I've got
re-render
it
the
down to
whole
a system, yeah. So, I render the text individually and then just format it in Sony Vegas. So, every time I get a new patron, it takes maybe, 1 minute to
Oh,
add
so
their
you
name.
you just render the new ones.
Yeah,
That's
exactly,
smart,
yeah.
yeah.
Mm.
That's cool. I
I'm
just
glad you
like
pointed that out.
Yeah,
I
I
also like
appreciate
it.
the small details.
Yeah.
hmm
It's
This
good
year,
production value.
Yeah, thanks. That's what everyone was saying, was like, I like the video's editing, but not the content.
Mm. Awoogie super chatted €5 and said, "Grouch, you're evil. Public enemy number 1. Watch your back, buddy. Enforcer Nation doesn't forgive and forget easily."
Oh god.
I'll watch my back. They're gonna
it'll
shoot me
take-
and make me bleed for a
They're
second.
gonna make you bleed for 1 second.
Yeah.
But buffs aren't
Thanks
the
for the
only
super
thing I'm
chat.
dishing out today. It's time to move on to a class that has had it too good for too long. These nerfs are long overdue. Some of you are gonna love this,
Here we
and
go.
just as many are probably gonna hate it, but let's just face the facts, it has to be done. It's time to nerf the sniper. All sniper rifles have their primary ammo capacity cut in half, and now fire tracer rounds. Stealth is Spy's thing. I'm sick and tired of
Alright, pause. See that tracer round? See that tracer round right there? Ammo
Mhm.
nerf, I completely agree with. We'll get into kind of how you flub that up with the weapons.
I
but-
think they
Oh, thanks.
Wait, let's
Harvey.
let's
but
press,
you see
let him continue.
Hold on, yeah. You see that tracer round right there?
Yes.
This is the wrong tracer round to be fucking.
I know,
using.
people were saying the classic tracer round is better.
There's a reason for that though, because the Machina is the only sniper rifle that has a damage increase. Okay, 173 fully charged body shot with the ability to do collaterals and hit multiple people and kill them. All right.
Yes, I've played the
What
game.
So what you've done though is by giving every sniper rifle this, you've undermined and devalued the threat and importance that a Machina can carry, and have now muddled it with every other sniper rifle. That was kind of the main problem. If you had the classic trail obviously on it, you don't have to worry about the fucking classic, right? Every sniper rifle you don't have to worry about because they're all in the same par, all right?
Mm.
But by confusing it with the Machina and giving it everything the Machina trail, if somebody comes up with the Machina, it's gonna be havoc because you're not gonna know which guy to prioritize for the most part. And it's a minor thing. Don't get me wrong. It's not like as game breaking I'm saying, but it 100% does devalue the importance of 173 body shots that will ruin people's days compared to 120 body shots.
Still, I kind of disagree with Space Guy though, because
oh no, who do I believe?
Yeah.
I mean, with the classic tracer, you will not know whether the bullet, the sniper shot, was from our sniper or their sniper.
But it doesn't matter. That doesn't matter at all. Because
I think that matters pretty deeply.
That matters at all because I just said because the Machina is the only sniper rifle that has an impermanent damage increase. Because every other sniper rifle's base damage does not increase. The Machina is the only one that has a damage increase attached to it, with the ability to hit multiple people in a single shot.
Then in that case, we may just need to make a new Machina.
Yeah, in an ideal world, we'll have a third one.
Yeah,
maybe one day.
In Team Fortress 2 Classic, a source mod, they integrated that every sniper rifle has a tracer, and it's sort of a mix between the Machina and the Classic because it's team colored, but it's also not
it's
like
faint.
It's like it's faint and like opaque. I think that's like the best of both worlds.
I was gonna say the other issue is like the Machina trail is also like very visually noisy. So like I'm thinking like 2 for it right now. You got 4 snipers there, and you just see like a fucking the rainbow coming towards you.
That would be hilarious.
Yeah, I've always found it very obnoxious. I agree with that. I think ideally, like, if Valve were developing something like this, obviously Grouch like doesn't have the tools at his disposal, but like each sniper rifle might have its own unique tracer round.
Yeah,
that would be cool.
That'd be a very ideal thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe one day.
I agree on the idea of the tracer, but yeah, I just want to make sure. I want to say that it should be team colored. That's it.
I guess
snipers hiding in was getting cross map
where it comes from, but like that's kind of like whatever, you know.
Yeah.
Wait. Zanoob super chatted €5 and said, "As an ex-sniper main, I think a more visible laser could also work. Gives heavies times to react during a charge and punishes hard scoping."
Yeah, visible laser would be nice. There are plugins for it, but they don't work very great.
I think Shoning had a test with that. I think.
Yeah, Shonek's video is great on that.
I would say I don't disagree with that, but it's kind of more so thinking what is like actually practically available that you could implement right now without adding anything new, like coding and wise. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I think it goes back to wanting this to be an iterative thing. I don't want to jump to that, but I do think maybe I'll add that at some point if it proves to be necessary.
Yeah, I also like the laser idea.
It's getting cross-map insta-kills without
Also, Indy, I'm not reading your super chat.
I'm losing my free crap.
anybody knowing where they are. And you might say that good communication fixes the problem of stealthy snipers, but it really does not. First of all, good communication is supposed to be spy's counter. Sniper's counter is supposed to be good positioning, you know, staying out of his sight lines. And how are you supposed to position yourself accordingly if you don't know where the sniper even is? You can't expect an entire team to know every map's callouts just to deal with snipers.
I agree. By the way, I agree with most of what you said here. I agree with the person who chat who mentioned that scope glint would also be cool.
Yeah, scope glint would be awesome.
Yeah, I just imagine that's hard to implement in TF2.
Yeah, it would be a great plugin though.
Calling out a spy is effortless. Spy is heavy, spy on carts, spy on sentry, spy at spawn, but snipers don't stick to landmark locations like carts or sentries. They could be anywhere on the entire map. If you're on Badwater and you say sniper on rocks, that could literally mean like,
let's look at this fucking placement here. I'm gonna judge you because you know this one at the top here, blue thing, viable spot. At the back, viable spot, viable spot. By the health kit, viable spot. First rock by the payload, less viable spot.
Well, yeah.
That's a good point. Why the
I'm just saying there's a lot of rocks.
I'm judging you because like that's the one thing I have going. I'm one of 2 fucking sniper TF2bers. I will judge this. I do not care.
I actually do love the idea of a sniper standing right there in front of at the beginning of the match, just dying.
Yeah, like a horde of huntsman snipers.
Just instantly getting shot.
4 different things. And since they're a long-range class and Spy is a short-range class, actually getting to the position takes time, so they have a longer time to reposition than a Spy does.
It's part of the plugin.
You just can't disable it. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, you don't have the option to give things the classic trail. It has to be the
Machina
mod.
enthusiasts are getting mad.
Brother.
That's hilarious.
And so the
And I don't
stealth
even use the
class,
classic, so I didn't
Spy
even notice
class,
until this very second.
That's pretty great.
My god.
Spy is easier to pinpoint verbally than the non-stealth pick class, Sniper. That is a massive fucking problem. If a Spy kills you without you ever seeing him or knowing he exists, you think, man, what a good Spy player. If a Sniper kills you without you ever seeing him or knowing he exists, you think, well, that's an annoying spot. How am I supposed to fight against that? I say, no more. I've just had enough. The reduced ammo will force Sniper to reposition more often or pick sniping spots near ammo packs, making it easier to spot snipers and kill them while they reposition, and make it easier to predict where a sniper might be camping out at. The tracer rounds will also encourage a sniper to reposition more often so he's less predictable and allows players to actively consider enemy sniper sightlines during combat instead of just being in the middle of a team fight and getting your head blown off out of nowhere. Because you get to see all the shots the sniper hits and the ones he misses, you're able to perform a little bit of mental calculus to deduce just how accurate this guy really is, what targets he's prioritizing, and what all he's really able to see from his position.
I agree with basically everything you just said, although
This is very base.
Yes.
I think most of TF2 players would agree that Sniper needs this sort of nerf.
I think that you should still we should do something about the 0.2 second quick scoping.
No, I disagree. I think everybody fundamentally agrees with an ammo nerf and making it more visibility. Once you get into like deeper topics around that, that's when like the issues pop up. Because some people will argue that Sniper is unfair because he's a long-range class in a close-range game, and you can't do anything about him at long range. And then some people argue, well, when you get the close range, then he becomes as effective as there.
Well, that's not what I'm saying. I just think you shouldn't be able to do it in a fifth of a second. That's all.
And then that's like another thing too, where like Sniper shouldn't. I'm gonna say just Sniper shouldn't be as rewarding for body shots. Because that's similar. It should be rewarding precision. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's another thing I agree with.
I agree.
Nerfed, 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 nerfed. And now it's time for the old switcheroo, the Hitman's Heatmaker, which is the exception to literally everything I just said, because this guy does not fire tracer rounds unless the focus ability is activated. I did, however, increase the body shot damage penalty from minus 20%.
Well, because it doesn't have tracer rounds, so it was an inadvertent buff.
Yeah, but you nerf the damage it deals on body shots more, which is more damaging to the weapon than before.
Yep.
Well, people still use it on the server, and they enjoy it.
Because it's new, you know?
It's because it's new. I don't think it's because it's good.
Mm-hmm.
That's
I
not
think,
really fair, is it?
I mentioned it before, and I think you should distinguish between to people trying it for being sake of being new and people using that because it's good.
I don't know. I think combined, it is good, actually. I will defend it.
Well, I feel
The
like we're
Darwin's
making-
Danger Shield allowing you to go into really crazy positions, combined with the Hitman's Heatmaker, allows you to be like really stealthy and get shots like from crazy angles where people aren't seeing it coming.
Until you get one guy, and then you have to like go ahead and do it all over again because of death cam positioning.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if he
I
tells
feel
his
like
teammates
there's a bit
about
of
it.
Well,
There's
no,
a
'cause
bit of
he
a
knows
double
anymore.
standard here. I feel like there's a bit of a double standard here because when you guys who haven't played on the server say that something is bad, you know, that should be, you know, respected and whatever. But when someone who's on the server is using something and thinks it's good, it's just because it's new. I don't really understand that.
No, the issue is because Grouch, you do a very fantastic job of identifying the problems at hand, especially with Sniper. But then the issue comes in with the weapon changes, which just go ahead and like double down on the problems that he had previously, which is what I do not understand, right?
Wait, so you're saying that the Hitman's Heatmaker is underpowered, right?
I'm saying that outside of the classic, the Hitman's Heatmaker in base TF2 default is the weakest sniper rifle because it is situationally strong, all right? And
But
the
in
other
this
issue
mod,
is-
you're saying it sucks.
I'm saying in this mod it's worse because you've made it effectively worse.
So then why does it matter that it negates the changes, the like sweeping nerfs made to sniper, if it
Because
still sucks the most.
Because you're parading it as a buff and saying it's fixed and stronger now when it's effectively worse.
I think it is stronger. I think you're wrong, Space Guy. I don't think the Hitman Seat Maker is. I really just don't think the Hitman Seat Maker is bad in base TF2. I don't know where that comes from. Like if the Sin Sleeper, if anything, is worse.
There's a difference between bad and weak. Okay, I think that's the problem. The issue is let's look at
you
the
can still
Hitman Seat Maker.
headshot people.
Yeah, but you know what does the exact same thing, but is effectively stronger and is better in like legitimately every other situation? The Bizarre Bargain. The Hitman's Heat.
Which has
The Bizarre Bargain does not penalize you for hitting body shots. It rewards you for hitting headshots, right? The Hitman's Heater penalizes you for hitting headshots more, and it doesn't reward you in any regard for hitting headshots. I know there's Focus. Focus does not do enough for what it is, and it is situationally available to you compared to a permanent upcharge that the Bizarre Bargain constantly has. That's what makes it so weak. It is situationally on the same level or par as the stock sniper rifle in base TF2 and in this, and it is fundamentally weaker than all other sniper rifles at any other time.
Yeah, but the whole point in here is that it isn't affected by the tracer thing. So fundamentally the way you use it is going to be different. You're going to be a more stealthy sniper, and that is a buff. I don't see how you don't think that's a buff here.
So other snipers rifle received a huge nerf, so indirectly it has been buffed, despite the fact that it received a huge body shot nerf.
Yeah, it's an indirect buff, exactly.
Yes.
So so it's about how you view the body shot damage nerf as a buff or nerf, you know?
Well, that's definitely obviously a nerf.
Yeah, but still, if you think that there's a still headshot, so it's not that big of the deal, well, then you'll think that this is a buff. I mean, indirect one, but still a buff. But if you think that still a body shot is a fundamental part of the sniper gameplay loop, and you think this is a severe nerf, right?
The buff and nerf word doesn't really mean anything in this context, because it's both been improved by not having tracers and has been made worse by the body shot penalty. So it's just been made different. I guess you could use the word buff or nerf, but I don't think that really applies to this weapon since it had an improvement and something that made it worse.
I think I'm having trouble because I've actually I genuinely no balls or all balls so many balls
No balls, all balls.
all balls. I have actually never used the Hitman's Heat Maker in an actual match, and Sniper's the class I have the most hours on because it genuinely seems like the most boring weapon that Sniper has. But maybe I'm just misunderstanding something. So
no, you're correct. It's boring. Bizarre Bargain is way more fun.
So I'm really trying to like conceptualize what it normally does versus what it does now. To me, it seems like I think my only criticism would be that the changes don't do enough to differentiate it into a role of like this is the stealth sniper rifle. That would probably be my only critique.
You think it should be able to go invisible?
What? Fuck no.
Yes,
no.
Genius.
Valve hire this man. I don't know what I would do to other than that. That's
itself it doesn't, but with the Darwin's Danger Shield, I think it combines to make a pretty stealthy sniper.
Yeah, probably. I think this is a general thing, but I think that a lot of these changes would have been interesting to have be relegated to their own video. Like separate from like not in a long video, but each of them being given their one video.
I would say class by class or weapon by weapon.
Yeah, that would because then you could have the time to like test it on your server, for instance, and get footage of people using it and like judge have a game design takeaway. That's like I
don't think that would work for a first video, but for future videos, that is what I plan on doing.
Yeah,
like you saw with the buffing the spy video.
Yes, I agree.
So yeah, you're right.
Yes.
But for the first one, it's like you want to drum up a little bit of hype. You don't want to just be like, oh, here's 3 changes made to one class.
I agree.
I guess so. Yeah.
That's a great thing.
That's just a YouTube perspective.
Who said that? Who said the G word?
What's the G word?
Grifting.
Yeah, God forbid you want to,
Nah, how dare you be invested?
Success.
Fuck you.
Minus 66%. A normal sniper rifle does 150 damage on a fully charged body shot, and the Hitman's Heat Maker does 50. It is the weapon of the tryhards. If you're a truly elite...
if you want, I still don't get the increase. Like,
yeah.
If you wanted to keep the the stealthy sniper rifle and have no tracers, that's fine. But then I don't get why you would double down on like the body shots. Like
That's just for tryhards. So like, people who hate the tracer rounds have the option to use this weapon.
But then they just
But then they
gain
won't be able to do
behind
body
it.
shots, which are
But then the
annoying.
issue
So
is the
stealthy sniping
tryhards-
is annoying, and body shots are annoying. You
But
choose
tryhards
between
is-
one annoying thing.
But tryhards are still just going to go ahead and prioritize the bizarre bargain because it's still just the better sniper rifle.
Well, then you'll be able to point them out of a crowd because of the tracer round, so that's nice.
But like, there's no point. Why would I take this? If I'm a new sniper, I don't have the skill requirement because it's too punishing to use the Hitman Heatmaker. And if I'm a good sniper, why would I take the Hitman's Heatmaker? Because it's not rewarding compared to the bizarre bargain.
Well,
Well, it is rewarding because it doesn't reveal you. So
yeah,
if
it
you're
doesn't-
only getting
Not-
headshots,
not
the
a-
Hitman's
not
Hitmaker is good.
Rewarding enough. It's in the same place it is like now, where there's no point in taking it. Because if I'm a bad weapon in default, if I'm a bad sniper in default vanilla TF2, I can't hit
Nah,
shots that often.
I think
Space Guy, I disagree. Space Guy, I disagree. I think that a weapon having a unique quality that is exclusive to it and nothing else inherently means that there is a reason to use it in some situation.
I think that's fair, but I just think you're limiting the usability and like availability based on skill much harder and harsher than it was before.
I think you are like vastly over
I only agree.
over exaggerating how often people communicate like in kill cams. Like if you kill 99% of the time when you kill someone a sniper, they don't go on voice chat and be like, "Oh, there's a sniper and
but
here's the
that guy
position."
is 100% gonna dive and target that sniper continuously.
That one guy, but if it's a heavy, what can he do?
Or they're gonna switch the sniper and then try to snipe you back.
Well, yeah, and
they're
that's
gonna have
always going to
lock-
be available. That's
Yeah,
just part of
they're
the
gonna have
game.
the advantage at that point too.
But that's one guy versus the entire team. If you use the tracers, the entire team knows where you are versus one random guy.
I think the problem I'd come up with this idea of rebalancing the Hitmaker is that you said that it's a buff at the end, right?
Like I said, it could be a buff, it could be a nerf. It's just more situational now.
Then I think you should have brought up the third option.
Surge?
I mean, if you don't know exactly how this will affect the gameplay loop of the Hitmaker, you really shouldn't call that a nerf or buff, like a coin.
Maybe
I mean, that's pretty nitpicky.
I would agree that it's nitpicky.
There's a format to the video. Like there's like a UI element of like getting a buff or a nerf.
Yeah.
So it's like it just makes sense to do that for each weapon.
But
You
still,
kinda
like we just had, it'll brought a very huge influx of those kind of debates, right?
Wait, you guys were already saying it's the weakest weapon. So now that it's more situational, I do think it is a buff.
I also agree that calling it a buff is fine. I would probably have just called it a rework. But I understand that then you have to make a new like asset for it.
Yeah, I did have an asset for like I forget the word I used, but I decided not to use it because
Anyway, yeah, buff and
they're
nerf
going to be,
clear
if you
cut
change
like
it, it's going to be either more strong or less strong, right?
Yeah.
But
So I might as well just try and guess whether it's going to be more strong or less strong and use that as the UI element.
my only
Yes.
thing is like it's in the same state as it was before, right?
But all of the other sniper rifles aren't. So it's a relative buff.
But the Hitman Heatmaker is in the same state. It's not a buff. It's not a nerf. It's just
Well, no.
the same as before.
Well, no,
So it's-
Space Guy.
No, it
is
is relatively buffing it.
Yeah,
If
space-
you decrease every class's health by like 50, except for engineer, that's an engineer buff.
No,
It's
but I'm
not
saying with every other sniper, I know what you're saying, but because you've added and doubled down on a body shot penalty, right? It just effectively canceled out the sneakiness part of it. Where no use for it.
Well, you
That's
can
the
be
problem.
sneaky so long as you have the skill to
There's-
get headshots.
But
That's
it
the
doesn't
idea.
go ahead- It doesn't excel at that. Is the issue. I'm having. There's like a niche for it, and I get there's a niche for it, but it doesn't do well enough in that niche to warrant using it over anything else.
I think
I think it does. I think you are underestimating how negative those tracers are. It's
So
really nice to be able to see the tracer and know exactly where the sniper is.
the effects of the tracer round should be first analyzed properly in order to actually know whether this is a buff or nerf, right?
I think.
Have you played servers where there are tracer rounds, like TF2 Classic or anything like that? Because it's
That I-
really
that I-
nice to see those.
It's nice to see, but I don't feel like it impacts the gameplay as much as.
Have you played servers that have tracer rounds?
Yeah, I just said I did.
Oh, okay,
TF2's
sorry.
a big one, and like other servers as well that have played with tracer.
And you really didn't feel like it
I
helped your
don't-
positioning?
I
Oh,
primarily
God,
use I primarily use the Machina for like 80% of the time, and I don't feel like it makes that much of a difference. It does help, don't get me wrong, but I feel like
Oh my god, I love you for using the Machina. That weapon is awesome.
It's getting
I'm glad someone's out there repping it.
Yeah.
I play TF2 Classic nowadays more than regular TF2, and I can say that like the tracers are really useful, and they have like saved me so much trouble of figuring out where a sniper is and stuff. I don't think it's as little of a change as you think it is, but you know, we can agree to disagree.
Okay, let me clarify this. Fighting sniper, obviously there's a noticeable change. Being the sniper, there's very little change or difference into it.
Huh?
Yeah.
But if it helps them fight him, won't that, by definition, make it a change on the
because
sniper's
you still have the range advantage is the main part of it. And you still have
Isn't
every
it
single
still a nerf if it makes it easier to spot the sniper
find him and kill him?
play
Yeah.
against him? Yeah, isn't it still a nerf?
There's issues with sniper as a whole, where even though you can see where he is, he can see where you are at all times as well. And because you have to effectively walk through it, it doesn't make much difference at all. You still have to fight through the entire enemy team to then get to him, and he can kill you at any point in time. That's why I like the ammo nerfs, and I do agree that like having tracers is a good thing to like warrant people and informing them that a sniper is there and they should plot their pathing better. But it doesn't do quite enough, I feel.
So you think a damage nerf is necessary?
I think a damage nerf on body shots is 100% necessary.
Wait, that's what I did. That's what the Hitman's Heatmaker is.
When did you do a damage? Yeah, but on this, it's not as good because, like I said before.
Okay, so I did one. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
So one of the weapons I gave a body shot nerf. The other weapons I gave a tracer round nerf. You think those should both be applied to all of the weapons?
Yeah, in my
Okay,
opinion,
that's fair enough. That could be true.
I think, in my opinion, like the way I like look at balancing, I try to like minimize like as how we say like drastic and controversial it is before you go like ammo nerf and tracers. That is, like I said, the baseline. Everybody will probably agree on that. As soon as you dive deeper, that's when you like issues come into play and like questions and controversies.
Fair enough. So you said the Hitman's was like the most boring, right? So what would you do to change it to make it more interesting?
I think I would dive more into the focus meter, right? We're talking like pure base vanilla TF2. What I would do? Right?
Yeah, sure.
I would dive more into the focus because, like I said, as before, the Hitman's Heatmaker is meant to reward you for hitting headshots, but it doesn't do anything to stand itself out and aside from the Bizarre Bargain. The focus meter is cool, and I like it being like a situational like upside or buff moment, but it doesn't do enough to really warrant or stand it out there compared to like the permanent upkeep the Bizarre Bargain has, like I said before. And there's a lot of things that I've toyed with. I think I said I would give it like maybe like increased damage against buildings while focus is up, like damage piercing while focus is up. I don't know. There's a lot that could be fundamentally be done to it, but I do feel like focus needs like a more drastic increase. Like, hey, focus is up, maybe then sniper can get like the movement speed increase or the jump heart that like the Darwin's Danger Shield has that you said. That makes it more of the
That's when he turns invisible. Got it.
Yeah.
No, yeah, I think that's cool. Yeah, focus is kind of boring.
We got a super fat chat from Zenoob. He reiterates the HH should have tracers normally and no tracers in focus mode. It should reward stealth by building up focus and using it for stealth kills.
That's kind of a nice idea.
Even
Interesting.
Like the way it is now, focus just fucking does nothing. I hate it because like it's imagine if like I'm gonna use an Overwatch example.
No,
like
I agree. Focus is down.
It's like Reaper ult. Like you go ahead, you jump in, everybody fucking hears you do it, and you're gonna get prioritized, and you're gonna get shot down and killed instantly, and you just feel like you wasted it.
Mm-hmm. Agreed. Shall we keep the video going?
Oh yeah, but the hostess left the.
Why?
He'll come back.
Sniper
The podcast can't be given to the to the guests.
I think we can just move on, right?
Yeah, keep going.
Sure.
never misses a shot, you won't notice any of the sniper nerfs as long as you use this weapon. But if you think this weapon sucks, then I have one recommendation for you. Get good. Nerf. And if you're somebody who thinks about
Get
game
good,
design
Space Guy,
sometimes,
get
you
good.
probably know that by giving every sniper
Yeah,
rifle
it's your
tracer
turn.
rounds,
You're
it
first.
inadvertently buffs the
Talking
Machina,
about
which
Machina.
used to be the only rifle to have that downside.
Okay, this Machina
which
change is
is why
stupid
the
and I
Machina
reverted
now
it.
slows down your
does
move
nothing.
speed just a little bit to make up for all the extra damage you get to do. Nerfed. And now that I'm done being the bear,
So Machina, you get a slower movement speed when you're scoped in, right? You said.
That doesn't do that.
It's reverted now. It was
Oh,
done.
Or
yeah.
of based
It's
news,
a nothing nerf.
it's
Oh,
time to
yeah.
get to the fun stuff. Sniper secondaries. I'll start with the smallest change, the Cleaner's
Unironically,
Carbine, which now
good
has
buff.
highly
I can't even
increased
hate this.
accuracy
Like,
to make it more of a
actually a good
mid-range
buff.
finisher weapon,
You think that should be
distinguishing
in
it from the
base TF2?
SMG's
Oh, no,
close
I
range
think a
cap-
lot of things. I mean, like general buffing of the Cleaner's Carbine. I think I said I would prefer like faster firing rate that makes it more of a get off me weapon than Girardi. But yeah, like just making it more reliable and consistent overall is a better.
This has been proven to be really fun with the Sydney Sleeper, because you can hit him with that Girardi and then pull out the Cleaner's Carbine, and then get, even if they're pretty far away, you can still get those accurate shots on them that don't have damage fall off. So it's pretty fun.
Mhm.
Is that the only thing you changed about it? Just the accuracy?
Yep,
Yeah,
that's
I
it.
think
Okay.
that's too
I think that's good.
minor, to be honest.
No, 100% good.
No,
change.
I like this.
Yeah,
I
Probably
mean, yeah, you can like it, but I think it's not that big of the deal.
Alright, just for you, D-Will, I'll
Well,
make it so that
yeah.
with the Cleaner's Carbine, you can right-click to go invisible. I know you've been you've been pushing for that sniper invisibility.
Jesus Christ.
The stream is frozen. Oh no, we can't continue. This is so sad.
Wait, the stream's frozen?
Oh no.
Okay.
Hello, I'm back.
The stream is.
I will have to
frozen.
go in about 10 minutes, by the way, so...
Oh,
We're gonna
no.
get through the sniper. We're gonna get through
Wait,
sniper.
okay, wait.
I will
would
get through Sniper, I think.
Wait, okay, wait. If you're gonna go in 10 minutes, I have a request then on your behalf.
Okay, sure.
I just got radioed in from the front. Monkey made a video that goes over stuff that we've discussed on UFR. So instead of finishing this one, do you want to like just sum it up while you're here, or like do we want to like do like a rundown so then we can pivot to that video because it's much shorter?
I think.
Wait, so you want to watch that video
I was since because I thought no because I
like
thought
right now?
well yeah after you leave because I thought you were gonna be here for longer. I was hoping we'd cover the whole video with you. So
I think I did tell you I had 2 hours, right?
No, you're correct. You did tell me
Okay.
that. I'm just incompetent. I apologize.
No, don't worry about it. We did spend an hour debating fixed TF2, so...
Yeah, no. But I wanted to go over. I think it's important that we go over that video, and I don't think we'll have time to next week. So, do you want to do like a final rundown on like thoughts that we had about this video, since most of us have already seen it?
Yeah, I don't really have much to say that I don't say in the follow-up video that I made.
Yeah.
Other than
Do you want?
I do think like if people really hate the changes, and I know D-Will was ragging on me for saying this, but you probably should just try and hop on the server if you can get a decent ping, because they're pretty fun. I mean, I'm enjoying it. A lot of the people on the server are enjoying it. It's crazy. There are some definitely parts where you're like, okay, this is a little unfair.
Yeah.
Like specifically with like the Darwins sometimes,
Yeah.
but it is nice to play TF2 in this sort of like unique way. So.
Yeah.
And the Candy Cane is super fun.
Yeah.
And the Iron Bomber is a hill I will die on. The Iron Bomber is awesome now.
I think if you just like went full in and said "fuck it," balls to the walls, like the wackiest shit ever, it would have been like received a lot better. You know
But I
what
don't
mean?
want the wackiest shit ever. I just want a little bit more wacky, you know?
Yeah,
I like
it's
the level I put it at.
but the issue is like you do like a completely like straight face, like super serious, like yeah, sniper has.
I
Like,
know.
ammo reduction
The
thing.
tone was
Cleaner's
wrong. Yes,
Carbine
yes,
is now
yes.
buffed to make it more reliable, and then like right after that, yeah, the Darwin's danger shield.
Yeah.
We're going to the fucking moon, fucking
Yeah.
stratosphere of that.
That
shit.
is true. Well, that's the good like up down of
Yeah.
I don't know. It's
Hello.
dramatic for sure. Hey Zesty, what's
Zesty.
up?
That's a
Hello.
fear.
What's going
I
on?
said I have to leave like right as you join, but it's good to hear your voice.
Dude, thank you for making that video. That was so fucking fun. Just like
Yeah, your
seething with
reaction
my-
video was hilarious, dude. That was
Seething with
great.
my audience over it. God, that was great.
Whenever you started praying, I was dying laughing. That was hilarious.
Oh shit, man. Yeah, that was great shit, man.
Uh,
I
I did make a follow-up video sort of addressing some stuff, so unfortunately, it got age restricted somehow, so
Oh,
it might not pop up in your feed, but I would recommend watching it, because
it's 'cause of
I
all the
think,
bleep.
No,
I
yeah,
think it
sure.
will
I'll
clarify a few
peruse.
things.
I'll peruse. Why did it get age restricted? Did you say like a swear word too early?
Someone in chat said a swear word, like in TF2
Oh.
all chat.
Oh, I see.
So now I have to go through and blur it, which takes a few hours, and then
I
I'll
see.
submit an appeal and whatever, but
yeah.
There you go.
The Grouch, I really appreciate you coming on and discussing this with us. It was great having you.
yeah, this was a lot of fun.
You
Thanks
are,
for inviting me.
You are welcome to come on in the future if you
Very cool.
on any video that we're covering in the future. If you'd ever want to be on, you're always welcome. So just let me know.
Talk about
Sweet, thank you. Yeah, it's been great to be here.
Yeah.
All right, well,
Oh.
you guys have fun discussing that video, that next one that you're watching.
Yeah.
I'll have to
Thank
tune in
God,
later
dude.
and watch
I can't wait
your
to
guys.
He's still here.
All right. I appreciate it, Grouch.
Alright.
See ya.
Yeah, see you guys.
Hey, man.
Yeah, I've also said that I would be around 2 hours. Sorry if I was a bit of a rowdy guest.
No,
especially
you're
near
good.
the start.
You're good.
But yeah, it was a fun time. To see you on another episode, probably.
Yeah.
Bye.
See
Yeah.
ya, Andy. Well, Zesty, how are you doing?
Yes. I'm doing good. I just got back from a brief little weekend trip out to the river, celebrating my sister's birthday. She got engaged, which is pretty cool. So, good stuff. Now
Yeah.
I'm here to react to a video and be angry about it, probably.
I don't think you'll be angry about it because it is one of your friends. We're watching a video about Monkey that directly addresses stuff we discussed in UFR. I don't know if you've seen it.
Wait, say that again?
We're watching a video by Monkey about who made a video 3 hours ago, or released 3 hours ago, addressing
Oh
some
shit!
stuff.
Yeah, he released that when I was on my way home. Yeah, I haven't watched it yet.
I have I thought we should cover it now, because I don't want to cover it next week, and might as well.
Sure. Let's take a look.
Also, two Fort Twerkers in chat. You can also use this, if you're having trouble super chatting. And also formally, hello to Fort Twerkers. I know people are wanting me to say that, so hello. I appreciate you being here. Zesty, I also appreciate you being here. Thanks for being so consistent about coming on the show. I really do appreciate it.
Absolutely, it's fun.
Do you want to just real briefly? Do you want to talk about your thoughts on? Well, you've gone into detail about your thoughts on Grouch's video. Were you here to listen to any of the stuff that happened before that?
No, unfortunately, I didn't hear a single word of what happened before I got here.
You should. I would be interested to hear your thoughts on what Grouch said about fixed TF2 stuff. That was.
What did he say about fixed TF2 stuff?
He had very interesting perspective on ethics, and we went on for like 30 minutes about it.
I missed it entirely. What was said?
A lot of tomatoes should. I think I'll just sum it up.
Yeah, go for it. I have to grab this video.
He was complaining and criticizing about the word use of calling Valve evil, and at the end we agreed that evil is too harsh or negative a term. But it was in agreement that it was a negative view on it. What they are doing is 100% negative, and they should not be doing it. But then he was kind of proposing that even though Valve is actively neglecting and continuing to profit off of TF2, right, and taking workshop contributions, people should just go ahead and just leave it.
What do you mean leave it? Like, don't spend money on the game anymore?
Don't play the game. Don't spend money on the game. Don't make workshop items for the game, etc., etc.
I agree on the boycott part, because as of right now, we have no idea whatever the system they've implemented is going to be a long-term solution.
Yeah.
Like they're certainly not back in my good fucking graces.
I've not seen, in my opinion, I've not seen anybody disagree with a boycott. I've seen people be hesitant about its effectiveness, but I've never seen nobody say don't do a boycott, don't do a boycott. I've only seen people in agreement or just questioning its value of it. It's the same thing with Save TF2, with people saying I don't think this will work, or we got to do this. This will work, yada yada. I've never seen anybody outwardly against it, the boycott. Less Save TF2.
I've seen a few, but not big figures actually against it. Like you said, any of the bigger people are concerned about its efficacy, and what was the word Wheezy used when he was talking with me? Shit, there was a, it was a synonym for effectiveness, but
all right, so
yeah.
I kind of agree with like Wheezy, whereas like you look at how massive Valve and Steam is, and like I'm full agreement of a boycott TF2, but I do feel like it's a drop in the water. You know what I mean? Drop in the ocean.
Thing is, man, it's like I know we're gonna be having the same fucking arguments and discussions again and again and again. So I'm sorry in advance for literally repeating myself for the upteenth time. But I have to say I disagree, because, you know, TF2 has operation and maintenance costs. This is all money they have to incorporate into their annual budgeting, and then if you suddenly have, like, yeah, sure, multi-millions means nothing compared to the billions they earn, but it's still stuff they have to account for and incorporate, and if you deprive them of that, they're gonna feel that.
Yeah.
That's my stance. So
I don't disagree that they'll feel it, but I feel it's more, and it's something we'll never truly know 100%. But how hard felt that impact really is internally, you know what I mean?
No, and we won't.
Yeah. And I think that's where a lot of like skepticism or hesitancy shows up for, with the Save TF2 event and like.
No, yeah, and hesitancy is fine, but my problem is that, and this is what we were having. I was talking with I'm sure everyone's already seen at least some moments of that stream where he came on, but his stance was, you know, they just didn't push it at all because they're like, it's not going to work, so why bother?
Yeah, no, that I disagree with.
And it's like they should have done it from day one, even if they thought it wasn't going to be effective, because they said everything else they're doing had a huge chance of failure, but they did it anyways.
Yeah.
So why not a boycott too? Which is the one thing, in my opinion, and probably just, and listen, I'm sorry, I'm right. I'm going to stroke myself here. I am right. Depriving Valve of money is the only thing that they'll listen to because it's a fucking company, right?
No, I'm going to agree.
Right? So, and like, but them not doing that because it won't work, but then taking other actions that they think won't work, but they'll do it it just makes no sense.
Well, it's very hypocritical of Wheezy, because when he goes ahead and he looks at like Shunik's video, or he looks at like the Squim Gym video of like all solutions provided won't be 100% effective, why bother? And then he's looking at a solution that the boycott will not be 100% effective, but it will have an impact. It will do something. We don't know what it will do, like the grander scheme of it, but it will 100% do something, right?
Yeah.
Right.
For him to go ahead and be like, what's the point if it's not going to be a 100% solution? Don't do.
Well, it's the same show. It's like the same thing as the Shonik video.
Well, that's what I just said. But he criticizes the Shonik video, the Shonik video, and the Squim Gym video of these are solutions that are not 100% effective. They might be 80, they might be 20, whatever. But just because they're not 100%, we shouldn't do it. And he's quoting the same thing for the. He's quoting the same thing for the boycott. The boycott won't be 100% effective. Why should we bother? Which is obviously something I disagree with, you disagree with, right?
Yep, exactly. Yep, you summed that up beautifully. Yep.
Yeah.
Nice.
And if I dare say something controversial, because this is what was said to me on my stream. I didn't say this. This is how I interpreted this. But there was a bit of a mask off moment during my stream where one of the reasons for why they were avoiding a boycott is because they were afraid of harming the relationship that they had with the TF2 voice actors, and they didn't want to endanger any connection they had.
Who fucking cares? No.
So it's like, I'm just like, that rubbed me the wrong way. Of course, they didn't really fully explain, and Wheezy wasn't in the right position to explain his position on that, but the way he said it came off very like, oh, okay. There's the ulterior motive there. That's how I interpreted that.
I have an actual critique of the boycott, and this is a genuine good critique. I've changed my stance on this, where I'm in favor of it. But my criticism of a boycott, this is months before Fix TF2 was being planned. It was in this like concept stages, where if we do a boycott, the people that this will hurt most are workshop creators who have had their items accepted, and the people who genuinely care about and have been contributing to TF2 the most in the recent years. Like, they're going to feel the impact more than Valve will, 100%. And I didn't like the concept of punishing people who clearly care for the game more than Valve does in this current state, because they're getting caught up in something that they don't have exact control over. You know what I mean?
You know what? I would be on board with you if I didn't have my eyeballs inside of these same workshop circles and seeing the shit that they're saying about the people they make items for, and calling Fix TF2 stupid and TF2 fans stupid. I don't hold that same sympathy. So I'm not saying that all workshoppers act this way, but the ones that the ones that mostly have their items accepted pretty much every update, they really don't seem to care that much about the game or its players. So I don't hold that same position.
But it's obviously like a coin flip on like who gets what, right? But imagine like little Timmy going ahead and getting his first ever fucking item added, and he's like so happy, and then everybody's saying, "Yeah, I'm not buying the fucking crate." Like fuck you, you know what I mean?
Well, you know what? Sacrifices must be made, and ultimately, if they genuinely cared about the game too, then they would take the hit, and understandably so. Right.
It's very much of like a road must be paved on your sacrifice, and I'm obviously less against that now, but like in the original concept stages, I did bring that up as like a potential point of like we gotta think about that angle.
No,
the
yeah, and
voice
this is something
thing is stupid. I do not care about the voice actor like thing at all. That's a dumb point to bring up.
No, I think it's dumb, but my concern with that point was like, oh, that's why they don't want to push a financial boycott, because they want to retain and save face with these people.
That's just a speculation, isn't it?
No, that was said.
I mean, to be fair, Shork has a very strong conflict of interest, given that he works with the voice actors consistently. And Wheezy said that to my face on my stream. That's not speculation. He said that one of the reasons why they were avoiding a financial boycott is because they were worried about hurting the relationships they had with the voice actors.
The issue is Wheezy's saying that on behalf of Shork when Shork should have been saying that, because that is his personal interest coming in, like what we just talked about. Paving the way where sacrifices must be made for those workshoppers to go ahead and reach the end goal. Shork might have to cut ties, quote unquote, for that as well to like reach the end goal.
And he obviously knows a lot more details about this that we don't.
Yeah.
Like clearly, and like you said, he should be the one talking about this entirely, and I completely agree. That's why I said this is probably controversial, because I don't know all the details. All I know is what was told to me, and then how I'll have to interpret that, right? So.
I think they're blowing it out of proportion with the voice actors, because they're obviously in support of the safe fixed TF2 movement as a whole. I don't think any negative press on Valve kind of like impacts them greatly.
Thing is, what Wheezy told me on my stream is that they had to back out if there was going to be a financial boycott. That's what he told me. I don't know the validity of that. I don't know if there's like some contractual obligation from the voice actors.
That sounds more like a contractual obligation and like a law that they signed, like an NDA along the lines of that. I don't know what the actual terminology would be, obviously, but something along the lines rather than like any moral obligation or like they're opposed to that. You know what I mean?
But it's all in my VOD. The VOD's still up on my second channel if people want to like go and look at that and reference it. So
nice. I did not know about any of that, so that's informative.
Yeah, it's all there.
Yeah, so this video came out 3 hours ago, so I'm gonna post on Twitter that we changed videos real quick, but what did you say? Was that in reference to Twitter?
No, sorry, I still, dude, I'm still recovering from like airplane sickness. I still have like snot, so pardon me if I make a weird noise.
Oh, I thought you were just allergic to Twitter.
I am allergic to Twitter. Fuck that place, but.
Monkey TF2. I don't remember his
Weezy
name.
said that originally the voice actor stepped out because of the name fixed TF2. Is that what he said? Did I miss? Did at all. I don't think that's true. I don't think I would have remembered that.
They showed support on Twitter and on YouTube after the name came out, like a good week and a half into the event. So that's not true.
But yeah, I think we're ready to get started. This video came out 3 hours ago. I don't know what's in it. It's just titled "Why Fix TF2 is a Joke to Me," and it addresses things that have been discussed in previous episodes of UFR. So this is the first time we're covering a video that covers UFR on UFR. So that's 2 firsts for this stream.
It's like reacting to a reaction of a reaction.
Yes. You guys ready?
Do it.
Yes.
All right, so for those who are not aware, Zesty and Wheezy and Richter Overtime has been live recently, discussing the problems with Fix and Save TF2. And I will have to say, it is very pathetic. If you've been watching these live streams, and if you haven't, I can't really blame you, there are a lot of them, but Wheezy's been...
And they're long.
He stretched thin from both parties involved. You want to stay on the good side with Shork and the Watch Show and Twitter. or whatever, but also wants to stay on good terms with Zesty and Richter, which is fine. Arguing does not mean that people hate each other. It just means that there are a group of people trying to solve a problem together by seeing.
Yeah, I'm gonna argue against this. I fucking hate this guy.
What? What? Do you? Is that real?
No, I'm joking. No.
Oh, okay. You
It's a
had
joke.
You had. I did. He sounded more genuine than when he said he hated Grouch like 2 hours ago. So I
was putting socks on, so I was more focused on that than the tone of my voice.
You should never put socks on while doing this podcast. That's unprofessional. Fuck you. Also, I don't agree that Wheezy is very evidently trying to maintain relationships with two sides, like he's this tug of war. Hi, Wheezy. I don't think that that's what Wheezy's doing. Does anyone? Did you guys disagree with that, or?
He's in chat. No, Wheezy comes across as very like authentic. Honestly, like
I don't think he's like this, I don't think he's like this deliberator or this mediator between two sides of the TF2 community.
Yeah.
What do you think?
No, I don't get that either. In all of my interactions, I don't see him as trying to be like this, this like mogul of like YouTubers and like trying to save face with all of them. I don't get that at all.
Yeah, not at all.
Which argument works the best? I am all for making Valve look as bad as possible. Getting them to look bad in front of everyone is good, but that's one thing. Save TF2 primarily relied on this behavior. A boycott was out of the question. It was a peaceful protest where people begged Valve to fix the bot issue and people said how much they love this game. And so I made a video on it, I believe, or went live. And I also went on this cancer website called Twitter, I don't know if you heard about it, and I started tweeting about the tag there, which sure as hell hit trending. But everyone just shared their passion for the game rather than shoving Valve's dirty laundry.
Sorry, I know we kind of skipped past it. I don't think that boycotting is not peaceful.
Oh, it's like the calmest thing to do. You're not like punching someone in the face. You're just like not giving them their money. That is like the definition of the correct way to peacefully protest something. Just stop buying it.
If we're going on like a scale, I think a peaceful protest is like the first step, and then like a next step is like a boycott, and I think a boycott becomes like an aggressive protest after. I think it's like a step above that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't see like the fact that it was a peaceful protest the first time as an indictment that no, there's no way that you could have a boycott if it's peaceful. I don't think that's how that works. I just wanted to say that.
I wouldn't call a boycott peaceful. I do agree with that.
But it doesn't hurt anyone.
Yeah, what's unpeaceful about it?
What's unpeaceful about a boycott?
Because it's like a negative action that you're doing against the company itself. I wouldn't call that like peaceful.
Is every negative action you do not peaceful?
I abuse people.
What?
Oh my god.
Okay.
I think maybe I just have like a worse moral scale than you do. Like the limit on what I consider something like abuse might just be low. I don't know. I think denying access and funds. I don't want to say it's like a declaration of war. You know what I mean? That's like a very extreme thing, but it kind of is like in my head very similar. You know what I mean? Where it's kind of like we're refusing to partake. It's like a stalemate kind of thing. I don't know.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say it's not like if we're going back to the scale of like aggressiveness versus peacefulness, I think it's like on a 6 or 7.
Okay.
Like, you know what I mean?
Which side is which?
It's
well, 10 is like, you know, beating the shit out of a Valve employee with pipe bombs, and like a 0 is like blowing them. So
a zero is like doing nothing, and then like a 3 is like a peaceful protest. I think it's like on a 5 or a 6 a boycott.
After Save TF2, I made a video where I vented my frustration about the movement. And the video was horrible because I had no script and I literally put unboxing footage when I was talking shit about Valve, so good job me. But the things I said came from the right place. I realized how hugbox friendly this tag was becoming, or how it became. And what left a bitter taste in my mouth is when so many people and YouTubers told both me and Sister Jesus that we were wrong for having these thoughts about the movement in the first place.
Do you want to... Zesty, how true or not true is that statement?
Well, I was certainly lambasted by various people for holding the idea of it being this hugboxy nonsense circle jerk between YouTubers. Like, I was given a lot of shit for that. and I got shit for saying that the focus should have been something that resembled, actually holding Valve responsible and putting the problem at the forefront of the discourse. I did get shit for that, and I was told that I was wrong, and ultimately, and the main reason for that is because this is my interpretation of it. Everyone got this sense of finality from that tweet from Valve that this worked because we got this tweet. And so I was getting shit on for saying, oh no, obviously we didn't need to do any of these things because we got Valve to do something. And then they continued to not do something, right? So
yeah.
I caught a fair amount of shit.
Yeah, I remember you talking about that way back in UFR episode 5, but yeah, I thought it was relevant to bring that back up again. Yeah, no, it was as like a spectator at the time, it was interesting to kind of see the back and forth that arose as the like TF2 Reddit slowly but surely turned on Save TF2, but like it like they had like a battle about it. It just took a really long time for people to realize that the Valve tweet was just placating.
That it was too peaceful and nothing came out of it. Me and Cesty were never approached to be invited to their Discord or whatever about this event. They rather invite smaller YouTubers in the TF2 sphere and
Okay, so that wasn't true. It was actually public.
Yeah.
Like literally anyone could join.
Yeah,
and even I was in there.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I was yeah. Oh, I just want to get super chats out of the way real quick. Thank you, Joe Cyanide, for $5. How dare you so violently withhold your money? I assume this is this is in reference to Space Guy. And Scugs, thanks for $10. A boycott is peaceful because telling the whales to peacefully stop sliding their wallets toward the slot machine helps solve two issues: the money funnel towards Valve and players' gambling addictions.
Amen, brother.
Would you agree though that a boycott is a more aggressive step than just a peaceful protest and raising?
Well, I think it's like, what do you define as peaceful, right? Like if it's peaceful, you're not like shouting or screaming or throwing bricks or something, right? But you're doing the thing that is not violent. That's like the definition of peaceful is not violent.
Yeah, it's just a lack of violence.
Then you're going ahead and like let's not get into this because I am in favor of boycott and I know what a boycott does. But obviously, if you're boycotting, you're playing to quote unquote hurt the business of said company, right? Let's not get into specifics about the morals, but that is by definition more aggressive than just raising awareness. And
I think just negative is the appropriate adjective and not like unpeaceful, right? Because it's I think negative is just the better way to put it. It's a negative thing, but it's the right thing to do.
Yeah, that's much better actually.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's not peaceful. I think peaceful, like if you're not violently hurting anyone physically or maliciously.
I went outside the Valve office and I sang "Kumbaya."
Thanks Apex for 5. Who is Gabber? Is this like
another smaller YouTuber that people are raving about because he's very crass but says a lot of the things that people agree with.
Delightful. I don't know him or I don't know who they are.
What are you doing?
So is that a cat?
That's my cat. What are you doing? What? Yeah, you. Yeah, hi.
I'm gonna put my cat on the mic.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Let's keep going.
YouTubers. I know Ceste has a bad press on Twitter, and I am just a clip dump YouTuber, so at that time I didn't really care. I still saw this as a community effort. However, after Save TF2 was over, after me and Ceste pointed out the flaws about the movement, they all argued on Twitter, but later on with Fix TF2, they all came around eventually, right? Well, yes. They set up a website and a petition. Well, I gotta applaud them for that. Was there more to it, you ask? I mean, videos, I guess, and live streams. And, oh yeah, there are more YouTubers. And let's not invite these two or three.
Look, there I am. Look, there I am. Look, I'm there. Look. Mom, look.
It was invitational this time around.
Oh, you are there.
Yeah, it was it was explicitly invitational to be inside of the primary Discord where they were synchronizing and organizing things, and I was never once approached or invited to it.
Well, I mean, you were kind of invited to it. It's just
I wasn't.
Well, no, on oh gosh, I don't remember what episode it is. Wheezy said that you and Richter could be on. It was the one where we covered Wheezy's video. but he said you guys could be on, but you guys both like declined.
Thing is, and then I went back and asked him. He said, "No, I don't want to put you in there because drama."
Oh, okay.
Wheezy told that to my face, so I was explicitly denied access to this Discord because I was not allowed in there for drama purposes.
All right, I was unaware about the second.
They later put me into a smaller Discord with just me, Wheezy, the What, and Mega Scatterbomb. I think that's everyone that's in there, and really that's all that matters is the guys who are really organizing this. But yeah, I was initially omitted access.
Oh, okay. Then I rescind.
And just to like clarify something, right? And people have been twisting this and misconstruing it, and it's very frustrating. Like, oh, Zesty is mad because he's not in the cool kids club and he's not getting the attention. No, I don't give a fuck. Like I said on my own stream, I don't think a YouTuber movement is necessary to convince people to stop supporting Valve when they fuck over their games. It really should just come from the consumer, and you don't need a YouTuber to tell you to stop spending money on the fucking keys, right? But I knew this was going to happen anyways, and if there was any way that I could help at least steer this in what I thought to be the right direction, which is a boycott and actually getting on Valve's ass, then I wanted to help. So, but I told the What Show that like I would not be the right person to like be a figurehead of this simply because I am controversial, and I do acknowledge that. But I still wanted to help. I still wanted to contribute, but I was denied.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that clears that up for me then.
I've had a somewhat similar experience, not in terms of controversy, but in terms of voice, because I will admit I'm a very small fry in the sea here. But I have like raised my voice and opinion about pushing forward and like doing things better. Because if I say something, I will be honest, I don't have a Twitter account. I don't got a fucking MySpace account. I don't got a Facebook account. My voice does not carry as far and as wide as somebody like Louise's The What's Her Shorts does. So I've been constantly kind of like on their ass to like do something or promote this further. And it's kind of been met with like inaction for the most part.
Nice. Yeah. I get the I do want to address, just because this is easy. I wanted to say someone asked me why I wasn't there. I imagine they didn't ask, but I imagine it was because I'm not like considered a TF tuber.
You're not a TF2 guy, right? So
yeah,
that's why they didn't ask Richter, right? Richter's not a TF2 guy, so he's not really pertinent to this.
Yeah, I mean, neither is Solid JJ a TF2
guy. He plays.
He's a voice actor. Yeah, he does like, I know he does like voice acting and shit on Twitter.
Oh, okay.
He's a funny guy.
Milk Ape.
Yeah, where's Milk Ape?
Exactly.
That's so sad. Yeah. Anyways,
like half the people on this picture, I don't know who these people are. I've never heard. Like, who the fuck is Quasi's Pride? Who is fucking
Hellhounds 04?
Hellhounds 4? Like, who are these people? Like, what?
Oh, Hellhounds 4 did the SFM artwork for the main website, I believe.
Okay.
Same with Quasi's. They also did some of the artwork as well. That's why.
Okay.
Okay. That checks out.
Well,
how do you? Sorry, hold on. Somebody in chat said they don't know who Sino is. I'm sorry. They made the most popular fucking SFM animation in the TF2 sphere. What are you on about? How do you not know them?
Yeah, Sino is like awesome.
Yeah,
he likes. We both like anime. We both like anime women, so he's cool with me. I know him. I know him explicitly for that reason and that reason alone. He does TF2 stuff. What?
Pointed out the flaws with the first movement in the first place. And also a boycott is off the table. Great. Yeah, let's ignore the fact that CS2 as of right now is shitting the bed similar to TF2. They have a huge cheating problem, and skins cannot be rented. Also, they had an update a few days ago where they just implemented 5 new community-made maps. Does
he just not know that the boycott's happening, or is he going to amend this later?
His anger is that it wasn't pushed from the start, I think is the point he's trying to make, is that it was completely omitted until much, much later, when pretty much all of the gusto and wind in the sails is gone for fixed TF2. Like, now they're going to push it, but like, what's the point? There is no point unless whatever Valve did a couple days ago just suddenly stops working again. Then a boycott's going to be necessary.
I do feel like withholding information regarding a boycott for the first week and a half is fine, just to see what like initial response might have been. But there should have been like a plan in regards to that to push it forward if no action occurred, and no action did occur, and now we're kind of scrambling to go ahead and get everybody formally together for a boycott, and it's a very messy thing now that should have been planned from the get-go.
Yeah.
No, yeah.
But there was just
Exactly.
there was just
deadline from the start.
yeah, there was just this natural like hesitance for whatever reason to do it, which is just kind of cringe, in my opinion.
Well, and again, this stems from the main organizers not inherently agreeing with it on their own. Therefore, it wasn't pushed. That was the problem.
The Wet was always in favor of it. I remember they said that, or I think the Wet said it, is that he was always in favor of it. Wheezy was always against it, and then Stork was sort of neutral, and then eventually they all came around on it.
Yes, that's what I remember as well.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Still.
Yeah. Well, you need all the leaders to agree on something. So.
Yeah.
And that's why it wasn't pushed from the start.
Yeah, absolutely.
Though they still haven't ported all maps and other game content from the first game to the new game. Are you noticing a pattern here? And Valve has...
So Monkey's point on that is they're basically setting up CS2 for the TF2 treatment,
yes.
right?
Yes.
I'm sure, I don't know if y'all talked about this earlier or not, but if not, I mean, they're setting it up for community content dumps. It seems like, oh shit, what's the word? Help me out. Not campaigns, but operations. Seems like operations are just a thing of the past. It seems like all the other things they would normally do for like competitive majors and handing out like the community-made keys for skins getting accepted into the game, even like all these little things are just gone now. And then all the content, or not all, but a lot of the content that was in the first game is just not going to be in CS2 now for some reason. So, and now they're offering keychains and a weekly subscription service for skins. Like they're just leaning into the monetization of the game and letting it rot.
I was going to say, the updates that they're getting, which are no longer new updates, by the way, they're just port overs of the old CSGO stuff. So they're not actually getting any true new content. They're just getting rehashed content. They're just kind of flipping the other side of like the burger, more or less.
Aside from a handful of new maps and a handful of new skins.
New skins, yes. New maps, no, because the new maps are just old maps that have been ported over from.
I thought the pool map wasn't officially in CS:GO.
The pool map? Are we talking about Pool Day?
Yeah, well, that wasn't in CS:GO officially, was it?
No, that's a community map. Pool Day. Pool Day is like a famous community map. That's probably
They added 5 community maps in a recent update.
Let me look this up.
Yeah, then that was like actual new content. Was 5 brand new maps. So that's like the first real new content that Counter-Strike 2 has received. Aside from new skins,
but everyone was upset because it's not operations.
Here we go. Added community map Pool Day to the arms race map pool. There you go. Pool Day has been added. I don't think this was an official map. Also, the fact that they added Pool Day of all things is kind of oddball since that's one of the maps.
I think it's a nod, right? It's a nod because it's a classic Counter-Strike map, and also it's arms race, so it's like it's not too bad. I think it's fine.
It feels weird though, because it's kind of like imagining like, we officially added like higher tower
or Mario Kart.
Mario Kart. It's like on the same scale as that.
Yeah. Well, no, actually no, because it's not that wacky.
Yeah,
right? Like, it's not that out there.
It's not. It's probably more in character than Whatville.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, Jesus.
They could be worse.
Terra is not a new map. Terra was a Source 1 map, and Mills is also not
that's
a new
true.
map.
Yeah, you're right.
Those two are not new. Pool Day, questionable. I can't say for Memento and Assembly. These are 2 other maps are added. Those might be new, but Farah and Mills are ports.
Minecraft, Trade Plaza, and miscellaneous, yes.
And there's also a good chance that these are just Source 1 maps that were on the workshop that never got officially added that are now being added to Source 2 as ports, which are kind of the same, same boat.
Yeah. Anyway, that was the point Monkey was making. Sorry, continue.
No apologies. People in chat, someone in chat just asked, why did Tony Allen reverse his profile picture?
What are you talking about?
Big drama.
Are you noticing a pattern here? And Valve has the audacity to make a new game called Deadlock. And let's be real here, it will turn out the same as Artifact. A fucking miscarriage. This is where the movement should have struck. This right here was Valve's weak point. They are making another game when they cannot fucking maintain their other 2 games for shit. And they're still monetizing their...
Talk about Left 4 Dead 2 a bit here. 3 games, but...
Yeah, Left 4 Dead 2 getting DDoS into oblivion was another pretty serious problem.
I don't know about the state of Dota 2, but I've also heard it's very questionable.
Yep.
Yeah, they're beginning to experience similar levels of neglect like Counter-Strike. It's not nearly as bad, but it's getting there.
It's getting there.
Oh, yeah, and thing is, Monkey here is absolutely correct. Like, that should have been the focus from day one, was Valve not being able to maintain their currently offered titles while pushing out a brand new one that already has cheat plans, mind you.
I'll give credit because Deadlock kind of came out in the midst of it, right? Or like when it was like confirmed and like now common knowledge, right? There should have been a push towards it, but I could understand it taking a while to get there. Because, like, I think the Deadlock leaks and confirmation of it, I think those came out, like, in mass, like, June 5th-ish, we'll say, like, first week of June.
That was still before the official day of...
June 3rd was the official day.
That was, June 3rd was it. Yeah,
was it I thought my mind thought it was the 12th. My bad. So it was the 3rd.
Oh,
okay,
no.
yeah. So you're right. You're right. My bad. My timeline fucked up.
And then obviously, like, when Deadlock did come out, there was like, wow, look, they're making a new game while this is still happening. Like, there was talks of it, obviously, but it wasn't like a focal part, which is fair. I think it's like a very drastic thing to go ahead.
I will give the people credit. I know Wheezy and the what and...
No, see, I was right. Deadlock was leaked prior to the movement. I was right.
I want to say, yeah, but leaks prior to the movement and common consensus about the leaks being true and generalized.
I think
know for a fact,
it was like it was like the week prior. It wasn't like a while. It was like the week prior because we were talking about how it was very convenient that happened because it makes them look bad.
Yeah.
I think that I think that Wheezy and the what both tweeted in reference to the idea that like, oh, they're doing the Deadlock and when all their other games are doing shit. But I agree that it should have been said more in people's videos and people's like more official statements on the matter.
Yeah, and even if Deadlock wasn't a thing, you have Valve's other games that are being neglected, and it's like it's not just a TF2 problem; it's an every Valve game problem, right?
Yes.
So it's pervasive across all of their offered titles, and that could have been a stronger focus from day one. Period.
Yes, absolutely.
Also, to clarify the chat, Uncle Dane was playing the game and showing it to his friend, and his friend shared it to Twitter. So technically, by extension, Uncle Dane is the original leaker, and that happened, I think, like May 28th-ish.
Yeah.
May. So.
Yeah. So he didn't intentionally leak anything.
Yeah. Not like you fucking... There's no NDA. I'll make an entire fucking video on it.
There is no NDA.
There's no NDA.
You want to? You ready for a crazy conspiracy theory? What if? Because Uncle Dane's part of the fixed TF2 movement. What if he knew? What if he leaked it on purpose?
It was his doing.
We
have him to thank.
What if he did it all on purpose because he knew it would make Valve look really bad?
He's on our side.
I don't want to talk about Deadlock here. Hey, next week, I will prioritize finishing this fucking video. Can we watch the Deadlock video next week?
What Deadlock video?
My Deadlock video.
What, your Deadlock video?
Yeah, my Deadlock video.
How far is it to promotion?
Well, people talk about it. It's relevant to the topic at hand, and it goes ahead and shines light on the problems that Valve has as a whole and save TF2. I just thought it'd be nice.
You know,
what do you mean this isn't a promotional platform? I was about to launch my new NFTs. Fuck.
Buy my merch. Buy my coffee mug. Buy my keychain.
Join my TF2 server.
What do you think would sell better? Mugs, T-shirts, condoms, branded. You know.
If it's you, it's absolutely. If it's you, it cannot be condoms.
No branded condoms.
No, not for you.
Buy my panini press now.
My George Foreman's.
Zesty selling condoms would be like the Pope selling alcohol. It just doesn't make a fucking lick of sense.
I would drink that. Oh, I've been sober for 15 years, and I would become an alcoholic if the Pope made that.
Also, for the record, I was joking about Uncle Dane. I don't think he did that. Just to be clear.
I think everyone understands that's a joke.
I'm just gonna throw it out there.
Full well about the situation. A boycott would have been reasonable, but that would be too logical, wouldn't it? You signed a petition. Let Valve employees wipe their asses with a piece of paper with your name on it.
How is that more ridiculous than like a Santa Claus petition?
How is it more ridiculous? Like, how is...
Who? What? What is the context for this?
So this is from that really now kind of infamous stream where Wheezy came on and tried to defend his position of being anti-boycott with me and Richter. And he didn't do a good job of defending his positions at all. And honestly, he kind of left with egg on his face. He wasn't, and to his credit a little bit, he was not in the mental state to be having any kind of cohesive argument, but yeah, it was messy. It was messy.
What does he mean when he says Santa Claus petition?
Yeah, I don't.
So it's a joke. It's a joke, right? It's like writing letters to Valve, asking them to fix the game, right? It's like writing letters to Santa Claus for what they want for Christmas, right? It doesn't do anything. That was the joke.
The boycott.
Why
Oh, sorry. I thought that was someone to
is
call.
it ridiculous? Why is it like worth saying no? We shouldn't do that. But it's worth pointing everyone toward like a Santa Claus petition.
Oh, well,
you're gonna leave at Valve's door, and I feel like that's less realistic.
No, it is. Like I'm telling
What
people.
the fuck? What the fuck, Wheezy?
I'm literally telling people from the beginning that there's a 99% chance that this will not work, and the reason why is just very basic. Okay, Valve makes way too much money.
It was Zesty stabbing his eye out. Hey, I got mentioned in chat. Look at me. Shout out to Uncle Metallic in chat.
Fucking care.
Now the thing is, if you go watch the live stream,
no, I think that's ultimately the most fair piece of criticism we have towards Wheezy's position. It's like if you're willing to try all of these other things from the get-go, and you say that they have such a small chance of success, why not include the one thing that would have been the most effective, even though it wasn't going to work? Why decide to omit that one? It's just weird and hypocritical, like you pointed out earlier, Space Guy.
Yeah, it was always a little bit strange for the boycott to be admitted. I feel weird seeing this from Monkey's perspective because for me, right, I've been around, you and Richter and Wheezy, and the boycott talk seems much more like the front page, whereas Monkey's coming at it from much more of a people should have been talking about this, but they weren't, sort of thing. And that's very interesting because to me it seems like that's all that people have been talking about is whether or not a boycott is viable. So it's interesting to hear this from the opposite side.
Well, I think because you're in it, right? You're immersed in people that are keeping it at they're keeping the topic point relevant, but outside of this bubble of people who kind of agree with it. Not that many people, especially not bigger figures, have been talking about it much. You see it every now. You see like random people talking about on Twitter or on Reddit or what have you, and in YouTube comment section, and more so now that really just my streams and maybe a couple of other people have been saying it more. So the idea is just becoming a bit more widespread, but it certainly wasn't that prevalent.
Yeah, it's just interesting. It's just interesting from my perspective. That's all.
Does anyone know if Dane brought it up? Because he is probably one of the biggest voices in the community.
I don't remember what he said in his video.
We didn't cover it, so I don't remember.
Sorry, I said no is the strongest word imaginable, and I have a very dark joke in mind on where that's not applicable. Sorry, I'm distracted.
I mean, shoot, Dane did the thing as well in his video. He brought up Deadlock, if I'm remembering correctly.
He did, I believe.
He did.
Did he make a joke about him leaking it?
Oh yeah, he said Deadlock was so out of touch, so he just showed it to his friend, saying, "What is this?" kind of thing.
Yeah. Wheezy said Dane alluded to not wanting to give Valve money, but he never said it exactly. 100%.
Okay.
It's about he also said he'll explain his reasons for why not boycott in a video this week.
Hooray!
You think? Oh, I'm gonna be curious as to what you think.
I don't know if it's why not boycott. I think it might be why he wasn't on board initially.
We'll see.
Yeah, I will be interested.
Yeah.
Me to fucking care.
Now the thing is, if you go watch the live stream, Wheezy talks about how the boycott could not work. It's not feasible, he says. So the first argument is the feasibility problem, which he also applied to the petition, so I guess the petition, it will not work either, they say. Then there is the problem that it won't be effective, because of all the whales. But for many people, and me and Zesty included, we say it's still the right thing to do. Why would you want to waste your money on a game that you continuously say that it is bot infested? Just because Valve makes a fuck ton of money every year doesn't mean that we should continue to do so, because giving them money is like saying that everything is fine. It's the same thing as a food critic being pissed off at the chef of the restaurant who keeps ordering and buying the chef's food. The chef is not gonna care.
This is crazy. This is like almost word for word what we went over at the beginning of the stream.
Let's get Grouch back in the conversation.
Yeah, this is literally the arguments he was making.
Like,
that's
I
crazy.
just said, like, unironically, it's 1-to-1. Just replace chef with like fucking Ford in a car.
Yeah, it was the exact same
What's
thing.
What's funny is that you say it. You're separating morals and practicality. When in this case, it is the practical stance to have.
It is
the same thing, though.
That's what we talked about earlier with Grouch. Grouch said it's not ethically wrong for Valve to sell, for Valve to keep updating TF2 with new cosmetics, yet the game's dysfunctional. And that was like that was like the primary focus of our conversation, was whether or not it was ethical. And me and Space Guy both think it's not ethical. So it's like for me, at least me and Space Guy, right? Like, it's the moral and practicality part that's like equivalent. It is both practical and also moral, and those are not separable from one another.
Yeah.
In this case, no, I don't think so.
Yeah.
He was Grouch was arguing that the moral and practical applications were different. It is morally negligent, I think he was saying. Like, it doesn't matter what they do. It's morally, like, you just don't buy into it if you don't want to. But it is practically evil, or I should say evil, practically negative to just let a thing rot. But then what I didn't understand was arguing is that he would agree that if something's neutral and if something's negative, you still have a negative outcome. But he was still arguing that nothing really should have occurred and that the movement was a bit of a farce. You know what I mean? Like, if I have 2 negatives, that's still bad, right? If I have 1 negative, it's still bad. It's just not as bad. And I don't know how he kept justifying it, that it was okay or fine as is. You know?
Yeah.
To address what Wheezy said, right? I'm not saying it is objectively both moral and practical. I'm saying for me and Space Guy, who believe that what Valve is doing is unethical, it is both moral and practical. It is practical regardless. The practicality aspects are relevant. It's always it is almost always practical. There is literally no downside. If there were downsides to it, it would, like, the efficacy is irrelevant because there are literally no downsides to it. There's no risk.
There's always some effect regarding it. It's just the impact overall. It could be negligible or it could be provincial. It doesn't matter. There's always going to be an impact regardless.
Yes.
No, yeah, I mean, you guys, I completely agree with everything you just said. And to add, I also agree that it is unethical for Valve to be offering a product as functional and then making money off of it while the product is not functional. That is illegal in America. At least in America, that's illegal. It's called false advertising. I'm surprised no one's tried to sue them over that yet.
The issue is, Weezy, I mentioned, because he's like practicality as a means of fixing the bot crisis, but we talked about this before.
Just because it's 100%.
It's not just a matter of not a matter of facilitating moral virtue. It's the same thing. It's the same argument no matter what, right? We said earlier before when we were criticizing the Shootnik or Squim Gym videos, where like just because the solution is not 100% efficient doesn't mean it shouldn't be tossed into the gutter. It will have an impact. It will have some change that is beneficial in some regard. Similarly, a boycott is still going to have some positive change for the movement, regardless of how impactful it is. It will still do some impact that benefits everything as a whole.
Yes,
I agree.
There was literally no downside, and it can only have potential positive outcome. I don't understand.
No, and I agree, and this is something that was originally included in my now scrapped video I was going to put out last week, but the situation kept changing so rapidly that like my shit got outdated. But I said in this video, I lost my train of thought. Fuck, what was I going to say? Son of a bitch.
Boycott.
Well, yeah, it's on the matter. It's on the matter of a boycott, correct? But oh my god, what was I going to say? I'm just having the most insane brain fart right now. What was I going to say? Give me a second.
Here now.
Y'all continue. Give me a second.
Hi, Dr. Derp Gamer.
Hey.
You were
not a very good time to join those.
You were in fact so late that we switched videos entirely, and we have an entirely separate panel.
Oh, great.
Here, I remembered. I remembered my thought. So my point was that when it comes to a social media movement, when it comes to the petition, when it comes to all the noise on Twitter and on YouTube, all of these things are the least practical, because when it comes to just noise on social media, that is something that Valve can entirely ignore. And they have and can and will continue to do, weather infinitely worse PR storms in the past, which they've done countless times over the past decade. And then the only thing that will have a direct strike at them is depriving them of dollars. That is the most tangible, direct act someone can engage in to hit Valve. That is something that they cannot ignore. So by definition, it is the most practical thing to do.
Yes.
Somebody in chat said kind of the exact opposite. Doesn't matter, it's the same thing. Valve has ways to convince you the game is worth investing in, and boycott means to contradict that. It is not focused on their finances, it is more focused on not playing the game. I'm of a disagreement, like I think you are as well, because it's the same thing of just like social media storm. A financial impact says more than a social media impact.
Yes,
not saying that both are bad. You should be doing both, obviously.
I agree.
But a financial impact it speaks louder than a social media one. Both.
It doesn't even. It not only speaks louder, but again, that's the thing that Valve is going to notice first is the number going down, because they can just, but it's the whole meme of lol, turn off your computer, close your eyes, right? Cyberbullying isn't real. They just don't look at Twitter. They don't look at YouTube. They ignore the noise and weather the storm.
Yeah, but they can't ignore. They literally can't ignore a boycott.
They cannot ignore lost dollars.
It will have some impact on them regardless.
They can't ignore me if I throw a big boulder at their front door.
Hooray!
Earns a living and the critic keeps buying his food every day. Nothing will change. And then the last argument, which is, I mean, I'll let you listen for it to yourself.
If you don't like how the product is being handled, you don't support it.
No, I'll tell you why. First of all, personal boycotts are completely fine. Like, that's something that I have always supported. The thing is, it's not a one-to-one recreation. It's not like we can take what happened with the original boycott, snap our fingers, everything is the same, and
what does he mean, original boycott?
Not sure about that.
I think he meant to say original movement of Save TF2. I
think it's just boycotts, like every successful boycott as a whole, like the original boycott, like the core.
The first boycott to ever be tried.
Boycott. No more eating the fucking apple.
Yeah, Wheezy said he meant the original.
Okay.
So the first. So I assume
Save
you mean
TF2.
current movement, current level of momentum, or the first big wave of momentum.
Everything is the same, and things go back as normal. So like your argument of let's ignore the downstream trickle-down effects on the entire Valve ecosystem of their economies. If we ignore that argument, I don't think it's a good idea, and I'll tell you why. Because if we deprive Valve of money in that moment, you're depriving them of like 30 minutes of revenue. Now, what do we lose for that? Number one,
nothing. We lose nothing. How much worse? How much worse does it get? It can't get worse than this.
No, I'll tell. I'm talking on a movement level. Like I completely agree with like the state of the game and matters relating to that. But just let me give you one example. Let's say it's like I don't know. I don't know how much, how many minutes of revenue.
I just want to let everyone know. I'm letting this play because he hasn't made a point yet. I'm not because I'm being lazy. I'm letting this play because he hasn't made a point yet.
This is the first time I'm seeing this.
So. He's just
again. If people want like full context to everything, the whole VOD is still there.
Yeah.
So
the state of the game and matters relating to that. But just let me give you one example. Let's say it's like I don't know. I don't know how much, how many minutes of revenue a boycott would do, and like the collective sphere of Valve's influence and the amount of money that they make. I don't know the exact number, but it's very, very low. Now, let's think of something like the voice actors. The voice actors are a tether to Valve. They are a resource we can work with. They are a relationship we have.
Sessy's reaction was crazy.
Blew me the fuck away. Like when he brought up the voice actors, I'm like, what the fuck does this have anything to do with this? And this is why I said this is a very mask-off moment of like, oh, that's why they don't want to push. Let it finish.
Okay. No, sorry.
Now, let's think of something like the voice actors. The voice actors are a tether to Valve. They are a resource we can work with. They are a relationship we have. Other developers, or I guess a developer, you know, I'm not going to name names, but these are tethers that we have to Valve that we can work with to have like more prosperous relationships going forward. Now, if we do a boycott, they do not want anything to do with that. They will not be involved, and we lose that tether. Now, the question is that worth it? Well, if the answer is we're just going to lose them 25 minutes worth of revenue or whatever the fuck, then no, I don't think it is. I think your main argument of how this will affect other micro communities that exist within the entire ecosystem is a good argument. But I think that's the one that needs to be appealed to.
The voice actors are our friends.
Can we pause here? This is Essie talking.
You see what I mean now.
Yeah,
from what I said earlier. Right?
I get where he's kind of coming from, but like it's not applicable to this situation or scenario.
Yeah, it would only be applicable if the community had like a phone or some established lifeline to Valve directly. And even then,
the only person that has a connection with the voice actors is Shork, because he makes videos with them. So to me, it looks like they're just trying to save face and not hurt that relationship, because we don't have access to these people. What relationship do we have with them? None. Like, I get the general thing, and I can see implications and scenarios where this argument would apply, but this is not one of them.
Yes, this is not correct.
We don't need to use the voice actors. This is not like the resource is not like a resource, quote unquote, that we have to use or need to use. They're not even like a resource that we even have. This is like a thing that Short does in his own personal time that only affects him.
Also the voice actors. Okay, actually, I have two things to say. I have three things to say. One, Wheezy is saying that is not what he meant, or that's not what that is a fair assumption, but that's not what he intended to say, and I'm like more than willing to take his word for it. But two, describing people as a resource to be used is wild. That is crazy.
I'm using that. No, I'm using that.
That is actually unironically, I think that's worse than the implication than any implication.
As a resource,
that is crazy.
Numbers are down. They need to be farmed and cultivated for the war effort.
That might be the worst thing he says. I don't. I like
down 28% in the mine. Get them going.
I like that. That was an absolute weird. That was a fucking wild thing to say. And secondly, thirdly, the voice actors are like independent contractors. Yeah. They don't have pull within Valve.
Employees, like, come on.
They don't have. They're not even. A contractor is even different from like an employee, right? Like an employee is someone. The employee is someone who works within the company, right? But a contractor goes to the company because the company contracted them for work. They actually have less pull.
Contractor is somebody who's contracted.
They have no pull. They have no pull or influence over what happens inside the company at all. They're hired on to perform a specific task, and that's it. And they're done.
They're a guest.
Okay, none is a little bit exaggeratory. I think they have some pull, but not any. More than like me or you, but like less than Eric Smith or whoever the fuck is working on the actual video game. You know, that's what I mean.
They're like a house guest that's like welcome at any time compared to a guest that has to show up. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But also you have to remember that everything at Valve is compartmentalized. So whatever work they're being hired for, it's closed off from like whatever's being done for TF2. They're not just gonna like when they're doing voice work one day gonna walk over to like the TF2 desks and go, hey, what are you guys doing about this? Right? It's like who or what are they going to appeal to? They're brought into the voice recording room, they do their work, and then they're ushered out after they're given a pink cookie at the snack bar.
True.
Pink cookie.
To be honest, guys, this was such a mind-bogglingly bad take. I did not even register that it was Wheezy saying it. I just showed up halfway through. I'm like, this is a really weird take to have. And then I slowly pieced together that was in fact Wheezy
TF2
talking, and I'm like, whoa!
It's a crazy.
Wait a minute. Hold up.
Just because the voice actors are in support of the movement as a whole, which is what a lot of people are saying, does not mean that they have any impact or control about what gets done about the game in its entirety, guys. Okay.
Yeah.
Also, people are bringing up #FreeWomen, so this is actually a consistent take that Wheezy has.
Women are just resources to be used.
Man, I love #FreeWomen. That's such a. I need to like clip that and add it to like the UFR lore.
That's
it's
a
such
moment.
a beautiful thing that Wheezy said.
Free women.
Free women.
Wheezy's playing like a fucking RTS. So you see like his population cap going down.
That's Wheezy in the save TF2 board, like the control board.
They showed their hand. The fact that they are willingly excluding themselves from this because it hurts their own professional relationships with Valve. They don't care about us. They care about remaining in the good graces of Valve so they can keep working for them and earning money.
Tethers. That shit explains itself. I find it incredibly disrespectful towards the voice actors. A tether we can use. They're not puppets. That is such a manipulative thing to say.
Yes, he's correct. I agree.
Yeah, Wheezy, you really gotta like. You dug yourself into a pretty big hole with that one. I hope you can dig yourself out.
You cannot say that people are a resource to be used. That's crazy.
I don't entirely disagree with what like the message is, but the word choice is bad.
Yeah, like
that take was very bad.
Yeah, you
the voice actors are our slaves, and they will bend to our will against our maniacal overlords and do as we command.
Like,
I don't think they're actually people.
Like
Gary Force doesn't necessarily look real if you really look hard at them.
I think that
They're holograms.
I mean, they are people, but like I don't see them as people.
What?
So.
Oh, that's gonna get clipped. Oh, fuck. No, I think.
I love not being the only dude in hot water anymore. It's so good. Welcome to my world.
Talking about the voice actors, not women.
Free voice.
Free voice actors. I call human.
This is great. I love this. Let's keep this going forever. Can we get like fixed TF2 too?
Yeah. Shit, that's fucking great.
I'll do this one next, and I don't know, propose something ludicrous like beating people to death with basketballs or something. I don't know.
Zesty, I have a holographic Jason Lowry if you want to trade anything for it.
Oh, what?
Yeah, I got a holographic Jason Lowry voice actor if you got anything you want to trade with it.
I have a 7.5-year-old Logitech game controller.
I'll take that, you know.
Yeah.
These sources to be traded with for better reasons.
Oh gosh. What probably should have been said was you don't want to damage any potential connections we have with Valve, which would still be incorrect, but at least it wouldn't be people are a resource that can be used.
The voice actors are a bridgeway to get into Valve directly, and we don't want to harm their relationship with them because they're in support in addition to Valve, who are up confident.
I think
they're a way to open the door for it. We don't want to close the door on their face because of it.
Yeah.
They are people engaging with the TF2 audience. These are people who are just contract workers for Valve. They are not employees. He is afraid that we are going to lose that quote-unquote tether with the voice actors because of the boycott. That shit explains the peaceful protest with Save TF2 in the first place. Because as of right now, the voice actors have dipped out of Fix TF2 because they realize that we are pissed off and we want an actual change.
They don't care. Have they active at all on Twitter in regards to this? I haven't seen.
They one of them was
several times. The sniper voice actor and the administrator, because they're married together, in addition to the heavy voice actor, have shown their things in regards to that. Oh, and medic voice actor and the medic voice actor.
I saw the medic one first.
So four.
Okay.
So four.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, frankly, the only ones kind of. Scout voice actor's like gone.
Yeah. He's gone. I don't even fucking know who the engineer voice actor like originally is supposed to be.
Oh, he's long gone.
Yeah. Nolan North has taken over his role for like since 2014, so he's long gone. I don't know.
Oh, someone asked my stance on the boycott. Do it. I've said this like in all of my videos. Like, if you don't like how I'll say it again. You don't like how the product is being handled. You don't support the product. Just stop giving Valve your fucking money. That's my stance. And I say, if so long as TF2 is going through this bullshit, they're not getting my money.
I need the money.
Someone said hashtag. Ace said hashtag free grifters. I agree.
Yes.
To support what's doing the right thing, and that is depriving Valve of the dollars.
See, I am not entirely convinced, and I don't have 100, but I have strong reason to believe. No, not 100% conclusive evidence, but based on the conversations that I've had and the things that I have heard from the actors themselves. Again, I can't leak this shit. It's all confidential. But fuck, we're playing that game again.
And who is we in this argument? There is no we. Shork is the only guy working with these people constantly.
Yes, and that is a conflict of interest that must be acknowledged.
Who the fuck?
The voice actors for him is his one-trick pony. I cannot blame the guy, he makes his living and I could not care less. But because this guy has been in the save and fix TF2 movement, his influence has had more impact than people ever realize. He doesn't want to push a boycott because that would hurt Valve. And if he participates in that, he would hurt the connections with the voice actors because the voice actors have a professional relationships with the Valve. And
I know that, like, I know there are probably people in this call who are going to disagree with me. I don't think it is a good idea to say this. Even if you believe it to be true, you can never know it to be true. And and it's like it is if what he is saying is correct, it is an incredibly damning statement. And I know that, like, I know there are people in this call who probably disagree. And I understand if you believe this to be true, but I would probably not say it because you can never. It's a motivation. It's basically motivation farming. Like you can't know this to be true unless you have a DM from anyone involved who says, like,
there's a benefit of doubt for a reason.
Yeah, I it's not even about. I just personally wouldn't say this. That's all.
I agree. I mean, we don't have any explicit confirmation or evidence that this is his motivation and his intentions and why he's acting the way he is. But
acknowledging that
acknowledging
that it's a conflict,
really bad.
Acknowledging it's a conflict of interest is fine. I wouldn't because that's just true. But saying that is the reason why they didn't do a boycott is, I don't think you should do that because you don't.
Yeah, that's just say
you don't know that.
Yeah, you extended way too far in that case.
Yeah.
I spent $10,000 in 6 months of planning and preparing to do the Fix.tf2 event to get you here to drink Dr. Pepper and play Crossout Burnout 2 for the PS2. It was all made up.
That was a wild pull.
That was a deep cut.
So, and listen, don't know if Monkey's wrong or not. Don't have evidence either way.
I don't think it matters.
But I absolutely see where he's coming from in this video based off of what's been told to us.
I understand. I'm just.
But I agree that it probably should not have been said without clear, explicit evidence. I do agree with that. And
that's all.
And Monkey will probably end up with egg on his face because of this at some point. We'll see.
Well, all Short has to do is, like, actually, I am in favor of the boycott. That's all he has to say. And he probably is in favor of it, to be honest, because I don't know why.
I think he said it on UFR when he came on.
Yeah.
I don't remember, but I think he said it.
So there you go.
Voice actors have a
There you
professional
go. You're dumb, you're stupid, you stink, you're smelly.
relationships with the Valve, and they do not want to damage that at all, because again, they want to work for them and be paid. They sign their paychecks. And all of this just boils down to business and money. And if you care more about your business rather than a game, then you should not be a quote-unquote leader for a movement where the whole point is to fix the game by all means possible and get
Hold on. Why the fuck are we slandering Short here when Wheezy's the one who said this?
Yeah, this is not the right way to go.
I was going to say, surely this is a massive overextension, even if you don't like Short.
Now he very obviously went a little, not a little, he just went too far.
Surely this is like a this isn't because I've talked to Shork and know him. This isn't why. I'd be saying this if it were about anyone. I'd be saying this if it were about a Hassan. Like, if it could be about anyone. You shouldn't ever say, this is why this person did this without having explicit proof of or a very strong argument. It's just, it is just a bad idea.
I'm very cautious of, like, what I say to people in regards to, like, what other people say to me. I always say with a grain of salt, or a little birdie told me, or I know nothing, or I forgot, and I'm probably misremembering. So when you're just, like, very blatantly saying and taking at face value what somebody else said about something else in a conversation they had in private, and then treating that as exact fact when it probably is 100% not how the conversation went, that's a little bit suspicious in my books, I think.
Yeah. That's all.
On board with it. You fucking clown. I'm not putting blame on just Short, but on everyone who's in this holy Discord that only these people can access. Wheezy on this podcast was literally running on 1 hour of sleep for, I don't know, being awake for 36 hours. And I understand that your arguments are not well thought up at that point. Your brain is literally mush. I get it. But you
should have gone to bed. I don't know why you stayed on, dude. I feel like I'm looking at the shit you're dealing with right now. Like I feel bad because that sucks. I've been there. It sucks.
People
you don't deserve it.
No one envies Weezy's position right now.
I really don't like how there's a 2-minute like fucking thing where it's like, yeah, fuck you, Shork. You're fucking stupid. You're an idiot. You're dumb. Kill yourself now. I'm gonna go to your house. I'm gonna beat you with hammers. You're an idiot because Weezy told me you don't want this to happen, and I have no proof. But also, it's not just it's Shork's fault, but not just Shork's fault. It's everybody's fault. But I'm placing Shork at the center full of blame, even though he's not said anything in regards to it. I have no evidence that he said it in regards to that.
Yeah, I mean, like, surely if this would be fucking. Imagine if this were said about, like. Never mind. I was going to engage in conjecture about if this were said about another person, because I feel like people in this chat would be fucking losing their minds, but I feel like it's not worth it.
I heard that Great Blue, he goes ahead and he kisses frogs on the lip that he picks them up at the park.
I heard it from Wheezy TF2.
I heard it from Wheezy TF2, who heard it from The What, who heard it from Short, who heard it from Fish on a Stick, and they told me that he goes ahead and he kisses toads on the lips to turn them into princesses.
Make sure to
so he can go ahead and live a fairy tale ending.
At Great Blue on Twitter. Make sure to tell him that he kisses frogs on the lips.
Completely irrelevant, but Ace just said we need Greg Farshey to write the final TF2 comic. Yes, I completely agree.
Great Blue, he goes ahead, he picks up the frogs at the pond, kisses them on the lips. That's why they call him the Great Green Frog Kisser. When he plays golf, he gets a number 8.
You had to pause there, like try to save face, but you still cracked. You still laugh.
I couldn't get the golf handicap got me, bro. I couldn't get over that.
Yeah.
Why is he doing the Trump voice? Because somebody said in chat to do the Trump voice. That's why.
And he's a man of the people, Space
And
Guy.
that your arguments are not well thought up at that point. Your brain is literally mush. I get it. But you guys truly showed your hands. You guys care more about your relationships with one another rather than the fucking game. They say that anyone can join their...
One another? Fucking what?
Voice actors
Each...
So now we're blaming... Once again, he's confirmed that this would only impact Short, but now he's saying this impacts everybody as a movement as a whole.
Yeah.
And I don't like this because this is also kind of painting off like, hey, you're showing basic concern and empathy for somebody else. That's kind of dumb.
You know what I mean?
That's
a little steamy.
Yeah, I get where he's coming from, but like the way it's worded, it's very heavy-handed. Whereas this genuine concern, where ideally, I think everybody would agree, we don't want the voice actors to just be like blacklisted from the company as a fucking whole, right? So there's obviously some warranted caution there. I feel like the impact of that would be negligible.
Also,
right?
No offense to Zesty, but I don't think that like Wheezy and or Shork and or anyone else's reputation or the movement as a whole, I don't think the reputation has been wholly tainted by Wheezy, a sleep-deprived 1-hour sleep Wheezy saying a bunch of things in a call with Zesty that he has since walked back in similar circles. So I don't get it. Like, I don't think this is, like, the gotcha that Monkey thinks it is, where, like, Wheezy masked off and showed his true intentions beyond any reasonable doubt with no context. I just don't think that's true.
It is one guy saying on behalf of another guy that a boycott would be inefficient, regardless of what everybody else is saying as a mass in a whole.
So yeah, this is the problem. So he's trying to mask as if Shork was a anti-boycott because Wheezy he now changed to pro-boycott, saying the podcast which he did with 1 hour of sleep, saying some really bad takes over and over, and trying to mask that as a whole. The fixed TF2 Discord guys are like this. Yeah. That's just way too much. I mean, he went way too far with this. I mean, he made a good point with the boycott and all sort of thing. I mean, yeah, that's correct. We don't lose anything as we boycott, and maybe boycott should be the first thing we should focus on. Yeah, I can agree on that. But this, slandering on Shork like this and trying to mask off everyone who joined the fixed TF2 like this is not a very good idea.
Somebody said, my thing is, why make the video when casual has been mostly cured and is getting attention?
Oh
finally?
no, that's
like
a
this has
bad
been
take.
going on since yesterday, and he's making this video now. I accidentally lost the comment. I think that's if this video
There's a
was
difference
made like
between a core and a band-aid.
Yeah.
if this video was made like a week later, I feel like that argument could have been made fine. But this is very in the spur, in the moment. You know what I mean?
Yeah. We also don't know, and we need to not take what Valve did as like the final victory. There should be no finality to this. We don't know if what they've implemented is a long-term solution, and people need to get that through their fucking heads. It's been 2 days.
Yeah.
Everybody agrees on that. Yep.
Yep, I agree.
Yeah, since they say TF2 was a one-up thing, yeah, people are kind of aware of that more than ever. That's a good outcome of the save TF2, I guess. If you want to say that, if you want to take it like that, yeah.
Shouldn't have uploaded the video after the first bot wave, dude. If we knew when the first bot wave was coming and we had inside communication, we wouldn't have this like event to begin with. What do you want?
Also for the record, none of his in Monkey's credit, none of his arguments have been about the efficacy of it. So like if fixed TF2 worked, it wouldn't change what his point is, which is that it's being poorly handled or mismanaged. Which I don't know if I would agree. I would say that some parts of it deserve criticism. I don't think I would agree that the entire thing is mismanaged and it's a fucking shit show. It's
the event. I thought you meant the video.
No. Like Zesty, would you say the movement as a whole is negative?
No, of course not.
Okay, then yeah, because I would say I would probably levy that against the first iteration, where I would consider it a bad movement, not because it was unsuccessful, but because it was almost entirely poorly managed, in my opinion. But that is not a modern day discussion. But yeah, anyways.
I get it. But you guys truly showed your hands. You guys care more about your relationships with one another rather than the fucking game. They say that anyone can join their Discord, and that it's a community movement that anyone can participate in. But they exclude the one guy who's been the most vocal about their wrongdoings and pushing a boycott. But a boycott to them won't immediately fix things, so therefore it's out of the question. But hey, a bot wave just came by, so I guess they take this as a win. Be ready for fucking fixed TF2 Part 2. Jokes aside here, a boycott is the solution. It will be a long one, a slow one, but it's the right thing to do at this point in time. And that's the solution these guys don't want to take because of this guy. That's why these movements are a fucking joke to me now, and so many others. Do not unbox cases. Do not interact with the market. That is the best thing you can do as an individual. I will leave the cut and the original VOD in the live stream in the pinned comment, and in the description so you can go watch this for yourself. And again, do not go out of your way to harass these people, but we don't need any leaders. It's a community effort.
Holy shit! Holy fucking shit!
What?
Dude!
Don't harass this guy that I harassed for 2 minutes who wasn't even the one saying anything. Holy fuck.
Yeah.
That's a definition of double standard? Oh, I mean, eating on words, I guess.
I assume if he were here in the call, what he would say is that what he said doesn't qualify as harassment, but what other people might say would. I would assume that would be his argument if he were here.
Don't harass him. I did it for you. You don't have to do anything. I got you covered.
What the fuck? Haven't he just slandered Shork for the? Out of his assumption right there? What the fuck?
For the record, I wouldn't go as far as to say that this video was irresponsibly constructed, as that's like the funny meme on UFR. But I would say that you probably shouldn't say what you said, and then saying afterwards, "Hey, don't harass this guy," is kind of wild. It's a little crazy.
I'm sorry, people are defending him doing that because it's slander. Guys, the issue is that he didn't say it. The issue is he said it in regards to a person who had no impact or voice on it at all. He said it to a complete bystander.
It's also wild because you have, not granted, Shork didn't talk very much, but you have UFR episode 20 where Shork was there and did advocate for a boycott. Maybe he just missed it. Because I remember Shork did directly say that the boycott was what he wants to do now. He was just hesitant about it before. What?
Hot take.
That's crazy.
Hot take came in.
The new.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways.
This guy is a self-centered idiot who only cares about his own relationships, but don't harass him, guys. Yeah, all right, believe in that monkey. Thank you, Zenith.
Like,
you got to keep in mind, it would have
Thing
been.
is, like, listen. Monkey fucked up because he doesn't know. He put words and intentions in people's mouths, and if he had said that and backed it up with evidence, like I do, then it's okay.
Yeah.
But also don't harass people.
I'm sorry. How are people excusing the fact? Because if he said like Wheezy said this, Wheezy is to blame. That would have been more acceptable. Shork did not say anything, guys. He is a true bystander to this, right?
Yeah.
You're going off of hearsay evidence,
and
of
you
what
have
Wheezy said in regards to Shork, and then still thinking it's justified to go ahead and insult and harass Shork in regards to it.
And I get that Monkey might not have, caught the live stream or whatever, but it's just like, it's crazy when you have Shork saying the exact opposite of that, and you just didn't. That just invalidates what you said.
I don't think it matters if he caught Shork saying it or not, because his evidence is pointed to Wheezy saying that in regards to what Shork said.
I know it's
yeah.
I know. I'm saying it's crazier because you not only are you taking what Wheezy said about what Shork said and you're applying it to Shork, but you also have Shork just straight up saying the opposite of that, like just contradicting the thing that Wheezy said. Or that you're contradicting the assumption you're making about what Wheezy said. It's just a weird, it's a wacky and silly ride that it all ends with "don't harass this person that I just talked shit about."
Yeah, taking proofs selectively is a really jerky. Yeah, that's wrong. Downright.
Yeah.
Cut and the original VOD in the live stream in the pinned comment and in the description, so you can go watch this for yourself. And again, do not go out of your way to harass these people. But we don't need any leaders. It's a community effort, and you guys need to do your own part. And that's all I had to say. Bye.
So he does.
Let's talk about not needing leaders real quick. Remember when Reddit was gonna make fucking porn of a Megatronic?
Yeah.
Okay. While I agree, as stupid as that is, I do agree with Monkey strongly that
you need to question leaders, but you need leaders in place to actually guide the hand.
I still disagree with that, because when it comes to being just dissatisfied with how a product is being handled, that honestly the most effective thing is something that comes organically in this sense, and not something that's planned or manufactured by a bunch of YouTubers that need to like sway people and I'm going back to what happened with World of Warcraft, right? Where with all the shit that they were going through, it was a very organic and natural response to all of the shit that Blizzard was doing, where you had people just naturally unsubscribing, and then it just kind of kept snowballing and snowballing and snowballing, people unsubscribing, YouTubers coming out and saying, hey, we're fucking done, influencing more people to unsubscribe. Then you had the petition thrown on top of it. Like, none of it was planned. It just all happened organically and was so powerful in that span of time, and again, depriving Blizzard of their dollars, ultimately forced their hand. It was a beautiful, natural snowballing effect, whereas this is a very haphazard, clunky, uncoordinated, and frankly, they had no plan, and they still don't really have a plan, aside from delivering a petition.
Well, like, the thing is, like, a leader...
And listen, I know this, because I've been speaking with them and looking inside of their Discord. They really do not have a solid plan, and they didn't have one, aside from the website, the petition, and making a bunch of videos.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, a leader isn't chosen, a leader is earned, you know what I mean? It's very much, and that's a very good criticism, that the people in charge have kind of placed themselves as the leader of that, but have not really shown too much leadership qualities in terms of, like, public presence or moving forward on top of that.
Yeah.
No, yeah, and like now so now they're coordinating a boycott much later after the fact, yes, but it's all kind of been reactive, right? Like, it wasn't initially part of the entire thing all the way through. But no, yeah, I agree. A leader is how you said it. Yes, I agree.
I was gonna say, I don't think any of them. Within behind closed doors, there is probably a hierarchy, but there isn't really one publicly, which I think is good because it gives more of an illusion of a natural movement being formed. Like, people don't realize, like, we all realize because we're here in this call talking about it, but like a lot of people on the outside of that don't really realize that it was all a thing that kind of it seems like it happened just randomly, it wasn't planned, it just occurred. But yeah, I agree that, like, the idea of there being assigned leaders for a movement is good in theory, but it's a more of a, it shouldn't be something that, how do I explain?
Well, again, it should happen organically and not something that's constructed.
Yeah,
like I said,
yeah.
A leader is earned, not placed, right?
And I don't know.
Wheezy, Shork, and the What Show kind of had the benefit of being, we were here first, and as our focal head of an idea, ergo we are the leaders.
Yeah.
TF2, right?
Mm.
Rather than kind of like picking somebody like Mega Scatterbomb, who's been doing a very good effort, very good work in the background, right? And shows very good leadership qualities, moving the plan forward. Where I have this plan, I'm going to do this. I'm going to set out to do this. This has happened in relation to that. I'm going to do this in response. You don't get that with Wheezy, Short, or the What.
At least not publicly, no.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I think Wheezy being, I guess, if you want to say, having the balls to go on, UFR, to go on Zesty's stream and in my stream and talk about like the movement, and try and debate points about it. I think that is a good thing, and I think it would be much better if that were sort of the MO for a lot of people. I'm not saying everyone needs to go on everybody's stream or whatever, but it seems like.
Dude, I think it just boils down to we're all living under the same roof here. We all want the same fucking goal. We all want the same thing to happen at the end of the day. Mm-hmm. What I don't understand is why it ended up being this compartmentalized mess.
When you say compartmentalized, what do you mean?
Well, I mean, like the whole thing about how you have these pseudo self-appointed leaders, and they, and kind of people following them, and it's kind of being this disorganized thing, and it kind of goes back to my point of it being an inorganic thing. It just, messy.
Yeah, no. I think that having the movement be faceless, or as faceless as possible, probably would have been an improvement. But it's also hard. But the problem with that is it's hard because there is a benefit in getting creators to speak out about something and talk about their audience.
Oh, of course, absolutely.
Yeah.
So,
but the thing is, that should just come. And that should just come organically and naturally. And and listen, I'm at fault for this too, even though, and this is me being me. I feel like I'm one of the fewer people that have been more consistently pinning this issue on Valve for years, right? Where you have all of these big figures, we're all playing the same game, we're all engaging in the same space, but so few people keep pushing this to the forefront of the discourse for TF2, right? And it took this to get the YouTubers to do it, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's an issue that I have. It's like, damn, it's like it should just be happening all the time, and it wasn't. And to me, it's a good thing. Like, okay, yeah, now finally it's happening. We're making Valve look bad for the first time in years. Thank fuck. We're painting them in something that isn't a positive light because they made some good games 20 years ago.
Yeah, I want to answer Wheezy's question. Genuine question, how would you get the ball rolling on a movement without the first couple of people talking about it? Here's my thing, right? I think two things. If there is an issue, people will talk about it regardless. There doesn't have to be a name. The idea that how would I get the ball rolling on a movement is almost a misnomer to begin with, because I think our premise is that the movement would simply form from people talking about the issue. But even that aside, people talk, if everybody made videos about the issue simultaneously but didn't brand it as anything, I don't know. Look, I think that if everyone made...
Honestly, I think that'd be more effective.
That's what I mean. Is like, I think that... You can never know because I don't like talking about like alternate realities and shit. But if everyone released a video about it at the same time but didn't acknowledge that they were all like coordinating, even if it would be, obvious that it was like, oh, this is coordinated because they all released at the same time, people would start talking about that because it'd be an event in and of itself without you having to brand it with anything. And maybe that would be more effective. I don't know, because...
you obviously need a person that has the outreach or the public of the cry to go ahead and speak about this. Go ahead, right? But there's a difference between speaking about it and getting people informed about it and then making decisions on behalf of that movement, okay? Outreach and talking about it is just one part and one step. It is not the entire thing, all right?
Zenith, Zenith, what I mean is find a way. I'm not saying people uncoordinatedly complaining. That's not what I mean. I'm tired, so I'm poorly explaining it, similar to Wheezy. But I think that if you could coordinate without having a face or a name, if you could coordinate entirely where no one was the face of the movement, no one was the backbone behind the movement, but everyone still contributed to it, that would probably be optimal. Because then you wouldn't get people talking about how it's it's this whole.
We wouldn't be here.
Yeah,
we wouldn't be here.
Yeah. Yeah, we would not be talking about it like this.
Yeah.
That would be
perfect word.
We'd be talking about the movement as a whole and not just like the individuals.
Yeah.
In
we wouldn't be able to it would be seen much more as a conspiracy theory that, oh, this is just something for TF2's tubers to grift about.
And dude, this is why, in my opinion, Save TF2 was, in my opinion, had a much bigger punch, because that was more organic than this one was. Because that one had no plan. There was no like minimal level of coordination. Everyone just diving into it, just make videos, go. That felt like it had a much wider reach in a much shorter period of time. This is better because, just the optics are making Valve look bad and the problems at the forefront of the discourse. But was more rigidly and haphazardly thrown out into the wind, right? Whereas the first time around, it was like, everyone's fucking doing this, right?
Yeah. I kind of agree. I feel like the organic formation of like a collection and getting everybody in together was really great in Save TF2, but then it should have kind of funneled into what Fix TF2 has done with kind of like a more organized and central kind of like leadership thing going on here, with people who are clearly key components at the start going ahead and influencing what people do en masse. You know what I mean? Because the issue is with Save TF2, everybody's like, get him! Fucking get him! Yeah! And then Valve said, we're working on it, guys. Like, we hear you.
But, and the thing is, the irony in that is that they were. The irony is that they have been working on this for a long time. So,
well, quote unquote. But then, obviously, after that tweet came out, we're working on it, and the summer update came out. You had nobody really there, because it all fizzled out, because it was all gone and sparsed out. Because some people saw that tweet, they gave up. Other people say, we'll wait and see. Update comes out, then they fizzled out, and then obviously we're left here now, trying to pick up a piece of that.
Yeah.
I should have.
Sorry, you go.
I was gonna say, nowadays, right? It's kind of like the event as a whole is pushing forward to break through that. Like, we've seen the bot ban waves, but we're not convinced, right? We know there's a summer update coming, but we're not yet convinced.
Thing is,
right?
that the discourse I'm seeing around that is much more natural. Like that is coming very organically from people who enjoy the game. Like, okay, we see this, but we know what you're up to, Valve, right? We see your fucking hand here. That reaction to this bot wave, from what I've seen, is like way more like, oh yeah, consumer reaction, rather than like, this is how you should react.
Yeah, and I guess that's also because of last year or 2 years event as well. But I feel like if you didn't have people who were continuing to say this isn't the quo, right, up, like in breaching that up, it would sort of fizzle out a little bit harder.
No, and I don't disagree, but I think the stronger point is that this should just be like, everyone should be doing this, right? Like, I think it should be, it just should be something that comes naturally, and it kind of, and this is something else I saw too, and I do agree with you, by the way, that like a faceless but coordinated thing is better.
Yeah,
I agree with that. A faceless but coordinated thing is better.
I wanted to,
but
oh, sorry, I'll let you finish. Sorry.
Yeah, but so going back to my point that I said earlier, is like, when I said that no one's talking about this, of course you have a bunch of like smaller channels that make these videos, like the current state of TF2, the current state of TF2, the current state of casual, and those blow up and get insanely popular because the people who are playing the game see these videos and go, oh yeah, this is what's wrong with the fucking game. But like, name any over 100,000 subscriber channel except for the guy who main Spy that has made a video within the last 5 years talking about the bots, except when Save TF2 is happening.
Me. Oh, fuck. 100K. Shit.
Under 100K or over 100K?
Over.
Name one big channel.
I feel like there have Great Blue. There's been not like focal part ones, but I do feel like it's always been like offhanded comments in regards to it.
Yeah, it's just never been the focal point.
It's like, but that's my point, is that there's never been this big, huge outcry from like the biggest figures, and even now, like the biggest figures aren't saying all that much. Taem did a video, thank God.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying they're obligated to do this. I'm not saying that we should force them to like hold their hand to the stove and say, talk about Save and Fix it. Like, no, I'm not saying that at all. But like, what stuns me is that we have a lot of these bigger channels and some of us in here as well, where it's just not being said enough. And I'm at fault too. I don't absolve myself from this either. You know, like, I should be saying this more on my channel as well. But it's like, TF2's in this very bizarre and unique scenario where this has been happening for so long, and everyone is so fucking burnt out on it that I get like, and for a while it was taboo to talk about it. Like, people would get mad at you for talking about the bots again. Like, I experienced this.
Yeah.
Even when I made my video about all the idler bots, people were telling me to like shut up, go away. Like, what? It's like I'm pointing at the house is on fire, and people are mad that I'm saying the house is on fire. Like, that's where TF2 is.
Well, people get bizarrely tribal about it, because whenever I made my TF2 video, you know, that a nobody making a video, I got a comment that said it was something along the lines of, TF2 is fine, this guy just plays Overwatch. And it was ridiculous to me because it was so blatant that the guy just did not care about my video. He obviously didn't watch it, and like clearly wasn't even in the community at that point. He just had such a hard-on for this game that he loved that he was not willing to see any problem with it or any discussion at all, because that my video was incredibly blindly positive whenever I look back at it, right? It was like, hey guys, we're good. The community is so cool that we're gonna fix it. Which is stupid. And
be quiet. Go play Duck Duck Goose, buddy. That's what in this game.
He didn't even give me the opportunity to be positive because he just was so absolutely enthralled within the game. People will not allow themselves to like believe that there's a problem with TF2. Because there's just so many things that have attacked it. People get tribalistic. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Yes. That's my sentiments exactly. It's really wild seeing that happen.
Yeah. No, people. The amount of people who didn't like that Zesty pointed out what he pointed out, because like it was something that was quote unquote known, but it wasn't known to the extent that Zesty pointed it out, is crazy. Like, there were so many people I've seen who had that take, and it's wild.
Oh my God,
yeah, saying, "Oh yeah, what you didn't know this already? Like, you didn't know this? This is I knew this. Like, this was not widespread information. Those people didn't."
What do you mean sugar's killing me, dude? No, it tastes so fucking good, man.
Yeah, no, it's yeah. I was gonna address earlier. Zenith earlier said that he asked like, do you think that if like it were a coordinated complaining but with no actual face, wouldn't that be the issue with the first movement? The first movement had a face. It had the fucking poster with all the YouTubers on it, and that was
okay.
Yeah, like that was part of the problem. If you just had the poster but with no YouTubers on it and no one knew where it came from, but it was getting spread around, that would be much better. I think
he also just said, do you think the boycott would instill a permanent change of maintenance? And if not, would you be down to run it back when the bots get back?
I think that there should, if bots are a consistent problem, the boycott should maintain. Like, it should be like the fucking bat signal every time someone sees a shit ton of bots.
That should just be the natural reaction. Hold the company fucking responsible by not giving them your fucking money whenever they're doing the bad thing. Hello?
Like, I won't pay for anything TF2 related until things get better. Like, that's just the way things are. Like, thankfully the game is currently playable. That's awesome. Cool. Let's see that keep up for another year. Yeah. And then we'll talk, maybe. I'll buy the summer 2026 crate.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. My employers have informed me that the council will decide your fate, TF2.
But yeah.
Like, here's my thing, man. Sorry. I hope that all just like hopefully from like just today forward or very soon moving forward, that all of this bullshit, just all of this stupid compartmentalized interpersonal bullshit goes away. This is dumb. It's a waste of our time. Agreed. The problem is Valve. Fuck Valve. Everyone should be collectively saying, fuck Valve. Yeah. No more money from me. No, sir. Wipe your own ass, really. Yeah. That's all we have to ask Valve to do is wipe their own ass.
Yes. It is not productive or relevant to talk about basically anything else. You could talk about it in hindsight once the movement's concluded, in retrospective YouTube videos about the quote-unquote drama. But right now, it's really about Valve and Valve, like, getting their shit together.
Yeah, Valve and Valve alone should be our focal point.
Yeah.
Period. And I now I do regret having that stream with Wheezy because it was just not a productive conversation at all. It was just stupid, and he was in no space to have a conversation. So
also, on that note, I'd like to go through super chats real quick, the ones that we haven't covered, and then we can shove off for the night, if that's okay with everybody.
Yep.
Sounds grand.
Joe Cyanide super chat $2 and said, "Congrats, Grouch. This is the new worst TF2 video." I don't know if it's worse than Grouch's video, because Grouch I think took a bigger swing, and missed.
He didn't miss, man. I think he swung his bat and ended up in a soccer field and it knocked the ball into a different goal. It was such an unintentional success of a video. I loved every moment of it.
It is a treasure.
A roller coaster of emotions.
It's like he kind of.
Yeah, I fucking almost died like 6 times watching that video.
He kind of
going from like Cleaner's carbine is 20% more accurate. Like, yeah, all right, and then look at the fucking sniper jump to the moon. I'm like, those are fucking back. I can't like.
It's kind of nuts. I don't think Grouch's video is the worst video we've covered on UFR. No, I think Squimjim's video is worse. I do. I think Squimjim's video is much worse.
Oh well, his video was just that was
like
Grouch's video is not inherently bad.
Yeah.
In any way. It's not because they're just like hypothetical fun ideas. They're not like arguments being made. It's not like it's just done in fun. Squimjim's video is just
bad arguments. Yeah,
bad arguments.
I think Big Citrus's TF2 versus Overwatch one is by far the worst one.
We have to do a tier list of all the videos we've covered.
I was just about to say that. I'm surprised you haven't done one already.
That's the worst one.
No, I think that's the plan for episode 50 of the show. When we get there, we're gonna spend all of episode 50 doing a tier list.
A lot of like quote unquote nothing videos. Like, is gaming bad for you? I feel like those were like quote unquote nothing. Where it's just kind of like, distract yourself and don't get burned out. Like, okay.
Dr. Derp is going into the S tier chat. You're correct.
I mean, we are able to edit footage after all.
We are able to edit footage.
We can edit footage. You can edit footage.
That's crazy how often that comes up. That literally is also what we were talking about like 10 minutes ago with the YouTubers kind of offhandedly complaining about the bots, but it's never really evident in footage because they don't include the bot footage in their videos.
We need a soundboard with that fucking line, man.
Yeah, it's so perfect.
So good.
It's like the image of Gunna writing fire onto paper, and it's just that.
Oh shit.
But yeah, yeah. No, well, that's what I can't wait to do that. That's gonna be really fun. I'm going to enjoy finding out what actually is we deem as the worst one. All right, Alexis June super chat 10, thank you, and said Valve seems to put a system that flags and bans obvious cheating. People in Lamaubox forums are claiming to get banned quickly after rage cheating, and are recommended to only closet cheat. I don't know. Although that is
no idea.
We have literally no
system is.
Yeah, I don't think we could know.
We don't know the true system, but Lamaubox was like a unupdated sort of cheat engine that when it got flagged, it just caused permanent bans. So it's essentially defunct, right?
Yeah.
The current bots and hacks going on now, to my knowledge, do not take my word for this because I do not know anything at all. This is not the art of war, all right? I don't know shit about this, but it was, from what I have gleamed and glanced and glistened, it was an original manual flagging that now has become an automatic flagging, okay? We will see if it continues to be upkeeped, because it's only 2 days in, but we'll go ahead and see how it pans out, okay?
So I think that it's from what I've seen, it looks like a two-edged sword, where they reached out and did manual bans for accounts they could not directly associate with actually explicitly cheating, and then automatic bans for accounts that are. That's what I'm seeing. And also some were just outright manually deleted, which is not either a game or a VAC ban. So there's some multifaceted approach being implemented that very obviously has been worked on for greater than 3 weeks, right? And is not something that's been in direct response to fix TF2 at least. right? Because something this effective and this pervasive is clearly something that's not been in development for less than a month. And just the timing of it has been, it just happened to coincide with, you know, people talking about it again. But beyond that, we know nothing. We know nothing about how long they've been working on it. We don't know the nature of the system. All we know is that it's actively banning cheaters, bots, and bot hosters.
The Fiji
all that we can do at this point is just speculation. Maybe they really took only 25 days to figure out the that rudimentary fix for the bots. Maybe it wasn't true.
I mean, if it is literally just the AI, or not even the AI, but the fix that Zesty proposed in UFR 19 about like, you know, the hypothetical just check for gameplay that isn't possible.
Looking angles or something.
Yeah, if it is that, they could have implemented it within 25 days, I imagine.
No, yeah, but I think, I mean, signs point towards it being a more complex system, and from what other people have been telling me, there's been a lot of speculation around, like, word and secondhand word from people who, like, know the contractor at Valve and what have you. Yeah. And like, I keep seeing, like Shonik mentioned this, saying, oh, there's no validity in this. And then Richter also mentioned this before, and signs point towards him not being wrong, that this has been worked on for quite a while, but beyond that, we really know nothing about the system.
Yeah, I think it's more likely that it is a very long-winded system, or something that's been worked on for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you also have to remember, right? This is one guy working on TF2. It's just the contractor, and then Eric Smith doing, you know, Eric Smith picking the cosmetics and pushing the content updates, right? And really, this one contractor has been working for Valve since late 2021, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah.
And he was originally hired to work on the Steam Deck, and to not only get like Steam Deck, you know, up to functionality, but also porting games over to the Steam Deck. And that was his primary job. And he had to actually ask people at Valve, hey, let me also work on TF2. So him, amongst all of his other responsibilities, has been working on this in the background. So would it be any surprise that it's taken one guy 2 years to do something? No.
Yeah, no, I agree.
So that's my viewpoint on this. If it was really just him working on it, not surprised it took 2 years.
Yeah. Also, sorry, this is unrelated, but it was related earlier. Yes, actually, I do think that that Fudge's video is the worst we've covered, and I will die on that hill until the end of time.
That was bad.
That is probably the worst video I've seen on YouTube. So
I need to know.
You don't. Your sanity will live.
This is the one about video essays, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that one was fucking horrible.
It was worse than any fucking TF2 video I've ever seen.
Video essay.
It's bad. Oh boy, it's bad.
Why everyone's a video essayist now?
Yeah.
Yes, that's it. It's a really, really bad video.
Feel free to watch our coverage of it if you want it to break it down. All right. Next, Skug super chatted 5 and said, we should not be slandering / blaming anyone. This is how Save TF2 failed the first time. History repeating itself, blah, blah, blah. I don't think blah, blah, blah was in the super chat, for the record. I don't think that slandering someone is why Save TF2 failed the first time. I wouldn't say that. However, I would say that we should not be doing it currently. It's not necessary or
productive. No, it shouldn't be done at all. There's no good reason for it.
Yeah, trying to fight over who's genuine.
That one. You're wrong. You're dumb. You're stupid. I'm gonna squish your head like.
I think we should ban. I think we should ban Space Guy. I think we should blame and ban Space Guy.
You can't.
And here's the thing, man. Like,
you can't.
And this is I've been thinking about this for a few days now because of what Valve just did. You know, it's like now we really can't look at either of these hashtags as successes or failures, because ultimately Valve was working on, likely, we don't know, of course, but I think it's likely that Valve has been working on this in the background for a very long time.
And
this is actually something that points out something more sinister as well, that before the contractor was there, they were just going to happily let this keep happening and not do anything.
It's weird though, because we can't know for certain, like, what the...
we can't know for certain, but we do know that nothing was being worked on for TF2's anti-cheat until the contractor showed up, because that's the only guy working on the game.
Yeah, no, I agree. I understand.
2016, technically. 2015, actually, earlier, technically.
What?
Contractor. I'm doing the math on when the Contractor came out, 2015.
How would you know?
No. The Contractor, the guy who that Valve.
No, not, not the
Oh my god.
We're talking about Joshy. Joshy the Contractor. Not the Contractor.
I was very confused at the moment.
No.
I was like, how the fuck do you know that? Space guy with the insider information. Holy shit.
Yeah, but 2015 is still correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
For the guy. Yeah, you're right.
Oh,
but no, I think Joshy got hired on in like 2020, 2021, somewhere around there.
Yeah. So 2015. Like, what is it?
2015. Yeah, thank you, Scugs.
Does it matter if the protest worked or not if the problem is solved anyway? Technically not.
It's
not really
solved yet.
Right.
I mean, if it is ultimately solved, then
dude, that's
doesn't
like
matter. But we don't know if it's solved. You're right.
That's like if I go to the fucking doctor, they splint up my broken leg, and then I go and do an alley-oop off a roof and break it again, and I just don't go to the doctor. It's not fixed. It's just broken again. All right.
I don't think it matters really if the protest was quote unquote successful, like in the sense of like I don't think that it matters because it matters in the sense that it spread awareness of the problem. Even if the problem was being worked on before the movement, I think it still is significant because at the very least it put pressure on them to finish it. Lord knows that Valve is notoriously good at not finishing shit that they promise. Like, so I think
Absolutely.
I think that it had, it had literally any positive effect, then it's a success in my book.
No, and we can all agree that it was good that they both happened.
Yes.
I think everyone can agree that it was good that they both happened because what did it do? It made Valve look bad because fuck them.
Yes.
This is like slightly related, but like I was like watching like the dev commentary for Half-Life Alyx and like the systems in place regarding Source 2. And I was like, wow, this is like a real technical and engine marvel. Like, wow, this is like really impressive. All right. And then played Deadlock. I'm like, wow, they fucking did jack shit with all that thing that they innovated with. None of that is here. This is the worst thing to fucking exist,
Damn. The worst thing to fucking really. That's crazy.
Deadlock is bad.
It is generally bad. I
still haven't played
it. I don't want to get to depth to it here because I'm making a fucking video on it. But I have talked to Overwatch players, I have talked to TF2 players, I have talked to League players mainly, and I've talked to some Dota 2 players. None of them like the game. None of them have any appeal or interest to play the game.
That's not good.
No.
Well, clearly, obviously they're trying to focus on a new audience here. Whatever the audience is.
It's made up random people.
To do a new audience.
Random people who like the game.
It's like how they...
I would say those 4 games I mentioned are 100% the core audiences are trying to do because they're trying to bridge the gap between TF2 and Overwatch with Dota 2 and League of Legends. And none of those people like the games. So what's the point?
What a mess. No, yeah, it's a mess, and it kind of reminds me of like it's a red flag.
No. I mean, the future of the Deadlock. I'm saying.
Oh yeah, it's not good. I think it's gonna be dead. I think it's dead on arrival, honestly. But
I agree on that too.
That's my video.
Like I'll be shocked if it has anything that resembles a multi-thousands volume player base for any extended period of time.
I will give it credit because I've seen a lot of people say it's gonna die out as fast as Artifact. I don't think it will die out that fast, but I don't give it like I give it like a year, to be honest, maybe a year and a half.
No, I think it's sooner than that. Yeah, I say 6 months. We should all cast lots.
They do have.
He likes to gamble.
They do have like several characters who are not finished, but you can play as, which is kind of weird, like by accessing the files and codes. So they have plans to continually update it moving forward. So obviously speaking, I expect the game to live long enough to see those updates and new characters be added. I don't know how long the duration of that will be, but I could see it lasting like a year.
Yeah. Ooh. Well, we got a few more. Skug said $2 free women. Shout out to Wheezy, free women. Zanoob super chatted €2 and said, "I spent more money here than on TF2 since 2019." That is a good. I was about. The clip would be horrible if I said, "Yeah, you should spend money on me instead of TF2."
Women are resources just to be used.
Women are resources. Yeah, no, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. And then the last one, Skuggs also super chatted 5, thanks again, and said, "What if Uncle Dane leaked Deadlock to inadvertently shill his new co-op gaming channel with iDubbbz and his girlfriend?"
Is that real?
No, well, yes, he does have a co-op game. The channel is
Does
real.
Does he have a co-op gaming channel with iDubbbz and his girlfriend?
And Soundsmith.
Oh, it is true. Yep.
Woman
and Soundsmith.
Yeah.
Oh, I know. I'm not watching that.
It's at the end of his Save TF2 video.
No fucking swears like it's a
Or no.
Disney Pop cartoon, you dumb idiot fucking ass.
It's in Soundsmith is It's in I forget. I only know about it because it was advertised in the
What's it called again?
Video.
Maximum Damage.
I don't fucking know. I've heard about this.
Is that the name? Oh my god.
There it is. Here we go. What do we have here? No, this is a podcast.
No, they do a gaming thing. Hold on, let me find
Oh yeah,
it.
they do games. Here we go.
They have like a Plants vs Zombies gameplay.
Oh my word.
Wow, this is kind of sad.
Adams and Nisa and Uncle Dane. Wow.
I love Plants vs Zombies.
Plants vs Zombies.
I love Plants vs Zombies. I hate the free shooter. The free pea shooter is the worst plant in the game.
It's not the worst plant in the game. For the record.
I remember one of the songs goes needlessly hard. That's a really good soundtrack.
That's all of them.
Plants vs Zombies has a fucking great soundtrack. Fuck you mean?
All of them.
That's an amazing.
So
soundtrack.
good.
Zombies on my
I feel really bad for iDubbbz, man. I'm looking at every single video on this channel. It has a huge dislike ratio. Every single one.
For what?
For iDubbbz, like on this gaming podcast channel.
What's the name of it?
It's called Maximum Damage. That's the channel name.
Okay.
Terrible name.
Maximum Damage.
I feel really bad for the guy. Like holy shit.
Oh, it doesn't. It doesn't have Soundsmith. I don't know why I thought that Soundsmith was here. I'm sorry.
Well, Dane is there.
Yeah, Dane is there.
I think honestly, I heard. I could be wrong. I heard that Soundsmith does the sound engineering for their videos.
That doesn't surprise
Body
me.
sounds like a weird parody.
This is interesting. The Plants vs Zombie video is in 4:3. That's an interesting choice.
This is by what?
It's in a 4:3 aspect ratio.
That's because Plants vs Zombies is the base.
No.
It has to be.
No, I know, but why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you edit?
No. Like, no, not to be confused. I'm not. Don't misconstrue. iDubbbz fucked himself over pretty hard. Like, he kind of he earned his position, but I still feel bad for the guy because that is a hell of a fall from grace.
Holy shit!
All I know was that he was like, "Yeah, I'm fine being cucked," and that was the downfall. That's all I know.
I cannot.
Like, the name of like the podcast I do is "She Ruined My Career."
Did I say cucked on the stream?
Is it?
Yeah.
That can't be real. That cannot be real.
It is.
Oh shit! It is.
Oh my
God. I would also like to repeat that my opinions are not reflective of anyone else's here. I am an independent party, and they do not think the same way I do. Just have to clarify
I
that.
wasn't listening, so I probably
have to clarify.
Gosh, I just agree with
save
everything Zesty says ever. Holy, also,
God, you do.
That's crazy.
Dude, I have. You want to come hang out at the Cool Kids Club with me?
I
See, that was a good, funny racist joke.
No, I
We're gonna take it to the Kramer comedy show.
I'm sorry. It's jokes. It's jokes. Not real.
Someone, chat, Aoxy and chat. I'm sorry, Aoxy. Don't highlight that I get more views than iDubbbz' podcast. That's fucked up and that's not fair. Okay. Also, holy shit, the dislike ratio is bad.
Yeah. Again, I feel bad because like. He earned his position, but like the people are still like seeking out, like people who just don't watch what he does still seek out what he does and then dislike everything. Like that's like like give him a little bit of a break, you know?
Well, like
say a hater always arrives early, you know.
What do you do anyway?
It's a complex web of a mess. Like people have made like feature-length documentaries on multiple, like 10-part feature-length documentaries on all this shit. It's crazy.
Like I said, the only part I know where he's like, "I'm fine with getting cucked by my wife." All right. That's the only part I pay attention to.
There's some good implement videos I can direct you to that do a pretty good job of documenting it. Most of the stuff that
Did he do videos on it?
He has a second channel called Downward Diary.
Oh, that's right. He made that video on Deadlock recently. I gotta go watch what he said. I didn't see that.
Yeah,
I need to sub to that
it's
shit.
very generic because he's like, I could just tell you about it and you would have more insight because he's just going ahead and reacting essentially to like leaked clips because he hasn't played it, and he's essentially saying what we are, like, you're making a new game while your other games are burning in a dumpster fire. Way to go, Val. Looks great.
I watched that video, and I even though it was very surface level, I still agreed with it wholeheartedly.
Yeah, I think that's it. I think that's we've done a pretty comprehensive overview of basically everything that we could possibly talk about today.
I guess.
Yeah. Are you guys ready to? Are you guys good to go? We good? Do you have anything else? Anyone have anything they'd like to shill before we log off?
Sorry about being so ridiculously late. I didn't mean to give off the vibe that I could show up and like talk extensively. I just meant to be like, hey, I hopefully I'll be able to show up. I did not mean to make it sound like, yeah, I'm gonna be there. And then I realized that
you were. You didn't lie.
Yeah, you made it.
I pulled up.
Yeah, that's all that really matters.
To the debate, didn't show up on time.
You did better than Purple Colonel. Purple Colonel just
very poor performance on today's debate. You showed up late. It was very bad, very sad. Dr. Derb is one of the worst YouTubers on the whole planet.
Very sad. We went out to the golf course. He has to play with an 8-hole handicap. He's that bad.
I hate golf so much. I hate it so much.
Golf is like the boringest.
The boringest sport.
The boringest sport.
Language.
It is
Johnson.
I like.
Boring
it's the most Boris Johnson sport. I agree.
That's also true. I can't even argue that.
But yeah, I appreciate you guys coming on. For those who care, I have a video coming out tomorrow. It's not TF2 related at all. It's about Minecraft on the PS Vita, but I put a lot of effort into it, and I'm really excited.
I'm excited to see what you have to say about this shit because as a former Minecraft fan, I gotta see what there is about. Like, I gotta see what this is about.
I'm excited. I recorded a bunch of really cool IRL stuff for the video. It's kind of a tree. Did I what? Did I punch? No, I didn't.
Did you punch a tree here?
No, I did not punch it.
You should have done that.
I did miss out on the opportunity to punch a tree. Fuck, you're right.
Why didn't you copy Smosh, dude? Come on.
I should have. You're right. I should have copied Smosh. You're so right.
Listen,
actually,
the person who said golf is relaxing is wrong. No, drinking is relaxing, and that's what you do when you golf.
That's true. That's true. It's like poker. It's like worse poker. Poker's so fucking cool. We should. Well, next UFR is just gonna be me talking about how cool competitive poker is. Competitive poker is so fucking cool. Anyways, yeah. So new video from me tomorrow. Anyone else have anything to shill?
I made a. This is a really dumb video. Yesterday, I made like a minute-long video on the Amori manga. I just thought I had a couple.
Wait, is it out?
Yeah, it's out. It's interesting.
I need to cop. I'm gonna copy the Japanese version.
I'd suggest you read it and then watch the video. It's only a minute. It's pretty funny. There are some interesting decisions, especially with Omocat's history. It's current. There's only one chapter out, and it's only a couple of panels, and the pacing. You're going to be confused. It's really fast, and it doesn't start at the beginning of the game.
Immediate opera,
fun. It's kind. If you guys are familiar with the series Evangelion, it's kind of like the rebuilds.
Zesty
let's do it, dude.
Zesty went
You're talking to the right guy.
Zesty fucking awooga live. That was crazy. I heard it.
That's the best comparison that I can make, where it's like there's gonna be some similarities, but I think they're gonna go a separate direction.
I want to get the whole copy physically. Omori's my second favorite game of all time, behind the Blob.
I freaking love Omori. I actually finally got around to playing it. I got done with Black Space last night. Love it. It's amazing. S tier.
I thought your favorite game was Bakugan.
Mine?
I've never played Bakugan.
Yeah.
No. My favorite game.
You have a very eclectic taste in
You
games.
came up to me in like total confidence and said, "I have all the Bakugan collection."
I have never in my life said that. This
Growing
is
up
slander.
as a child, I aspired to be Dan from the Bakugan anime.
This
That's
is
what you
worse
said
than when I was
word
called
for
a
word.
grifter online. How dare you say that I'm a Bakugan fan?
You're like, I love Shane so much from the Bakugan anime.
This has
I
never
wish
happened.
Bakugan would rain down.
Lucid is a
sky.
grifter. He's a horrible bad. He is not a fan of Bakugan.
Lucid is a grifter. That's what they call him. Grifter letters. Goes ahead. He plays golf with an 8.
The grifter letters.
The grifter
Oh,
letters.
shit. Oh my god.
I'd like to say, Rubber Ducky Ducky has been trying to get us to talk about candy, American candy, for like the last 2 hours.
Can I say something controversial?
Tier list?
It's kind of
No,
funny.
I'm not doing a tier
because
list.
no one has
Not
talked
tonight.
about it.
I
American
haven't.
candy tier list?
I haven't.
American candy kind of sucks once you've had like good European candy.
Oh, I agree wholeheartedly, dude. I still have some remnant chocolate that I brought home from Budapest. Oh fuck, American candy has nothing on that shit.
If Zesty ever comes to Japan, we're doing a stream where I have him try all the fucking Japanese candy. It's so fucking
Dude,
good.
I want to go back to Japan so bad because the only time I had to like shop for shit was when I was in the airport at the duty-free store. So I just grabbed like a giant pack of melon-flavored Kit Kats, and they were fucking good.
Chat, the rap battle between me and Yuki. I'm sorry, I'm addressing this on UFR. The rap battle between me and Yuki's on the 25th of July, or the 24th of July. Ask me about it then.
Do you go ahead and do you say, "You were always in the back. Your son, he smokes crack."
No.
Oh my god.
No, I did not say that. We didn't push it back. That was always the date, chat.
We pushed the video back because his son smokes
Bars.
That's crazy. Okay.
Actually, don't call it bars with me. I'm Donald Trump. Don't call it bars. Thank you.
Is there anybody else? Is there anybody else who has anything to shill before we go off? All right.
No, I don't think so.
Alrighty, let's get out of here.
Oh wait, no, I'm making deadlock video, and I'm gonna have it done tomorrow night, 100%.
100%, 100%, 100%.
I have 12 more minutes I have to edit.
Oh damn, you're in the same situation as me.
and me.
I'm just not gonna. I'm just gonna put gameplay on it and say, look, guys, like you want gameplay of this game that's not out yet, right? There you go, done.
Not just say your editing software crashed.
Yes. Pull the big citrus. Pull the big citrus.
I'm gonna play Abiotic Factor instead right now.
That's crazy. Anyways,
I will shill a video that I'm not done writing yet. That'll be done this week. Can I do that?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah,
No.
Just a video kind of like summarizing my collective whiplash from the past month about fixed TF2 and everything else.
Nice.
I assure you not as volatile as what Monkey put out today, but
I assume so. Nothing is really as. I've never seen you make something as volatile as what Monkey said. That video was
all of my thunder comes from social media.
Yeah. Anyways, let's get out of here, shall we? Thank you guys all for watching. I appreciate it.
I'm in your walls.
Bye-bye.